Roll down.
Hi, I'm Greg Peters.
I'm Laura Hale.
Hi, I'm Deirdre.
Hi, I'm Zach Grace.
Hi,
I'm Jeff Houston.
I'm David Schneider.
I'm Kate Fran. Kate Rosenblum.
I'm Josh Sadowski, and welcome to Collision.
I'm David.
I'm Kate Dates.
My name is Hannah Schill.
Welcome to Collision from Home.
Welcome to the third day of Collision from Home. We've really enjoyed getting to know you guys on our social channels and also in our Q&A sessions. And we have some great things to look forward to today across all of the Collision channels. In the next hour, we're going to be hearing from Sony Pictures Animation President Christine Belson, and she'll be talking about what feature films will look like in a post-COVID world. That's over on Channel 2. While on Channel 3, we'll be hearing from Anthony Scaramucci and whistleblower Brittany Kaiser on how social media badly needs an exit strategy. That's just the speakers, though. We also have world-class networking, roundtables, workshops, mentor hours, investor meetings, and a whole bunch more on our exclusive Collision from Home platform, which you can get access to over on the website. First up here on Channel 1, with an investment spree over the last 5 years of more than $80 billion, SoftBank's investment track record could be generously described as hit and miss. So from Getaround to the infamous WeWork, Jeff Housebold is going to speak to us now about how they hope to turn that all around.
Hi, Jeff. Thanks so much for joining us. I know we're here to talk about consumer trends, which we definitely want to get to because there's so much to talk about on that front. But on a related matter, I wanted to ask you more broadly about SoftBank as well, as the firm is dealing with this pandemic. There were already some things in the news regarding WeWork and some of the problems there, and some of the other portfolio companies. And as you see consumer behavior change and some of the lessons learned from that, I wanted to get your sense of if that experience has changed your thoughts on unit economics, on governance issues, and if you've seen any changes as well on reception from entrepreneurs who are looking for capital, perhaps from SoftBank.
Yeah, it's certainly an unusual time for many people. And the most important thing is we take care of each other as a community, as humans first. But on the business front, like all investment portfolios, our companies are being impacted by COVID-19 in very different ways. So for example, we have some companies that this is actually a tailwind for, where investors in ByteDance and TikTok use is really high. DoorDash, Rappi, Grab, Uber Eats, Didi around the world in food delivery, and GoPuff in convenience, and DoorDash in grocery. So we're seeing delivery companies benefit from this. Our e-commerce investments like Tokopedia and Coupang are benefiting quite well. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have some travel and leisure assets like Oyo Hotels, where people are not staying at hotels or business travel as much, or Get Your Guide and Klook in travel experiences. So it ranges from a strong tailwind to a strong headwind. And we've been really impressed by the CEOs and the management teams of our portfolio companies in understanding that they have to take care of their employees, their customers, their communities, and their shareholders. And so each one is making the appropriate modifications to their business model. First and foremost, make sure you have enough liquidity to survive. The second is to understand what are the fewer things you should do exceptionally well. Make sure you have relentless focus and execution. And then the third is, how can you take advantage of the competitive environment given the assets you have in terms of brands, customer, and capital to extend your reach, increase your subscribers, increase your market share. So we're having really healthy dialogue with our entire portfolio company. And as usual, we bring more than just capital. We bring counsel and connections on a global scale, given the 88 investments we've made in Vision Fund 1 and the assets that we're involved with at the parent company at SoftBank. And so we continually see lots of inbound calls from entrepreneurs seeking both equity and debt infusions to help solidify their business during these difficult times.
And did you see any of the reactions or interactions, I should say, with some of these founders? Do you feel like it's changed at all because of some of the problems with the other portfolio companies like WeWork, which I know you don't manage yourself, but any sort of knock-on effects from that? Or is it, especially now with the pandemic, that, you know, people kind of need what they need and are willing to take it where they can get it?
Yeah, not really, Gina. I mean, WeWork was a idiosyncratic experience. I think the biggest thing we took away from there was that while you want to back exceptional leaders and entrepreneurs, you have to make sure you have the right corporate governance. And so in fact, it's just helping SoftBank. So when entrepreneurs are asking for, you know, super majority or super voting controls, we get to point to WeWork as an example why that's probably not the best thing for the organization and the rest of the investors. And, you know, even with WeWork, we certainly, you know, learned our lesson around governance, but the business announced earnings just yesterday. And for the first time, they surpassed $1 billion in quarterly revenue, and revenue was up 45% year over year. Cash flow was up at a significantly 60% improvement quarter over quarter. Our financial position remains strong there. They have close to $4 billion of cash and cash commitments. Memberships increased almost 50% year over year. So even with COVID and with kind of right-sizing the business, the value proposition still remains strong. And as people are going to think about having more dynamic and flexible workspaces and thinking about distancing people and having more satellite and regional offices, we do think that WeWork will be well positioned from the stay-at-home and shelter-in-place to back-to-work environment.
Great. Well, you mentioned the office space environment, and that's obviously one of the big things that people are keeping their eyes on as the outbreak hopefully subsides. On the consumer front, you're also involved in DoorDash, you mentioned Oyo, and a whole host of consumer-facing companies. What are the trends you're seeing on that front, given the lockdowns, and what trends do you think are sustainable even after the pandemic subsides?
Yeah, I think, you know, what the pandemic's doing, both I think sociologically as well as from a economic standpoint, is accelerating trends that were already in place. Some of those are positive and some of those unfortunately are negative, particularly as you see a wealth gap and the impact on unemployment on fragile groupings. But on the business front, I think what we're seeing is a couple things in a number of consumer areas. First of all, kind of home health and wellness is having a resurgence versus going to the gym. So you've seen companies like Peloton and Mirror and Tonal and Hydro and others benefit from that. You're seeing wellness apps like Calm and Headspace benefit as people are starting to think about, you know, the total being and a holistic approach. We're seeing obviously e-commerce, you know, which was growing at a 13 to 14% annual year over year clip, accelerate as people aren't going to traditional retail. And that's just accelerating the trend with, you know, the bankruptcy filings this week of J.Crew, JCPenney's, and Neiman Marcus. And we'll continue to see that as e-commerce grabs a larger share for customers. We're seeing acceleration in the trend of delivery of food, both in convenience and supermarket goods, as well as in prepared foods through companies like Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats, and GoPuff. So that I do believe will continue as people see the convenience factor in that, and that they don't have to wait in line, drive with the parking lot, pack the bags and unpack them in the car. We're also seeing areas where I think on the enterprise side, people are obviously Zoom and Google Hangouts and Microsoft Meets and Slack in terms of worker productivity tools are benefiting. Underlying infrastructure players like Twilio and Spotify and Wix are benefiting from e-commerce shifts. So you're seeing a lot of kind of what I think is just acceleration of a trend, or said differently, a steepening of the slope of the adoption curve. And I do believe that that will set a new mark. We may slip back as we move to opening up our normal lives again, but I think that new basis will be higher than it was, and the adoption curve will be accelerated from here. And I think that benefits predominantly technology companies. If you look at the public stock markets today, technology companies are leading the way, and SoftBank Vision Fund invests in technology companies. And so the adoption of technology, artificial intelligence, data, machine learning is accelerating many, many industries. And we're fortunate to be able to partner with the best of breed in those respective consumer sectors.
What about on the ed tech and telemedicine front? Because those were two areas that were, definitely gaining some traction, but it hadn't taken sort of widespread hold, at least not here in the United States. How has that calculus changed, and what do you see as the monetization possibilities on that front?
It's a great question. Those are two industries that have been ripe for disruption, who have been slow to adopt technology and modern platforms and think about new ways to achieve the same outcomes. And in telemedicine, that was a state-by-state regulatory regime, and the adoption curve was moving along slowly. Doctor on Demand, One Medical, Teladoc, some of the leading players there. And now with coronavirus and the mandate from the federal, people are realizing you could do everything from dermatology to primary care visits, reduce the cost of our overall healthcare system while providing convenience for the patients, better scheduling for the doctors, and the doctors don't have to be around their sick patients, reducing their chance of becoming sick as well. So I think that is truly a win-win-win. And the entrenched incumbents have been using a lot of dollars and lobbying money in Washington to prevent that. And I think this is now benefiting the entrepreneurial upstarts. In education, something that's near and dear to my heart, we have a fragile and broken and archaic system in the way we deliver and give flexibility and different learning modalities to students. And so you're seeing, my 3 high school kids had to quickly go from in-classroom to distance learning, and the teachers learning how to deliver the same pedagogy over a different mechanism. And it's been really wonderful to see that adoption of both the student and the teacher. You've seen that in K through 12 as well as higher education in college and graduate school. There's no substitute for some interaction on campus, but we could deliver so much of the content in a digital, flexible way that will ultimately bring more people in to continuous learning, benefits our society and increases GDP. And so you've had companies like Udemy and Udacity and Coursera here in the US trying to do that. We have an investment in Zoyobang in China, which is going gangbusters with the stay-at-home stuff. And I do believe that trend will continue and has benefited from this pandemic.
And how do you see, particularly in the ed tech space, how that changes when schools are able to open up and college campuses are able to open up, but perhaps on some sort of limited scale, particularly in colleges? Maybe international students will not have as big of a presence as they did in the past. How did they handle this transition and still think about, particularly for colleges and universities, their revenue model?
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for the vast majority of universities and colleges. There's 3,800 of them in the United States. About 250 of them have stable financial balance sheets and endowments. The top 15 or 20, the Harvards and Stanfords and Yales and MITs that have really large endowments are going to be completely fine. And but the ones on the bottom, they were going bankrupt and closing. That's going to accelerate that. And the ones in that kind of middle are being forced to make dramatic changes. They typically account for 8 to 16% of their students are international, with no student aid or discounts on tuition to subsidize other students. And so I think the deans and university presidents are struggling to, like most CEOs, to make sure they can right size their businesses and still be a going concern. As far as distance learning, my hope is we get to a point where the amazing intellectual content and discourse that happens on American campuses, and we're still the best in the world at this, we don't have to be confined by our geographic boundaries, but we digitize that content. We make that available on a global basis. And so you don't need to pay $75,000 necessarily to come to a 4-year college here. You may pay $25,000 to have that content delivered in a distant way, but you could reach many, many more people. And as a society, as a planet, will benefit from more people being educated as we shift from a manual economy to a thinking economy, and robots will replace many of the manual labor. And so you may you may lower your price per unit, if you will, but your profitability will skyrocket because you don't have all the costs involved with a physical infrastructure. And so it looks more like a software business. You write once, sell many, and you also have a positive impact, and you could extend your brand on a global basis.
Well, I know lower tuition would be great news for you with your high school kids and for my 2-year-old as well. So that's all we have time for. Thanks so much for sharing that insight, Jeff.
My pleasure. It was nice chatting with you.
Coming up live on Channel 2, we're examining how COVID-19 has changed work across all sectors. And this time, we're going to be looking at the film industry. Oscar winner Christine Belson is the president of Academy Award-winning Sony Pictures Animations, which is most famously known for Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. In conversation with Monica Drake of the New York Times, Christine is going to talk about how to make movies remotely.
So the first question I had is, I know there's a lot going on, but before we talk about the impact that the coronavirus has had on filmmaking, I just wanted to give people a sense of, where animation has been in the last few years. It's increasingly become, its market share has grown in the last decade from the single digits, I think 15 years ago, to the mid-teens pretty much every year. That includes, of course, some notable Oscar-winning entries that your studio helped realize. Why do you think this is? Why is animation continue to be a growing part of the film industry?
I think people are just recognizing increasingly, thanks to people who have sort of like been pioneers and led the way, and Spider-Verse was part of that, but there were many pioneers that preceded it. I think just the wider audience in this country, because in other parts of the world, they've understood this for longer than the American audience has. They've understood something that us animation nerds have always believed and held so true, which is it's not a genre. It is a medium. It is not a genre. You can tell any story imaginable in animation. And so I think it's just fresh and new as people consume more and more content. You're looking for things that pop and seem different. And I think that it's just something new that people are discovering in this country. And it's really exciting. I mean, for us, we're so focused on this idea of like not having things look and feel the same, because I think you and I spoke a little bit the other day about like all the technical achievements that have happened in animation are so extraordinary. Mm-hmm. But somehow, even though people were able to do more and more, there was this like sameness creeping into the movies, maybe because, when something works, everybody tries to sort of repeat it. That makes sense. This is a business. But when I got into the job 5 years ago and looked at the landscape, we just thought, God, these movies are starting to bleed together. They are all the same. And so let's go the other way. Let's be a studio that has no house style. Let's be a studio where the movies look so radically different from each other. Let's have storytellers from all around the world so that everybody, isn't from CalArts. No offense intended. CalArts is an amazing school that we work with so many CalArts graduates, but we need to hear from storytellers who've come up in other parts of the world, maybe don't have traditional animation training. Diversity is an overused word, but diversity of storytelling in terms of the actual stories, but also the way the movies look, feel, sound, all of it.
And you raise an interesting point about the people who can.
That was Christine Belson, president of Sony Pictures Animations, speaking on Channel 2. That talk is continuing now at Collision from Home, as well as mentor hours from Amazon Web Services. They happen every 45 minutes and much, much more. You can get tickets over on the website.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Will people feel comfortable even shaking hands post-lockdown, let alone diving into romance with their former enthusiasm? These matchmakers will shed light on how COVID-19 is transforming the world of dating, looking at which changes will be lasting and which will fade away with the memories. Joining us here now are the heads of two dating powerhouses on Channel One. Match.com CEO Hassan Hosseini speaking with Plenty of Fish CEO Malgosia Green in conversation with Lori Siegel from ... Media.
Guys, I'm excited to be here with you guys, even though I say be here, be socially distant and on Zoom. You both are at the forefront of online dating, and obviously I think this is a moment where physical touch is almost dangerous. So what strange circumstances we are in. So I'm excited to be here to be chatting about this. I would love for both of you separately, take me into the dating war room. Like, it's March, the pandemic is upon us, at least here in the United States. What were the conversations you guys were having around dating and how it was going to change? Because physically, we potentially weren't going to be able to actually go out and meet each other. What were those conversations like?
Sure. Maybe I'll start. First and foremost, we were very concerned about the situation, and we wanted to make sure that our members were aware of the guidelines from their local government authorities. So we sent out notifications to all our members, making sure that they were following social distancing recommendations. And then internally, of course, we also turned our focus to our employees and making sure that they were safe. We were one of the first companies here in Vancouver, where we're based, to allow everyone to work from home, and closed our office pretty quickly at the beginning of the pandemic. And we've been able to work from home pretty easily, so we're very lucky from that perspective. And we were concerned. We didn't know what was going to happen to the business and how people would react. But pretty quickly, we started noticing that there was an uptick in engagement and usage on our platform, which was extremely encouraging. And so we set in motion our plans to accelerate the rollout of a live streaming feature that we had been testing for the past few months.
But something about this pandemic has changed that. Are you seeing that, Malgosia? I know Plenty of Fish also launched a video feature very early on. I think you guys were one of the first to do that. What was the thinking there, and you know, what have you guys found?
Yeah, well, to your point, I think people have very quickly gotten used to video. We ran a survey about a month ago and found that 75% of singles feel much more comfortable video dating now than they did before the pandemic started. And that's a pretty remarkable change given the short amount of time. I think people are FaceTiming with their family and they're having Zoom calls like this one, whereas before they were having in-person meetings. And so they have gotten used to things quite quickly. And in terms of our live streaming feature, just to explain a little bit what it is, it's quite different than the one-to-one video on Match. And it's a one-to-many, and think of it as having a host, and then there's many people that can join, but they're not on the video. And they're able to chat with one another, text chat, and interact with the host. So that it's a slightly different format. And that's something that we were working on since last summer. And the feature was in response to something we had been hearing from our members, that it was really difficult to get out on dates on a regular basis. Dating is expensive. You have to go out and you pay. And it's not only expensive from a cost perspective, but it's also expensive from a time perspective. A lot of people have children at home when they're dating, or elderly parents, and it's really tough to get out and meet people. So we started looking at the live streaming feature as a way to really make it easier, a lower pressure way to meet people online from home. And so when the pandemic hit, and we had already been testing this feature since late last year, we realized that this was a perfect time to roll it out to all our geographies. And we did that very quickly in a matter of a couple of weeks. And the response we've seen from the feature has been phenomenal. In a short amount of time, 1 in 5 of Plenty of Fish members use the live streaming feature on a daily basis.
And can you just explain it? So like, let's say we're on it right now. How does that work?
So there'll be one host and anyone can live stream. So any member of Plenty of Fish, any single can go on and start live streaming. And a lot of people share their life. They talk about what they're doing and the challenges that they're having. Some people share some of their favorite hobbies. Some people will sing.
Right.
And other people join the live stream and then just chat with the streamer. And then we have a couple really great features. One is called Next Date. So you can go on there and then you can enable this next date mode. And it's kind of like video speed dating, and people will come in and audition to be your date. And it's been really phenomenal, excuse me, adoption, because we've had, this was looking at the stats this last weekend alone, we've had 12,000 matches a day. So people are really connecting on video through this feature.
Are there, I mean, I'd be curious to know, Sam, for you, like, what do you guys think? I know that so many folks are looking at live streaming, like while they're home and different ways. What do you think is the future of video for online dating, even in a post-coronavirus world?
So there's no question video is becoming normalized. I think about my 4-year-old daughter who is doing schooling over video, and she's a pro at it after 2 short months. So video is here to stay. And on Match, our platform's always been around meaningful connections. You come to Match when you're looking for a real connection. And we found that one-on-one video can be a great way to, as the name of the feature, Vibe Check implies, just get to know if there's if the vibe's there, if there's chemistry there, if there's a spark there, before you actually go on a first date. So in a post-pandemic world, I do see one-on-one video playing a pretty interesting role and a great role, and one that can maybe replace the first date, where a quick vibe check on the Match app will let you know if there's a spark there and whether you should invest the time to go and have that IRL first date.
This maybe goes into, because there's always been AI and algorithms to try to match us for good, but you can't really replace chemistry, right? I mean, and sometimes you gotta.
Right. We've actually, our members have told us that within 10 minutes of seeing someone on video, they're able to tell if there's chemistry there. And 10 minutes is a much shorter amount of time to invest than going on a full first date.
Question for you, Malgosia, like, as you think about introducing live streaming, I got to put on my tech and ethics hat. How do we make sure this doesn't turn into chat roulette to some degree? Like, what privacy features, or how are you guys making sure that everyone behaves? Because if I know anything about when people get the access when it comes to dating and sex online to live streaming, people can behave poorly. So how are you guys making sure that everybody's behaving?
It's a great question. It's something that was certainly a huge concern of mine when we started looking at the feature. And I feel pretty comfortable that we're addressing this concern. Of course, we'll continue working on it to make it better. You can always do more. But we have live AI moderation of all of the streams. And on top of that, we have hundreds of human moderators that check in on streams in addition to the AI moderation that we have. There is a very prominent reporting feature. So if someone feels uncomfortable with what's happening on the stream, whether it be nudity or any sort of bad language or anything illegal happening that clearly conflicts with our very clear community guidelines, everyone must review the guidelines before opting into the feature. The moderators step in right away. The person is kicked out, and depending on the severity, they even get a warning or permanently banned from the feature and from the platform.
As you guys went into kind of building out these new products and ways people can interact in the pandemic era, are there features that you decided not to implement for safety reasons or ethical reasons? I saw something about face filters. I mean, privacy or, are there certain things you guys decided not to do?
So our face filter ban was unrelated. It was this past fall. It was something that we implemented because we heard from a lot of our members that they were looking for more authenticity online dating, and face filters are really the opposite of authenticity. You're hiding what you look like or accentuating your appearance in some way, and that's never good, because eventually the person will meet you in real life and they want to see what you actually look like. So I think authenticity is really important. So that's why we instituted the face filter ban last fall. But to your question, I don't think there's anything that we've not pursued.
I can maybe jump in. So we take privacy very, very seriously. And one of the things that we decided pretty early on, is never to monetize our members' data. So our business model is completely different. Users pay to access more features in our platforms. And to your point on privacy, dating is a pretty private matter, and when we decided to not monetize any of the data that is being shared on our platforms. And when I say our, I mean Match and Plenty of Fish, all being part of the Match Group portfolio.
Is there anything that's been really surprising to you about how your users have been dating during this time and adapting to? I know you guys have done tons of studies. I was looking at some of the stats you guys sent over. Is there anything that's really surprised you about how people have been adapting to this new environment?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the most surprising things that we've seen is just much higher engagement from women. And so women have been participating at higher rates. And this is fantastic, because this is something we've been hoping and working on very diligently for a while, to make women feel more comfortable and be able to engage more on the platforms. And right now that is definitely happening. And I think it speaks to something Hassal mentioned before, that dating has slowed down. There's a return to romance. And I think that really appeals to women, and they feel like very much, this slowing down and more conversation and spending time getting to know one another really appeals to them.
How do you code romance, right? Like, how do you code that into an online experience? Now that people are paying attention, now people are slowing down. Finally, we have this shift in online dating that people were criticizing this for a long time. So how do you code that into the product of the future of what online dating will be, now that people are finally slowing down?
One of the approaches that we've taken is to not just rely on AI alone. Love is not something that you want to leave in the hands of AI, I always say. So we actually have a team of human experts at Match that are available to all of our members to help them navigate and actually help them get the most out of the platform. And so I think that the marriage of sort of the human expertise along with AI is really the answer. And we are looking at ways that, now that we have this team of experts, at ways where they can assist our members even more. And we have sort of big plans. I can't get into them right now, but big plans down the road of how AI plus human expertise can be the future of matchmaking and online dating.
Well, I'd be curious to know what that looks like. Like a combination of like her, movie Her.
Not like her. I think it's all around how do singles find their match, their real match, but not just rely on AI and algorithms alone, and have an expert and some human intervention to help you turn the knobs and make sure that you're sort of focusing on the right things.
Like you're being way too superficial kind of thing.
For example, dating in the real world is never around the checklist, right?
Sure.
We sort of flex all the time based on the chemistry and the in-person interactions that we have. So we think that a human expert can help guide our members to focus on what's important, and also in combination of features like Vibe Check, where you can sort of go beyond what's on paper, so to speak, or behind the screen, and see someone face to face, can get at the intangibles when it comes to finding chemistry.
Well, last question, because we've got to wrap it. As the leaders of large companies responsible for our hearts in dating, What have you guys learned about love?
I think the main thing that I've learned through all of this time in the pandemic is that love perseveres. We have heard from our singles. The majority of singles, almost 3/4, are hopeful that they are going to find a match during this pandemic, which is extremely encouraging, and it speaks to how important human connection is in our lives, and it really is an essential part of our being.
Right.
I'd echo that. I don't think, I was around that match in 2008 when the last recession hit, and we found out then that love was recession proof. And we've seen it through this pandemic again, that our members have found a way to continue dating, continue forming meaningful connections. And I heard about a match couple who was supposed to get married during the pandemic. They were nature enthusiasts, and they had to cancel their big Alaska wedding. But the two of them went to an animal sanctuary and had their wedding, just them in the wild. And actually a real life, a bear was their ring bearer, believe it or not. So examples like that we hear about all the time. And we find that love is going to get through this pandemic and anything else sort of we face down the road.
I like that. Love is recession proof and pandemic proof.
That's
Guys,
right.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Collision is a Canadian event, and we had planned on seeing you in person in the great city of Toronto, but the world had different plans. Joining me now to discuss the bigger picture and what is next for our host country, please welcome Armughn Ahmad from KPMG and the one and only Sunil Sharma from Techstars.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome back to Collision. I'm here in my home here in Toronto, and interestingly, our guest is also in his home, also here in Toronto. That's just the world we're in right now. I'm going to introduce Armughn Ahmad, who is President and Managing Partner Digital at KPMG. We're going to be talking about the big picture and what is next for Canada. Armughn, welcome. You've had an incredibly storied career. You've lived all over the world. Please do tell us a little bit more about your background, and we'll get into a really fascinating discussion here at Collision from Home.
Hey, Sunil, thank you so much for hosting me. Yes, I am coming from my home, very different environment than where we were last year for Collision, but this is Collision from Home. So as you said, my name is Armughn Ahmad, thrilled to be here. Tech guy, have been around some of these larger technology companies like Dell Technologies and EMC, VMware, and then before that I was with Hewlett Packard, lived around the world. Really excited to be back in Canada now, leading KPMG's efforts around digital.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Let's start off by talking about the severe impact that COVID-19 has had around the world. Canada is certainly not immune to the effects of this insidious disease, and we have been trying to raise ourselves back and get to the forefront once again of the innovation economy. What have you seen in your expertise and the work you're doing at KPMG that are some good lessons for how Canada is positioning itself going forward?
Yeah, Sunil, I'm glad you asked that question. At KPMG, we have a presence in 160 plus countries around the world. So, this is a great time for us to collect a lot of the signals we're hearing from our firm, as well as our clients in 160 plus countries, and we call it our signals repository. And that is giving us some signals around the global shifts that are happening in 4 key areas that I think are important. It's obviously a very in-depth report. And the 4 areas, one that I feel is super important to us in Canada here as well is ways of working is going to be very different. I think we all know how that's different. That just doesn't mean that we're doing a lot of Zoom calls or WebEx or Teams calls. I think it's collaboration and how we will collaborate going forward between a physical and a remote office. Almost like a work from home Uber style, right? How you would do that. Second is labor force automation. So we've seen in the last few recessions, last 3 recessions, there's almost 88% of the jobs were automated. And now this time around, with the shortage of labor force due to COVID and the virus, there's going to be more automation, like robotic process automation, intelligent automation. The third key area is digital commerce. And it's not just for retailers to have a storefront anymore. I think every business needs to really think about their end-to-end digital transformation and really have a transaction methodology that provides you that. When my parents who are 80-year-old, they're using Instacart, and Instacart is now seeing a 1,200% growth in their orders, for example. That everyone will be using it. And then the fourth key area is really around supply chain automation. So I think as people were thinking about these global supply chains of offshoring, low-cost country, I think that is now going to be much more nationalistic supply chains, but those supply chains are not going to look like when they left. They're going to be very much automated and using artificial intelligence solutions. Like those. So those are four key trends that we're seeing.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I would like to maybe shift to a topic that you also feel quite strongly about, and that is how we're doing in terms of commercializing innovation. I know you believe that we have tremendous potential as an innovation nation, but you also think there are certain things that have been holding us back. Maybe just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and Sunil, just you and I talk about this frequently. I know you're a great thought leader on the same subject, leading a lot of these, incubation hubs around the world, and that is something that Canada, I think we've done well with incubation hubs. We've done well with accelerators. We've done well giving birth to a startup ecosystem. But where we haven't done well is really around our research and development efforts. And if you take a look at Canadian research and development numbers, it was almost like 1.5%, I believe, of our GDP. So it's fairly low when you see Israel and Japan and South Korea and many countries like Germany and others who are above 4%. So we're definitely punching below our waist here, and we need to figure out how do we really do this well. So that's number one. I think number two, what do you do with this research and development? You have to commercialize it. And the commercialization aspect of this research doesn't mean it's only the startups or the incubation hubs or the innovation hubs. It is much more than that. It is patent filing, for example. Our patent filings are low at the lower end of the G7, and that's something that we really need to figure out. Why are we having this issue? Why are we not able to? Maybe it's a proximity down to the US that we need to ensure that we are thinking of taking our own innovation and protecting our own more and creating more unicorns. Mike Servinas at Leagues, he talks about this a lot, where he says, only if corporate Canada and our procurement policies of our governments change and they start to, acquire assets of our startups, we would be creating many more Shopifys and unicorns like that, right? Pretty much multiple times a year. So I think it's an incredible opportunity for us to fix that during this time of crisis. And what I've heard someone say is, this is a crisis, and never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think we have some incredible solutions we can leverage.
It is an area where we share a lot of similar views. I mean, even with TechStars, which we're known as the global network for investment and innovation, and we have a series of corporate TechStars literally all over the world. And the idea is we partner with these corporations and we jointly look to discover startups that are actually at the forefront of innovation, and we make investments in those startups together, often in the vertical industry that the corporate partner cares most deeply about. And I think that that's something, corporate innovation is really an exciting space to be in, and there's so many new disruptive models, we would agree, for corporations to be innovative.
Yeah, totally. And I think there are disruptive models. I know you're going to be, introducing the next segment, which I saw on my schedule. That was going to be Joe Natale from Rogers and Dave McKay from RBC. And I think, they've done this well, and they're also, trying to figure out how do they drive innovation within their very large companies. I think there's an opportunity, and at KPMG we see this a lot, which is, I think during this time we've seen the alphabet soup of recovery, right? Some people are saying it's going to be a V recovery. Some are saying it's a U recovery, it's a long L recovery, or God forbid we get into a W recovery, right? Which means that we're down, we go back up, we have a second wave of the virus, we go down and then come back up. I'm not sure if we have enough stimulus for that. So for that reason, we have to ensure that we're using the right technologies, not just contact tracing or artificial intelligence or symptom checks, but ensuring that as soon as this exponential curve goes up, we're able to control it. And how do you then, innovate in that environment? And how does corporates in Canada, which are not just the energy vertical or the telco vertical or banking, finance, insurance, healthcare, it's all of the verticals. How do they learn from this great ecosystem of startups and their thought process? And I call this the disruptive exponential organizations that they need to give birth to off to the side, away from the core. Your core is your traditional business. If you're a large airline, you know that your business is going to be down, but you do need to drive efficiencies in a separate way while you're giving birth to these new ideas. And these disruptive exponential organizations, Sunil, are going to be super important.
Okay, Armageddon, I'm getting the notice that we have to wrap up. We have another session to follow, actually, which is going to be people that you know very well. We have Joe Natale, the CEO of Rogers, Dave Mackay, the CEO of Royal Bank of Canada, interviewed by Goldie Hyder, and it's collectively these two companies employ more than 100,000 people, all of whom are working remotely right now. So let's turn to that panel. Thank you very much, Armageddon, for this fascinating talk, and we'll see you throughout the rest of the day here at Collision from Home.
Thanks so much, Sunil.
How do Canadian business perspectives differ from the rest of the world, and what can we learn from them? Joining us now on Channel 1, we have David Mackay from the Royal Bank of Canada and Joe Natale from Rogers Communication in conversation with Goldie Hyder from the Business Council of Canada.
Canada has avoided the worst of COVID-19. But we have unprecedented economic challenges. Now we're moving into a recovery phase. The economy is reopening. Businesses are focused on finding ways, including using technology, to safely reopen to employees and customers. It's great to be joined by Dave and Joe to discuss how their industries are helping us get through the shutdown and to the recovery. Let's start. Joe, I want to start off with you. Technology has been front and center. Communications has been critical during this work from home period. What are you seeing?
Well, I'd say a couple things, Goldie. First of all, our network strength in Canada. We passed a test, a very important test that Canadians couldn't afford for us to fail. Canada is consistently ranked number 1 or number 2 in the world when it comes to the best or fastest networks. And, we've been challenged like never before as an industry. We've seen network consumption go up 50%. That's 2 years of growth in a few short weeks as, people and families have, relied on internet connectivity for their life connection, working from home, going to school, etc. Massive investments in this area have paid off for Canadians as a whole. The second thing I would say is that more than ever, we realize the role that we play in society. And when it comes to corporate responsibility, corporations are stepping up like never before. Yesterday's ceiling is the new floor. And whether it's supporting customers, we worked hard to support customers who are trying to make their way home internationally. We waived roaming charges. And as people were at home using services like never before, we removed caps and made it worry-free for them to use this lifeline as a whole. And then reaching deep into our pantry of assets to support organizations that were helping the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable in society were barely hanging on to begin with. COVID really was a devastating impact. So for food banks, we turned the Rogers Centre into a massive food packing plant, and we're shipping out 8 million meals across the country. We created a frontline fund that raised money for nurses and healthcare workers, raised $1.5 million selling masks and t-shirts. We struck a partnership with Apple to put iPads and devices in the hands of all kinds of kids that couldn't go to school anymore. So these are the things that kind of really were brought to bear through the power of technology and the power of corporate responsibility.
So Dave, Joe mentioned technology as a lifeline. Liquidity and banking and financial services are also a lifeline for the economy. What are you seeing with your customers, and how are you helping them plan the recovery, particularly in the small and medium enterprise category?
Thanks, Goldie, for that question. Yeah, certainly as I think about all our customers, our consumer customers were, interestingly, already ready for this. 80% of our customers were active digitally and online, and most had signed up for digital payment services. Our engagement year over year is up 30%, our enrollment's up, so the consumer was ready for this. But interesting to your question, the small business wasn't ready for this. With all the companies that have less than 500 employees in Canada, which are many, over 1 million companies, only 10% were ready to take online payments, signaling they hadn't thought about online services. And for me, it makes me think back to a decade ago when banks like RBC and globally banks, took their physical processes and products and retrofitted them for the online world. It was really clunky and difficult. And we found kind of religion under a decade ago, and we started building products for a digital first world, a mobile first world. And I think that's the world that we're seeing, that small businesses from all sectors are starting to think, I need to rethink my services, I need to rethink my businesses, I need to build for a mobile and online world and live in this omni-channel world. And I think that's the exciting future going forward. And very much, there's a lot of learnings the banking industry can give to small business and help them through this journey of not only building a payment service, but building an entire experience online.
The word I've most heard from CEOs in my conversations about how is this impacting you is it's acceleration. That what's happening, whether on technology, but also on talent, which is what I want to ask you both about now. What do you think the future is of work? How does this impact your ability to attract talent and use those skills that are now globally available to you? Dave, why don't I start with you and come to Joe?
Yeah, I think you have to think of this as we think about omni-channel experiences for our customers. I think we're going to think about omni-channel work for our employees. That depending on your stage of life, your preferences, what type of work it needs to get done, teaming needs, that you'll see this omni-channel concept of work digitally in a hybrid world. So I think that's a very exciting future. And this is a journey. We're going to learn how to work in this environment. We're going to learn how to build culture, for example. We're going to learn how to innovate very differently in this hybrid world. We're going to have to train differently in a hybrid world. We're going to have to team differently. So we're on this journey, this learning journey of building new skills. And I think the evolution will be exciting. Things that we don't necessarily do well now, particularly RBC, is maybe innovate in a digital world. We're going to have to learn how to do that. I think we're going to have to learn how to do that better. We're used to having random interactions in a physical world where we're working together. People are thinking in teams around a table or in different type of workspaces. That world digitally is different, and therefore, how do you create those experiences that allow you to be innovative, to be productive, and to continue to build your culture? We also have to worry about mental health. When you think about the experiences that we've learned from our employees now in month 4, some do well in this environment, some are struggling in this environment, and we have to learn from that. How do we continue to coach, lead, and manage differently? So I think from all those perspectives, this is a journey.
Joe?
Well said, Dave. Thank you. I think there's always been a war for talent, but the battlefield, I believe, is just becoming more intense. By the end of 2021, there'll be about 250,000 unfilled tech positions in Canada. All kinds of hot STEM skills, developers, UX design, cybersecurity, data scientists, the list goes on. One thing we've learned through COVID is that, postal code or zip code doesn't matter. Talent can come from and be based anywhere and work effectively and work collaboratively in teams. We've also learned to sharpen our philosophy. I read Daniel Pink's book a few years ago around motivation, and it's really hit home for me the last few months more than ever, that what drives people is a sense of autonomy, a sense of mastery, and being part of something that's a sense of purpose. And I think having that outlook and that mindset matters more than ever. We've also learned that there are many new ways of working out there, and it's pushed us, to your comment earlier, Goldie, to accelerate the things we were already doing, but accelerate them at a pace and to a high watermark that we didn't think was even achievable, frankly. We quickly got 80% of our 25,000 team member workforce working from home, including our 7,000 care agents in Canada. The Rogers Media team was out there reporting the news and providing entertainment from basements and living rooms. Like, this all happened very quickly. We were able to install internet without going inside the home. We were able to deliver devices and services without physically interacting with people. Like, these are solutions that have pushed the boundary of creative imagination. And I think a lot of them will be things that are here to stay, for that matter. But it's that culture of collaboration that really feeds these changes. Some of them would have taken years, but now they've taken weeks. And I think it's something we can all be proud of.
Well, Canada certainly has that culture of collaboration. And we're also a great magnet for talent with our immigration policies, our trade policies, and our investment policies. So the policy framework's there. What do businesses need to do on their own and also with government to help take Canada to the next level in terms of the recovery? What's the opportunity here for the country?
Sure. I think, we've got to create an environment where, Canada is seen as a destination for talent more than ever. And it was already happening. You look, prior to COVID, the Canada tech sector was just exploding overall. We created in Canada 60,000 new tech jobs last year. That's more tech jobs in Toronto than San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington combined. And we're going to continue to invest in the capability around that so that people do think of Canada when they think of doing, incredible work in the tech sector. We also need the infrastructure that matters. We keep talking about the digital economy like it's a separate economy. I would say the digital economy is the economy, full stop, no matter what industry and what area, what sector you're from as a whole. In my industry, we talk a lot about 5G. Well, we're on the doorstep of 5G. It's under development in most major countries in the world right now. And if 5G were a marathon, we're in the first 4 or 5 kilometers of that race. And the potential is enormous. And I think countries that develop 5G and build that capability will lead others with respect to the creative imagination that it sparks. You think about what 4G did for the gig economy or the real-time economy, that will pale in comparison to what 5G will do with tools like mobile edge computing, network slicing, explosion in bandwidth, and ultra-low latency. These are all tool sets that the tech sector has dreamed about, and now they're here, and they're on our doorstep. So the opportunity is incredible, and we need the regulatory support, the investment support, the immigration support if we're going to make all this happen.
Dave?
Yeah, to build on Joe's point, certainly I think when we look at the opportunities in front of Canada, we've got the infrastructure, we're building the technology infrastructure, as Joe referenced. We've got incredible talent coming in from immigration, but also produced by our universities. I think to add on that, we need risk capital. I think we've got good risk capital in Canada, but we need external risk capital. Take advantage of the new supply chains that we're going to build, the new companies, new services that we're going to build out in the digital world. That risk capital is absolutely critical and in abundance. So I think from that perspective, that's important. The second thing we need, I think all governments around the world, is we spent 10 to 15% of our GDP on kind of going through and trying to be safe through this process, trying to keep our economies primed. How we pay that back and over what time, tax policy becomes really important. I would encourage our politicians not to tax that back right away, but to incent that risk capital that's taking and incent that company formation to take advantage. The speed to market's critical. There's lots of countries that are thinking the same thing. There's an opportunity to repatriate jobs, an opportunity to build up manufacturing bases and digital capabilities. So taxation policy and regulation are really critical components for businesses to come together with government to take advantage of the opportunities before us.
Yeah, well said. I mean, the very essence of innovation is risk. And so let's just ask you very quickly, if I can, as a wrap-up question. We've got a lot of young aspiring CEOs and leaders who are listening in. What is the lesson of leadership?
Yeah, the lesson of leadership in a crisis is to really come back to first principles that become the marching philosophy of the organization. In our case, we said we have a few very simple principles. One is keep our people safe. Number 2 is keep our customers connected, given the essential nature of what's going on. And number 3 was, make the right investments and capabilities so that we leverage the power of innovation through this period as we learn from it as a whole. I think the next thing is communicate in every possible way and keep the virtual connections alive, even though you can't be there in person, whether it's through podcasts or open mics or town halls. Just lean right into the communication aspect. And the third thing I would say overall is it's been a trying time for a lot of leaders, and not everybody is made for this kind of journey. And I've learned that you've got to meet people where they are and help them kind of through the path, through the journey, and not just kind of expect them to be where you are as a leader at all times. And in this notion, in this context, you've heard me say this before, Goldie, calm is the new superpower. As you kind of navigate through any particular day, I said to my team, an anvil is going to fall from the sky. The question is, let's just be ready for it and we'll deal with it when it comes. But if you're expecting this day to be perfect, you're going to be disappointed. And that's an important part of managing through a crisis.
Well said. Thanks for your leadership, Joe. Dave, last word to you.
I would say that many companies narrow their focus during a crisis and perform well because of that narrowed focus. And maybe that's a lesson we should all take away as we try to do too many things as organizations, and you come through a crisis, you feel good about your organization, you execute well on fewer priorities. So there's certainly, I think, a lesson to be learned on focus. I think the other thing is culture. Obviously, you can't fake culture. And culture you invest in as a leader over time that really pays back in a crisis. And I define crisis as simply, what do your employees do when no one's looking? What inner voice tells them what's the right thing to do? Getting through a crisis requires a strong and a North Star, a purpose. So investing in culture, investing in values really pays off through a crisis. And the third thing I would say, to Joe's point, you can't over communicate. We've had this technology, interesting, for a while to flatten the organization. Technology firms in the Valley and across North America have used this technology to communicate weekly to employees, yet many of our industries, including our own company, haven't used these technologies to communicate and flatten the organization. You cannot over communicate in a crisis. And what I'm taking away is to not let the frequency of flattening the organization fall back to old communication practices. So all three, I say, would be great learnings.
Thanks for doing this. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for your leadership. And thanks for being champions for Canada.
What have you learned during lockdown?
I kind of think of myself as a little bit of an anti-authority person. And what I learned through this is that I, like all of us, really value and genuinely need leadership, especially in times of extreme challenge.
During lockdown, I've learned a lot about myself. I'm used to traveling and having such a hectic schedule where I never stop. And during this time, I really had time to reflect on my life and really take time to connect with people I haven't talked to in a long time. And just being at home, it's something I haven't done since I was a little girl.
Over the next hour here at Collision from Home, we'll be getting insight from some of the world's leading voices in the worlds of tech, sports, music and entertainment. On Channel 2, we'll be hearing from hip-hop legend and investor LL Cool J, as well as former world chess champion Garry Kasparov, who will explore what privacy looks like in a time of crisis. And of course, that's just the speaker side of things. We'll also have world-class networking, roundtables, mentor hours, investor meetings, and so much more, all on our exclusive Collision from Home platform, which you can get access to over on collisionconf.com. Well, the cannabis industry has gone from budding to blooming. What next for a business emerging as a flower among the weeds? We hear from investors and entrepreneurs on the current and future plans for legal weed. In conversation with Vice's Anne Gaviola, we're joined by Adam Myron of Hexo, Narbe Alexandrian of Canopy Rivers, and Tahira Ramatullah of T3 Ventures.
Let's dive right in and talk about the state of the cannabis industry. I'm going to start with you, Tahira. We touched base in 2019. What is new, what is different and happening right now across the industry?
Well, the world has changed for everybody, so we can't deny that. I think particularly in the cannabis and hemp industries, we were seeing a change in capital availability and the strength of companies and how they were the results that they were reporting. So those changes were already starting to happen for us towards the end of 2019, bleeding into 2020. And now with the more recent, COVID-19 pandemic, we're seeing the same thing happening to cannabis companies that have been happening to a variety of businesses, and focus on cash flow, focus on maintaining cash just to stay alive for the next 12 to 24 months. What we're seeing a lot on the investment side is making sure companies have at least 2 years of runway to ensure viability. And it's really just cut where you can, just to maintain the business at a steady state. Not a lot of growth happening right now, unfortunately, although in the US we have seen many states categorize cannabis as an essential business. So that's a positive for us, and that we've seen a lot of that in Canada as well. So business is not dead, but it's certainly at not the growth level that we were hoping for in 2020.
So Adam, tell us from your vantage point, what is the state of the cannabis industry?
Yeah, well, I agree with Tahira. I mean, capital is a big change, right? I mean, we went from, it was incredibly difficult to get capital. Then there, for a brief period, it was very easy to get capital. And now all of a sudden it's very hard to get. You know, and I think that that's gonna affect a lot of people. And, you know, there's all this talk about this inevitable cull, or perhaps consolidation is more diplomatic. And I think really that this has really just accelerated things. And it's really gonna start to put more pressure on and see who comes through the other side.
Narbe, what's the state of the industry and where do you see the opportunity? I think you have an interesting lens for, you know, viewing all of this as well.
Yeah, so the industry itself is going through a period of restructuring. You're seeing a lot of initial companies that came into the industry before it was at the maturity that it is right now, and they had an idea of, we want to own everything from seed to sale, vertically integrate. We're seeing that's not working out. Recent announcements by some of the larger Canadian licensed producers are just showing that you can't do everything. Capital is tight, talent is tight, and you have to really focus on the 1 to 3 things you're doing very well. In terms of consolidation, there's a debate going on where this industry is headed to. On one side, you might think that there could be consolidation because there's a lot of players that are undervalued and have a lot of assets that one could capitalize on. On the other end, if you look at the cap structures of some of these companies, they have convertible debt structures. That means the cash on hand isn't necessarily cash, that it could be asked back from the debt holders. So that causes a bit of a chaos. And we know of a few deals, mega deals, that didn't happen because of the way the cap structures were presented.
So we have a global audience here, but this panel has some particular insight in terms of what's happening in Canada. The big deal certainly was Cannabis 2.0. I'm going to start with you, Narbe. Where is the opportunity there, and how's that going?
Yeah, it's a great question. We always talk about where the future lies, and we have 5 areas of where the future is. One would be on the brand side, hyper-focused brands that really speak to the consumer versus trying to just be mass market, low-priced product. The second piece would be on the cannabinoid portion, so the future of cannabinoids, biosynthetics, chemical synthetics. How do we create the minor cannabinoids that you might not find in the plant that easily through a lab? The third piece is plant science. This is an area where for 95 years, we haven't really changed the way we cultivate cannabis, and all of a sudden, we're starting in a brand new 21st century. And there's a lot of things that we haven't learned from traditional crops that we can apply to cannabis. The fourth area is technology and data. I think Tahira would agree with me that this is an area that super focused in on. Large players in the tech industry can't play in the cannabis industry yet, so there's a lot of value attached to that. And the fifth area is globalization. Countries like China can produce an immense amount of CBD as the laws have passed to allow them to. And then areas like Latin America can provide a lot of the THC components to the rest of the world. So how does the global geopolitical environment really fit itself into how cannabis looks in the future?
Adam, can you tell us a little bit more about Hexa's strategy, how it's positioned in terms of Cannabis 2.0?
I'd be happy to. I mean, we've always been looking for those new ways to consume, right? It has to be easy to use and easy to understand. And when you have ideas and when you're looking to bring new products to market, sometimes you have to wait for the regulations. In fact, almost always you have to wait for the regulations. I mean, let's use hash as a perfect example. Now in Ontario and Quebec, you can sell hash. Well, that's great because there was a huge market demand for it, really played to the historic user base. But again, it's still not an easy product to use. So when I think 2.0, I want to get beyond just the products. I want to get into its usability and its understanding. And I think that, that's really a good example.
Tahira, what do you think investors should know about Cannabis 2.0 and beyond?
And just to build on what Narbe and Adam said, I feel strongly about the technology side of it and the evolution of that, and also on the product format side. I think we have a long way to go in understanding formats and what are the most effective formats for a variety of cannabinoids, which we're really just on the cusp of with THC and CBD. There's so many more to come that will be used in different ways, and understanding bioavailability and efficacy is going to be, in my opinion, a big part of where the innovation really comes in the future. And we're just kind of really starting with that because we're just getting pharmaceutical and more biotech companies involved in the industry in a very serious way. Again, to Adam's point, because of regulation. So we're still very early in that. And I think investors need to kind of have an understanding around what other industries have done and how they have ebbed and flowed and what has pushed on them. And often, as we've seen, like in the tech industry, obviously there was the bust quite some time ago, but now we see where it is now. And the speed with which industries can expand and grow is often based on the infrastructure elements. So I think that that's an interesting place to focus and just watch what has happened in other industries, use history as a guide. We often fail to do that over and over again, as we're seeing in the capital markets. And I think using some of those tools is going to be helpful to understand where the market could potentially go. And then again, it's a global market now, and we have a lot of opportunity there.
So Adam, we are talking about the cannabis industry. This is a tech conference. Can you tell us why we're talking about this? I mean, draw that line in terms of the disruption, the innovation piece.
Yeah, again, I think it comes down to this plant and what we do with it. And there's so much to be done, and there's so much to be learned. I mean, you know, a lot of the big licensed producers right now are spending very aggressively and heavily. And, you know, one of our goals is to spend it in the highest realm on R&D and innovation. I mean, it's just, in order to get to where we really want to be with this, we have to learn. And in order to learn, we then have to apply. The way I break it down is that there's all these steps. And what we first have to get really good at is extraction. Then once we can actually extract it the way we want to, we need to get really good at isolation. Everyone goes, okay, great. Now we have these, you know, these vats, these huge bins of THCV and CBGs and all of these different perfectly stable, isolated cannabinoids. But now we have to figure out how to get them back into a product. It's one that's even shelf stable. So again, when you start to look at the full sort of scenario of what's required, tech is massive. And it's, I mean, Collision's a perfect place to be talking about that.
Narbe, what should investors think about when they think about the cannabis industry and that tech component of it?
Yeah, I think a lot of it drills down to how is this becoming protectable? Like, how can you make IP that's protectable? And the second piece is how this make the actual industry much better. So I think data is a big component of our thesis, and we believe that adequate data gives brands an adequate understanding of what there is in the future. So if you have a platform, like we're investors in Headset, and Headset, the future of Headset might look like a brand manager looking at sour diesel, and should I cultivate sour diesel to make something out of it? So should I not? And then all of a sudden a list pops up of these are the products in each of the states that are crushing it. This is where consumers are spending their money. This is what users are thinking of it as well. And all of a sudden you have this holistic product of every single SKU that I'm putting out. I have an enormous amount of data backing up my decisions versus right now we're just throwing things at a wall and see if they stick and then building the data after that.
So Tahira, you mentioned the tech component, but from your vantage point, what should investors understand about that connection with cannabis, technology, innovation, disruption?
A lot of investors don't realize that so many of the tools that we've been able to use in other industries for growth and innovation haven't been able to be utilized in cannabis. And so when you think of even some of the basic elements, you know, payroll processing, insurance, some of those types of things, and then you get more into seed to sale tracking and things that are much more nuanced towards the industry. We're still kind of, to, you know, Adam and Arbe's points too, we're early on a lot of mastering a lot of those, and there's still a lot of growth to happen. So thinking about the context of what does infrastructure look like? How do you count your widgets? It's not that straightforward in this industry, but it will be over time. And investing in what, you know, we often call the picks and shovels is going to be, I think, where massive growth ends up coming, because those are the tools that are going to be utilized to keep these businesses functioning, reporting, integrating with each other. And to go back to the data point, that's still, we have a long way to go. We really only have a couple of years of data at this point that's actually been tracking in a consistent format. So think about other industries where we've had data for decades or even, you know, centuries. We're just starting with that in cannabis, and the insights that you can have from that information is going to just expand over time.
Now, we're at this moment in time where cash is king. We talked a little bit about the survivability, you know, who's going to be left after this particular phase, and there are going to be a lot of changes. Tahira, what is your view on that in terms of how this industry is evolving?
It's going to be measured much more stringently than it has in the past. Businesses really have to think about how to structure appropriately from the beginning.
Not a bad thing.
Convoluted term sheets don't work anymore. You can't just keep relying on raising and raising and raising. How can you be the master of your own destiny? How can you control that and be able to stay small if you need to, stay nimble to adjust with regulation and changing market environments, and keep growing incrementally with focus. Focus is very important right now.
Adam, what do you have to say about that in terms of the strategy, the focus part of it, and surviving?
I couldn't agree more. Focus, make money, reduce your costs, and hunker down because it's going to get tough.
Okay, Narbe, anything to add to that?
I'll echo all those components. I just say that this is the time where you have to start thinking of differentiation. We call 2020 the year of differentiation. Like, what are you doing differently than everyone else is? The years of I'm going to build a cultivation facility and you're going to do the same thing, we're all going to be valued high amounts is over. Now it's the time to say, how am I differentiating my business from everyone else? And if I don't have that, let me pivot and find what that is.
Thanks. I feel like we've just scratched the surface here, but if anyone who's been watching this wants to catch up with us, we're always on social media. We can connect there. Thank you everyone for your time and your insight. This has been great.
Now, with their robots helping out across the globe, from warming people to maintaining social distancing in Singapore to entering places that are too dangerous for humans to reach, Boston Dynamics robot Spot has already proven to be an asset in the real world, not even a year after its release on the general market. Check out the founder of Boston Dynamics, Mark Raybert, who is joining us with their cutting-edge robots over on Channel 3.
Hi, I'm Mark Raybert. I'm from Boston Dynamics. I'm really glad to be with you all today. I'm going to talk about one of the robots we're developing, the Spot robot. And really, I'm going to talk about the journey we're on. It's a journey that's involved lots of R&D in the past, some really exciting activity that's going on today, and some ideas for where we're going to go in the future with it. But first, some background. When I think of artificial intelligence, I think of it as having two kinds. The kind that's in our heads that I like to call scholarly intelligence. And that's used to do things like solve problems at work or at home, to make plans. Imagine you're going to go on a trip and you've got to make sure that you get to the airport in time, so you think about all the steps that you need to do and how much time you have to allow for each one. And scholarly intelligence even lets you sit in a lecture like this and learn about a new topic, one that you don't know that much about, and you have to interpret what I'm saying and fit it in with the context of your lives and other things you know. That's really a very interesting kind of intelligence. But there's another kind of intelligence, athletic intelligence. And that's the intelligence that is knowledge about how our bodies and how they work. Things that let me walk upright and balance on my feet, run and climb, use my body efficiently so that I have more endurance or more strength. And it also lets me do real-time perception of the world around me so I can interact with obstacles and adversaries and maneuver with respect to them in order to accomplish my goals. You know, most of us aren't athletes, but we all have a great deal of athletic intelligence. And Boston Dynamics focuses on giving our robots athletic artificial intelligence, and we're also working on combining it with scholarly intelligence that's developed by others. So let me show you some examples of athletic intelligence as it exists in the natural world. Here's a mountain goat using his perception to see the terrain, balance, and here's one of the most amazing examples of athletics at work in an animal, the cheetah, the fastest-legged animal on Earth. And here, even human beings have great amounts of athletic capability and athletic intelligence. It's really amazing, the combination of mobility, dexterity, perception that they use to do this. Let me show you a little bit of the work that we've done on athletic artificial intelligence in the terms of our robots and how that has played out over.
That was Spot and Mark Raber there live from Channel 3, where that talk is continuing now. Visit our website for more information, as well as the opportunity to take part in investor meetings brought to you by PitchBook and Q&A sessions with our speakers. Well, there's no denying 2020 has been a pretty difficult year for startups. Up next, Crossbeam founder and CEO Bob Moore walks us through some of the practical startup advice that allowed his first company, RJ Metrics, to survive the 2008 recession, and how it's relevant in 2020 as he scales Crossbeam, which has raised almost 60 million in the last 2 years.
Thank you. Bob Moore here. Yes, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Crossbeam, but actually Crossbeam is not my first company. My first company was called RJ Metrics, and it was started right in the midst of the 2008 financial crisis in September 2008. And we made it out the other end. We survived the RIP good times era, but we did so barely. And the thing that got us through that was all of these helpful, interesting frameworks that emerged in that time period. Things like the lean startup movement and Paul Graham's do things that don't scale philosophy. And even things like these helpful paradigms that floated around in that area. Like, is your startup a painkiller or a vitamin? This is a really interesting one because the idea here is that, you know, painkillers and vitamins, they're both valuable, useful things. They both have their benefits. Vitamins, you take them every day, you consume a lot of them, but painkillers are the last thing you get rid of when you are really in tight, difficult times. You know, you might skip a vitamin once in a while, but you're never going to skip that painkiller. The idea behind this paradigm was when times get bad, like they did in 2008, you'd probably rather be in that painkiller category. But as we looked at 2020, and I've heard a lot of people asking around, you know, what did you learn in 2008 that we can apply today? This painkiller versus vitamin thing doesn't really hold up as well. Because in 2008, SaaS, as it emerged, you can think of these products and solutions like these siloed point solutions. It's kind of like taking a pill, like a painkiller or a vitamin. You take the pill, you get some value out, and that's the end of the story. In 2020, so much has changed. The API economy has matured. Products are all part of these interconnected systems, and it's almost more like sipping a cocktail with a bunch of ingredients. You can see this in, for example, the data analytics world, where you combine tools, things that pull data, things that store it, things that allow you to analyze it in order to get your value at the other end. And the important philosophy here is if you pulled out one of those tools from the system, the other ones become significantly less valuable. That's what it means to have these tech stack network effects that exist today in large scale inside of these companies. So in these scenarios, if your product goes away, the other products become less valuable. And that's really the philosophy that it takes to build a durable business in this environment. Here's the good news about that. In 2008, if you wanted to be a painkiller and you were a vitamin, it was kind of hard. It meant changing your entire value proposition, your entire product. In 2020, you can actually participate in these technology ecosystems much more easily. Building APIs, building data portability into how your product gets created allows you to tap into partner strategy and tap into that tech partner ecosystem that is growing faster than it ever has in the history of companies. So we at Crossbeam are 100% focused on this area. We build software that helps make partner teams great, and you can download our KPI survey to learn more.
Who influences you the most?
Well, somebody who had a huge influence in my career, I never met. But he's like my role model of leadership, and that's Marcus Aurelius. He was a Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher. And I feel that his book, Meditations, is like a manual of leadership, and I've learned more from him on leadership than anyone else. And as it happened, during his 19-year reign, he faced 14 years of a terrible plague. And he managed to retreat to what he called his inner citadel, a place of strength, peace, and wisdom, and lead from that place. Another name for that would be the eye of the hurricane.
Well, I am fortunate in that I get to see that person a lot. The most important mentor I've had in my career is a woman named Amy Pascal. She's given me my 2 biggest breaks of my career, but I get to work with her now. She's a producer on the first Spider-Verse movie and the sequel that we're making now. What I would tell her, and I actually have told her this many times in the last couple of years, is 1, thank you again for giving me the biggest opportunities of my career. Thank you for being such a great mentor. Thank you for teaching me the art of storytelling. She really, really taught me what I knew when I was first getting started in the industry. And thank you for encouraging me to be my true self inside a corporate environment. And just for being like truly the most supportive mentor I could imagine. Amy is like an incredibly loving and positive person, and having her as a mentor is like a joy because she's always like got you in her embrace. So I would thank her for all of that.
So the person who's had the greatest influence on my career is probably not a surprise. It has to be Brendan Truax. I miss him every day. He was a genius. He had the most caring heart. He just loved his team. He made me realize that actually a workplace can be a family. You can have colleagues who are incredibly close. You can love what you're doing. And if you treat people with love and respect, you get that back in bundles. But yeah, I would tell him how much I miss him and how grateful I am for him bringing Decium into my life.
Boasting investors like Offset, Guy Ossery, and Pitbull, LeadShrink leads the world's largest esports platform, FaZe Clan, while Adam Goodman's Invisible Narratives is revolutionizing how the world of entertainment is funding. Alongside John Kotzier from Forbes, they will attempt to answer the question: will sports ever be the same?
Let's start right here. Lee, we'll start with you. So every major sports league has been sitting out for months, right? But while they've been out, they've been turning to esports. NASCAR has been racing in esports, the NHL, NBA, 2K. Interesting times. What's it like being the only game in town right now?
Look, I would say, first of all, it's a luxury to be able to continue to do work when so many people are not able to. And I think that's, it's not lost on me or the staff and how thankful we are. But I think what's interesting is we've been trying to elbow our way into the big leagues, right? Onto the main stage. And, you know, those are some formidable opponents to elbow your way into. The good news is we had a pretty good ramp up, and I think that esports and gaming really had its moment in 2019, and now that the lane is wide open, we've really been able to demonstrate our viability, our power, our influence over a fan base, and our impact on pop culture.
Very, very interesting. Adam, let's turn to you. You're a super interesting character because you're doing very, very amazing cinematic work, but we're seeing stuff in gaming and esports that's approaching that level, right? So if you see the latest Unreal Engine and you've seen the videos of that, that's absolutely seriously cinematic quality. Kind of interesting. We're watching Netflix or other things like that at much lower quality than what people are playing esports at. Can you talk a little bit about the convergence of entertainment, esports, and movies?
I mean, I think it's something that's been evolving over years. I'd say about 2004 was the first time that computer-generated pre-visualizations really started to become commonplace in Hollywood. Filmmakers started to get very accustomed to the tool of being able to take their storyboards and shoot them on a computer in advance of actually going on to a set. Now, as the world develops and we start to see technology like this Unreal Engine that you're referring to, the quality of what's real and what's really being captured, the lines start to blur there. And I think as social distancing sort of sits in front of us for the near future, it becomes difficult to get, you know, big crews together in big exotic locations. I suspect that there's going to be more, you know, deployment of using engines like that to be able to take advantage of getting the same kind of scale and spectacle that we were used to in movies prior to these technologies being available.
Interesting, interesting. Adam, I just want to ping in on you again, actually. just what are you working on right now in this COVID-19 era of making movies when you can't actually get hundreds of people together?
You know, we're going nimble, and we're realizing and being inspired by the guys at FaZe Clan and all of these creators that are creating their own content and are on fire right now, is that audiences don't really care about production scale or quality. What they care about is authenticity. Years ago, I made the Paranormal Activity movies and movies like Cloverfield, and we realized that it wasn't about what the budget of the movie was, it was about how real they were captured. And so right now, one of the films we're doing is a purpose-built movie that takes place during we're shooting it during the lockdown, and it takes place 22 months into the lockdown. We're positing that the lockdown continues. Michael Bay is directing that. And we had to innovate an entire new way of production technique. We had to work very closely with the guilds and the unions to make sure that they signed off on all of the safety precautions that we were taking. But filmmakers do their best when given great challenges and thrown at them, and this crew has done a remarkable job. And really what we're mimicking is more of what the FaZe Clan guys are doing and the way that they're making content, and you can see from their engagement, it's not hurting in any sort of way. In fact, it's actually, it's thriving right now.
Super interesting.
I'd love to jump in on that, because I actually think it brings it back to the former question of what this moment is doing for us. And I think that the content world is sort of being forced into constraints that for the world in gaming and YouTubing and that type of content creation, that's been the total footprint of what we've been doing. And so I think one of the benefits that we're experiencing is the erosion of this feeling that there are different hierarchies in content in terms of artistic value, and that filmmaking is up here and YouTube is down here. And I think that there is now a balancing where, you know, what I have been trying to preach as, you know, the CEO of FaZe Clan is that what difference does it make what camera it was shot on, what platform it's on, or, you know, it's viewed on, that what it really cares is the audience and how the audience feels about it. And that's really of the most paramount importance. The rest of it is a kind of window dressing. If you know, it's more about did you accomplish the goal of doing something compelling and engaging the audience.
I'll in fact take that one step even further, on Lee's one step further, which is that what we're finding with the young audiences is there's never been a bigger gap between those who are making development and production decisions and those who are actually consuming the content that they're watching. And so there's this notion that things need to be super premium in order for them to be really well engaged. And what we're realizing is that it's just the opposite. Now movies need to look more real, and real means to be more captured, and more captured means to have less people around and be way more authentic. That becomes really hard to do when you have 30 people whose job it is just to make sure that a hamburger looks like a hamburger on a movie set. So I really do think that this generation of young filmmakers that Lee and all the creators are doing right now, Hollywood needs to take their cues from them, because the audience is speaking loud and clear. And so right now it's really about listening to what they're doing and not trying to convert them into a technique from the past.
That's super interesting. I mean, you just only have to look at TikTok and where that's going, YouTube, where it has been and where it's continuing to go, or Joe Rogan making a $100 million deal with Spotify to bring his podcasting platform right there. Let's get back to you, Lee, and let's talk a little bit about some of the convergence things. So Travis Scott did a concert, sheesh, it's got to be a month ago now, maybe a little bit more in Fortnite, right? Others have followed. If you look at Live Nation's website, it's jammed with virtual concerts. I wonder about big gaming platforms, maybe even esports platforms. Don't they have an advantage? They've got a critical mass right there, and you can participate in the music in a way that you can't really, you know, just watching it on a TV or something like that.
Well, I think what you're seeing is, you're seeing gaming's impact on all of the surrounding culturally significant aspects of entertainment, right? And I make the comparison, in that gaming behaves in some ways the way music does. Music is able to have interplay with everything, with film, television, sports, fashion, you name it, there's a way to do that. Gaming is very much the same way, that it has now, I mean, certainly, you know, I'm living it as part of FaZe Clan, but we've found ourselves sort of in the center of all of these other culturally significant parts of entertainment. And we are able to have interplay with them that sort of reimagines what the experience is, right? So all of a sudden you have a novel way to experience music and a concert because you've added gaming elements into the mix.
Adam, what's that look like for a movie of the future, right? I mean, we've got movie theaters that nobody's going to go to, or very few are going to. We're not going to pack into them like we did in the past, and they were already pretty poorly attended, right? But can you see movies evolving into some sort of participatory form of entertainment as well?
I mean, it seems like it has to go that way. I mean, there's been this long-standing kind of, you know, myth in the entertainment business that people want to get out of their house, and they want to congregate, and they want to go someplace and share something together. And I think for the most part, that's true. A lot of us want to get out of our house right now, that's for sure. We don't necessarily want to get out of our house and congregate around a lot of people, A. And B, it is for sure more fun to watch a comedy or a horror movie or a big spectacle event movie like Star Wars or a Marvel movie on a giant screen. But for kind of everything else, the experience is not enhanced by watching a drama or a tights thriller or whatever it is with being around other people. So I am a big believer that, you know, you see this now with all these different watch parties and, you know, the ability for people to socialize with their friends and watch things together, that the theater experience is in grave jeopardy right now, because what people are experiencing at home is working for them. And the ability, when you look at Twitch, and the ability for that audience to interact with the creators and to be able to vote on certain decisions or be able to influence things or push buttons that kind of affect outcomes of storytelling, that for sure that's going to enter into movies. Like, that's what the video game world has been doing, and the confluence of those two things has to happen.
I got to turn to Lee on this same question, basically, because it's really interesting. I mean, when I'm hearing what you're talking about, I'm drawn back to an experience. It's got to be in the 80s right now, watching Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? And it's a packed theater, the kind of theater that you don't have very often these days, even before coronavirus. And it is going like it's a sporting event, and everybody's going, yeah, at the end and everything like that. I mean, that's kind of what you're seeing, Lee, really in esports, isn't it?
But that, so I think that the point that you made, and this I think this also impacts Adam's point, is the differences in this audience and this youth culture compared to kind of older generations' experience. I think that part of the fallacy that exists is that, you know, when you're in your house, you're antisocial, and for young millennials and Gen Z for sure, and the future generations, being together digitally is not dissimilar to being together physically. And I think that's a really important thing for older generations to wrap their head around, because our experience is different. Our experience is when you're home, you're not connected. And what kids have now is they are consistently connected. So for them, digitally experiencing a movie together, right, which Adam is referring to, that's not different than being in a physical theater. In some ways, it might be more interesting because they can speak to each other and not interrupt the film, right? Everybody can watch the film, or you can participate in the chat.
Yes, yes. Well, last question here, and we'll turn to Adam first. We're seeing this massive cross-pollination of traditional sports, esports, music, movies, entertainment. Where's it all heading? What do you see the end game here?
Boy, I would have given you a very different answer 4 months ago than I would have today. I think one thing that's happening, and one thing to, just because Lee is is my counterpoint on this conversation, is I think that the new stars they're not playing the part or pretending to be someone that they're not. I think it's guys like FaZe Banks or FaZe Rug or these creators that are true. They're true IP. They're real superheroes right now. It's not that they're playing the part of it. They've got shirts with their faces on it. They've got merchandise that is their name on it. And I think that what we're starting to recognize is that these are storytellers for the next 100 years of whatever Hollywood is. These are voices of a generation, and the generation has shifted. I've talked to Lee about this as aggressively as it did in the late 60s, when the studios were still making movies from the Technicolor sort of days of the 1950s, but we were in the Vietnam War, and all of our great civil rights leaders were being assassinated. And then came Easy Rider, and then came Steven Spielberg and Francis Ford Coppola and Martin Scorsese and George Lucas. And these young kid filmmakers threw a revolution and revolutionized how Hollywood and movies were made. I think that same thing is happening right now. It's just happening with groups like FaZe Clan, where you have young people that have cameras in their hands and stories to tell and antics that we all want to be a part of. And I think that everything is getting tossed through that lens of like just how real and fun and playful that content is, and everyone else is trying to catch up because everything looks stilted in comparison to it right now.
Super, super interesting. Great answer. Lee, sum it all up. Last comment.
Well, look, first I'll say I couldn't agree more with Adam, but we need people like Adam on the team with us. And thankfully, Adam and I are working together. And I think it's why the next chapter is actually the intersection between sort of the traditional model and the traditional players and this very siloed community of gamers and YouTubers that were sort of undervalued by the traditional players. And I think that what Adam and I are creating, what other partners are working with FaZe Clan and other people in our space, we are actually leading this next chapter in the entire entertainment business that will largely remake a lot of the old tenets and a lot of the old ways of how things used to be. And there's just, I think it feels like a new chapter in all of entertainment.
Thank you so much, Lee. Thank you so much, Adam. It's been a real pleasure.
Now, all week, we've seen 10 of the world's hottest startups battling it out for the chance to be crowned the winner of the 2020 Collision from Home pitch competition. And now the time has come. 10 startups made it into our semifinals, but only 3 made it to the final. And now we're excited to announce the results. So it's time to head over to Mr. Casey Lau, who's standing by to reveal this year's winner.
Give a warm welcome to the founder of Torch, Cameron Yarbrough. Hello, Collision.
In 2018, I spoke at Collision. My first impression of the event was actually overwhelmed at just the size of the audience and international nature of the event. I had really failed my first big pitch on demo day at Y Combinator. I knew in the back of my mind that I was going to have to speak in front of this big audience. While I was excited, I was also very nervous. So really, I saw Collision as an opportunity for redemption. Going in and failing and then having to stand right back up and believe in yourself and get back on that stage and pitch again with the same vitality. That's really what it comes down to in being a founder. In the end, I actually ended up winning the competition. Coming in first place at Collision was really exactly what I needed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the pitch finale at Collision from Home. My name is Casey Lau. I'm the co-host of our Asia-based conference called Rise, and I'm excited to be presenting the 2020 pitch finale. Over the past several weeks, the top 50 startups at Collision from Home have pitched their startups to our judging panels in the group rounds of the competition. These startups come not just from North America, but include countries like Italy, Poland, the UK, and in every vertical out there from clean tech to AI to virtual character. 7 startups emerged victorious from these groups and pitched here on Channel 1 yesterday, along with 3 pre-selected semifinalists in front of an amazing group of investor judges from the likes of Renegade Partners and Lightspeed Venture Partners. 3 startups were victorious and will now face off in the pitch final right now. So this is how the final is going to play out. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes in front of our panel of judges, but with no Q&A. It's about the pitch after all. Our final startups are focused on compliance, medtech, and coaching. All gave amazing pitches, but there can be only one. And so the winner will be announced here on Channel 1 later on today. So before I go any further, let me introduce you to our mega panel of judges joining me for the pitch final. Judging today is Prashant Chandrasekhar from Stack Overflow, Stefan Hauser, Hyundai Cradle, Silicon Valley, John Tatt, Toronto Dominion Bank, and Eric Hippo from Lara Hippo Ventures. All right, judges, are you ready? Here we go with the Collision from Home pitch finals. Our first startup is empowering teams to build the best products in any compliance environment. Please welcome from Boston, Massachusetts, founder Yasif Mohammadi from SIM.
Hey, I'm Yasif, CEO of SIM. At SIM, our mission is to empower teams to build the best products in any compliance environment. And when I say compliance environments, you should think about standards you might have heard of before, like GDPR or SOC 2 or HIPAA. These are requirements that many tech companies have to follow in order to build and ship their products. And at the companies that have to follow these requirements, we often see a bit of a tricky trade-off. The internal engineering teams who have to roll out privacy and security workflows have to make a choice. They can either spend a lot of time and money building internal tools that create perfectly streamlined workflows, but a lot of companies can't afford to do that. So what they end up doing is taking the other path, which is using off-the-shelf tools like Jira Tickets, Google Sheets, and Google Docs in order to build these privacy and security workflows. And that path ends up being unexpectedly painful. What we see is that these default tools create workflows that end up with a lot of bottlenecks, unnecessary work, and a lot of frustration in the engineering and operations teams that are on the receiving end of the workflows. And that kind of sucks. So that's where SIM comes in. We want to be the third option. What we've done is we've pre-built a large set of workflow templates that meet the requirements of lots of these standards. And then we've also built a library of integrations that you can use to pull down these templates and customize them for specifically your team's workflows. So you get all the benefits of these kind of custom in-house tools without having to build and maintain a lot of stuff. We even have a cloud runtime, so you can send us those workflows and we will manage and execute them for you and collect evidence along the way so that when you have to prove your compliance to an auditor, you can use our off-the-shelf reports instead of having to do a bunch of extra work yourself. Now that I've talked a little bit about what we're doing, I should talk about how we're getting it out there. What we've done is we've identified several workflows that correspond early with the compliance lifecycle of many companies, and we packaged them up so people can pull them down off the shelf in a turnkey manner and get value right away while slowly expanding into the entire SIM platform. I also want to talk about how this gets really big. The big picture here is what we're doing. We're building an automation and orchestration layer for all compliance-induced workflows, all security and privacy workflows. And if we can pull that off, what we end up becoming is a system of record for compliance evidence. That means we're the one place people go to showcase their compliance to anyone who's a stakeholder. And if we can do that at scale, what we become is a de facto certification. So we become the people who can say, okay, this company is compatible with this standard because they follow these workflows. And if we can automate that process, we fundamentally change how deals are done in several industries. The last thing I want to talk about here is the team. So Adam, our COO, has spent a lot of his time becoming really great at scaling up software products really fast in new markets, whereas myself and our CTO, John, have spent the better parts of our careers managing engineering teams at healthcare companies. We've solved these problems for our own teams, and now we're excited to go solve them for other people's teams as well. We're SIM, and we're helping engineers build the perfect security and privacy workflows for their teams. Thanks.
That was great, SIM. Prashant, what kind of comments do you have for SIM?
Yeah, I think this is a really big problem, especially as startups and tech companies really build products very rapidly. And so GDPR and other sort of compliance standards are obviously a big, big long pole in the tent to be able to get products to market. So definitely a big problem. Been historically managed using very traditional ways and traditional processes. So I think it's clearly a disruptive solution in that context. So very exciting to see a technology-led solution to fast forward or accelerate the ability to get these certifications, because it allows effectively companies to go to market with their products a lot faster, especially as you deal with enterprises and so on. So very impressed by the problem size, and it's a very real problem in a very large scale capacity, and so the market size is clearly very large, and also the solution seems very elegant in that context based on what's been shared so far. So those are probably the highlights of what I've seen. I think it'd be that maybe the detail here would be what's missing perhaps from the pitch a little bit is to say, like, what does it look like today in terms of an average timeline, and what does this actually generate in terms of if we had to go with a solution, what would it look like in the future, right? So that, I think, the outcome of what they're describing is probably a little bit, there's probably some an ability to articulate that a little bit more here.
All right, that was great. Here is startup number 2. MedTech is something we are all very interested in these days. GlucoActive is doing non-invasive glucose monitoring. I'll let founder to tell you more about it all the way from Poland. Please welcome Robert Stacherski.
My name is Robert Stacherski. I'm the CEO of GlucoActive company. According to World Health Organization, 10% of global population is suffering from diabetes, which gives us 422 million patients globally. From the other side, up to 20% of population is undiagnosed, which gives us almost 3.7 million deaths yearly. There are two main reasons behind the problems of blood glucose monitoring. It is painful when you need to prick yourself even 20 times a day. And secondly, people feel fear of diagnostics. This leads to poor quality of life and even premature deaths. In contrast to traditional glucometers, which causes pain, our solution is a pure gain because we use completely non-invasive laser light, which penetrates the skin and reacts only directly with the glucose molecules. Thanks to this, we can determine what is the blood glucose level. We have 3 versions of the devices: the stationary device for the professional use and the 2 wearable devices for the sports enthusiasts and patients with diabetes. We have secured our technology with 2 global PCT patents. We have already operational devices which passed the first stage of the clinical trials, and now we started the medical certification process. GlucoActive allows patients to measure glucose concentration with similar relative error as traditional glucometers. However, in the future, we will achieve accuracy even better than laboratory tests. Currently, we have a long list of deals in pipeline. Some of them are already signed, including licensing of the technology, in example, to global corporations, or sales to pharmacies and cooperation with the governmental institutions. We base our business model both of technology licensing and software subscription model. In 2020, we are closing trade partnerships and finishing our R&D process. In the middle of 2021, we'll get FDA and CE medical certification and start sales. In 2022, we'll build new types of non-invasive devices for the measurement of other blood parameters. Our team involves 21 people, specialists in the field of optoelectronics, microelectronics, medicine, and business. Currently, we are doing a pilot program with Nationale Nederlanden. What we need is 1.5 million euros for the medical certification and the launch of the first 2 medical products. Later, we will need 3 million euro for the development of other blood parameter devices. In 2022, we will also achieve break-even point, and in 2024, we will decide, depends on the results, if to do partial or complete exit. Thank you.
All right, Eric, what is your thoughts on GlucoActive?
I was impressed, particularly with the fact that it's non-invasive, which is a major problem in the diabetic world. And if this product really, fulfills its promises, I think it has a huge potential. As the presenter said, this is a major chronic disease that affects a lot of people, and the idea that you have to prick your finger every day or more than once a day is really daunting. So I was impressed by the product.
All right, to close out this year's Collision from Home pitch final, I ask you, do you need help with your public speaking skills? If the answer is yes, then please welcome Danish Damani, who is pitching Ori, an AI speech coach that will help you master the art of public speaking right from your smartphone.
We can help you onboard your sales reps much faster. Now, sales training is broken. 65% of sales training is forgotten within just 7 days. Now, there's a better way to ensure competency building versus doing quizzing, and that's role playing. But oftentimes, this is neglected because it's time consuming, hard to do, and there's inconsistent feedback depending on who you do it with. Then why do companies spend $20 billion if they're not going to reinforce sales training? At Orai, we have a better solution. Orai offers a ridiculously simple way to do sales role plays. A sales leader can create scenarios within 60 seconds and deploy it to their team, who can then practice on their own in their privacy and get instant AI-driven feedback on both content as well as delivery. The sales leader can then go back to the dashboard and quantitatively answer the question, are my sales reps getting any better? With all of this, Orai helps your sales reps boost their confidence, drive consistency in messaging, and overall reduce ramp time. Now, there are a few other tools in the market who promise the same benefits. And in fact, $1 billion is spent annually on these subscriptions. But with Orai's ease of use and detailed instant AI feedback, sales reps get better much faster. And we've done this with users across the globe. And some of our enterprise customers tell us how they like Orai's focus on learning by doing, versus just deploying theories. And businesses like IBM and Comcast pay us a monthly fee per learner. And in addition to that, we have channel partners who expand our reach within the enterprise. In 2018, while still working on the product, we made $60,000 in revenue. In 2019, just a little bit above $500,000. And this year, with COVID, we're anticipating about $1 million in revenue. And our team comes from some of the top universities and corporations in the world, with backgrounds in both computational linguistics as well as communication coaching. We are bringing one-on-one coaching to the masses and are backed by some of the top VCs in the world, like Comcast Ventures, Menlo VC, and Techstars. So if you'd like to learn more and how we can help you onboard your sales reps faster, reach out. Let me see how I did on Orai. So overall, 79%, 148 words per minute, not bad. And just one That's good. Thank you.
All right, Stefan, that was a pretty good pitch. Tell me and tell everybody, what did you think of Orai?
Really cool. So I like it, and I'm thinking maybe I should now check myself using the tool to see how consistent or meaningful my answer is. I think sales and training is super important, and to do the kind of learning by doing makes a ton of sense to me. We're looking into kind of moving a lot of these things online right now. And so I'm from the automotive industry, and so we have this problem to kind of move sales from face-to-face to also online. And so one question I would have is kind of, is that a possibility also to help with getting better online doing these type of things? But it seems to be very, very feasible. I would think it's something very relevant for many, and it also looks from a ramping up point of view and from a partnership point of view very solid. So I really liked it.
Great, excellent. All right, that concludes our pitch final today. Tune in later to find out who will be crowned pitch winner at Collision from Home 2020.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
I'd probably tell my teenage self, just do what you're doing. Doesn't matter that so many people think you're a weirdo.
So much advice. I remember my 20s was just working incredibly hard and not stopping and enjoying the moments and look around. So I think more than anything, I would remind myself that life is short and that the journey is the destination. And I just asked myself to breathe and take it in.
Coming up here over the next hour on Collision from Home, we have one of the most influential writers of our time. The author of The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood, will be in conversation with David Remnick over on Channel 2. Meanwhile, BuzzFeed co-founder and CEO Jonah Peretti is speaking on what it means to lead an organization through an epidemic, while model and entrepreneur Lily Cole will be speaking over on Radio Collision. Take all of the above speakers, add some mentor hours, some roundtables, some investor meetings, and Q&A sessions, and you get our exclusive Collision from Home platform, which you can access over on collisioncomp.com.
Hello and welcome back to Channel 1. Before we go into our next talk, a quick reminder to check out everything the Collision from Home platform has to offer. It's never been easier to set up a meeting, network, or ask a speaker a question using your mobile or a laptop. But if you're not at your desk right now, then pop in your earphones and enjoy this next talk. Let's hear about two of the ways tech is stepping up in this time of crisis. Berkeley Lights is a company fighting to find new ways to treat COVID-19 while we await a vaccine. And Xenex is a startup whose robots are busy disinfecting over 600 hospitals, helping to keep things safe and sterile for frontline workers and patients alike. Let's hear more about this important work. Joining us now is Berkeley Lights CEO Eric Hobbs and co-founder and chief scientific officer of Xenex, Mark Stibich, both in conversation with Paul Nuki from the Daily Telegraph.
We're all locked down in our different bits of the world, but with the help of Zoom, we hope we're going to bring you an interesting discussion. Mark, first of all, over to you. You've got the most amazing robot. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about how it works and what it does for us in this new age of COVID-19?
Sure. So what we make is it's a germ zapping robot. We call it the Light Strike robot. We emit a high energy UV. So this is UVC, or germicidal UV. So, we're used to UVA and B and the energy that can do. This is a higher energy UV. It's filtered by the ozone layer. So bacteria and viruses, they've never seen it. It doesn't naturally occur on Earth, and they have no defenses. We're deployed in about 600 hospitals worldwide. And the one thing we do that's really unique is the way we make the UV. It's this full spectrum, really high intensity UV that's able to deactivate, to damage the cell walls, damage the DNA, the RNA of organisms. And specifically for the virus that causes COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, we tested in a BSL-4, a biosafety level 4 lab in San Antonio, Texas. And in 1 meter and 2 minutes, we were getting more than 99.99% reduction. So we know it works, and we're rapidly deploying robots, all over the world.
Okay, and just to be clear, that this isn't an invention specifically for COVID-19. This is a robot that has existed before, I believe, and cleans hospitals and operating theaters. Is that right?
That's right. So before COVID-19, before the pandemic, we were in hospitals in the US and the UK and Japan, Italy, Spain, just all over the world. And what we were fighting there was hospital-acquired infections. So when someone comes into the hospital with a condition and they pick up something like MRSA or C. diff, in the US alone, that's 2 million infections a year. So we were already deployed for that. And then when the pandemic hit, we could, for our customers and then now our new customers, we're able to give them protocols for how to use the robot to reduce the risk that surfaces and that the environment might cause for COVID.
Okay. And is the light damaging to people?
That's right. So we have safety protocols in place so that no one can be in the room when it's used. A typical COVID cycle would be 2 minutes. So in a private hospital room, for example, might be 2 minutes in the bathroom and then 2 minutes on either side of the bed. And we've developed a safety program. It's been all over the world. Right now we have a board, so all the robots have a tablet in there, and they they come in real time with where they've been, what they've been doing. And right now that board says 22.7 million disinfection cycles. So we estimate, every 4.5 seconds somewhere in the world, a robot is disinfecting something.
Okay, that's amazing. So, Eric, your area is right down in the bloodstream with antibodies. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the system you have for searching for antibodies?
Yeah, absolutely. So for people who haven't followed Berkeley Lights, we're a leading digital cell biology company, which is focused on accelerating the commercialization of antibody therapeutics. And so what our platform does is we take in blood from recovering patients or cells from immunized animals. We perform a variety of functional tests to deeply characterize those cells. And within 10 hours of starting the protocol, we begin to export the top therapeutic candidates for our customers.
Okay, so you're scanning blood for antibodies, and within the COVID epidemic, you've been looking specifically at the blood of COVID patients to isolate antibodies, have you?
Yeah, so what we do is we actually find the cells that encode the genetic information to make those antibodies so we can make biologic drugs. And so essentially within a patient's blood supply, there are circulating cells, either memory B cells or plasma-based B cells, which encode the information to make either blocking or neutralizing antibodies. And so we are able to find those cells so that you can scale them up into biologic drugs. And since the onset of COVID-19, we've been working with many academic and industrial institutions to enable them to rapidly discover antibodies. Typical antibody discovery campaigns go on the order of 90 days. And so that's a very long time, whereas we're talking, 10 to 24 hours with the Berkeley Lights system. And so, we were actually one of the first companies finding antibodies in China in early February. 8 immunized animals were police escorted 2,000 kilometers across China to the nearest Berkeley Lights beacon, which was with GenScript. In March, working with the Department of Defense in the United States and Vanderbilt University, we found over 500 antibody therapeutic candidates from recovering patients that are moving now well into animal studies and hopefully into clinical trials shortly. And then just 2 weeks ago, we announced that we had immunized some transgenic animals, which actually have a human immune system in them. And we were able to find hundreds of functionally diverse antibodies from these animals as well. And it's not just antibodies. We're also working with the University of Queensland in Australia, Trent Munro, and what we're doing there is with our same technology, which actually moves, we grab individual single cells and move them into these little tiny nanoliter-sized pens. What we're able to do there is we're accelerating the rate at which cells can manufacture vaccines, so we can more rapidly ramp not only the therapeutics as antibodies, but also vaccines in the future.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how the technology works. I'm guessing it's a computer or an AI-driven technology, is it?
Yeah, well, it's fantastic. At the core of our technology is the combination of optics and microfluidics. We call it optofluidics. And in our technology, light and semiconductor combine to move individual single cells with light. And so we aspirate the cells from patients into these small microfluidic chips. We grab individually cells with light and we move them into these tiny little chambers called nanopens. And these nanopens are actually on the order of a size of a nanoliter. And if you haven't thought about nanoliters, which many people haven't, actually the size of the volume of a nanoliter is 1/50,000th of a drop of water. So it's very small. And in these very small environments, you can rapidly detect the secretion of the antibodies from these particular cells to a level which gives you enough signal to noise ratio to make the measurements. So the reason why other antibody discovery techniques take so long is you have to go through this immortalizing the cells and growing them up for weeks and months to get hundreds of thousands of cells to be able to measure the signal with standard macrofluidic techniques. So we just shrunk the control volume around the cells and are able to make the measurements in a much shorter time period. And this is how we can rapidly respond to pandemics like this. And we also have some interesting ideas about, how we can be prepared in the future to minimize the impact of these pandemics.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the things I think we're all finding with this pandemic is that although the speed of science is, hugely impressive compared to where it was just 10 years ago, it's not been fast enough to stop this one, right? And we're likely to be faced with others. A good statistical likelihood anyway. How convinced are you that the speed at which technology is developing, are we still on an exponential curve with that? Can you see yourselves, cutting your, 10 days now to a couple of minutes in 10 years' time?
So what we found with COVID-19 is, we started to think about how do we ensure that this doesn't happen again in the future. And what we found out with COVID is, number one, there are two very important points. First, these diseases can happen anywhere, can come up anywhere in the world at any time, right? Number two, we found out that people who had access to the blood of recovering patients, which had the immune cells in them, didn't have access to our technology or advanced technology. And people who had access to the technology, like us, didn't have access to blood. And it actually took on the order of 3.5 to 4 months to connect those two together. And once we did, then it's a 24-hour time period. And so what we formed is a consortium called the Global Emerging Pathogen for Antibody Discovery Consortium. We brought the best scientists together to make these workflows. And what we think we need to do is we need to create a global climate where these systems are deployed around the world so we can have a more rapid response to these kinds of epidemics in the future. The technology to process is not the absence of technology. We actually have the technology to process the blood in a short period of time. It's the deployment of, robotic systems and automations in technology, like Mark was talking about, the ubiquitous deployment of these things to enable actually the advancements that are happening. And so, it'll be really easy for us all to forget about this pandemic in the short future, right? But what we should really do is put the infrastructure in place, and whether it's discovering antibodies or creating clean and safe places for humans after they've been infected, right? I think there is an opportunity to magnify or change the way that we approach kind of, a clean and safe environment. And if an outbreak does happen, we can respond to it dramatically fast. And it's not just antibody discovery. So antibody discovery, 90 days, 10 hours, right? Cell line development, 50 days, down to 3 to 5 days. I mean, technology is present. Well, we just got to deploy it.
So let's just look a little bit at where you might see things in, I don't know, a month, 6 months time. How optimistic are you, Mark, that from the world of disinfecting, if you like, it's going to be quite a different place, I think, in 6 months' time. We're going to be thinking about our surfaces and our hands and our hygiene very differently, right?
Absolutely. And what I hope will happen, 6 months from now, is that we're able to figure out ways to make workplaces safe, to make transportation, the commute to those workplaces safe, so that we can, reopen the economy. We can, but do that safely and rationally. And a big part of that, it will be protecting the environment and making sure that we're able to reduce the risk of surfaces and contacts in the environment. So I'm hoping as we move forward, we're able to reopen and make it safe for workers and for transport. And then eventually we'll get to being able to go to the concert again, but that's probably not in the next 6 months.
Right. And is it your view that the built environment can be cleansed as it stands? Or do you think that we may need to redesign that environment as well a little bit?
I think some environments can be cleansed as they stand, and I think some will need redesign. Like we're seeing that now, and say in open office, work plans are being scaled back and there's partitions being added in. And so some of those things will be shifting. One area that I find challenging as we think about it is transportation. So a subway, a metro, like how do we do that safely? And I don't think there's an answer yet. So that's going to be a lot of redesign of schedules, redesign of how that flow works. So we're going to see a combination. I think other areas can be done as is with minor adaptations and additional enhancements.
It's doing really important work, and I'm sure over the next months and years it will pay dividends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This is Toronto. For the Six, we've got a distinctive mix of culture, diversity, and talent for both tech leaders and startups, all championed by our city leaders.
Mayor John Tory here. Thanks for tuning in to Collision at Home, and we'll see you all next year right here in Toronto.
Right now on Channel 2, we have an in-depth conversation with one of the leading storytellers of our time and author of The Handmaid's Tale. Margaret Atwood is in conversation with legendary journalist David Remnick from The New Yorker.
Welcome, Margaret Atwood. I would love to know how your days are being passed in these last
couple of months, we've all had the experience of looking at each other over Zoom and trying to decode people's apartments and houses and all the rest. But are you spending your days much like everybody else?
Well, probably in a slightly different way. You would think that that time would hang heavy on your hands and you would wonder how to fill it. It's been the opposite, because believe it or not, these online things take often quite a bit of preparation. Whereas an in-person event, all you have to do is show up. So it's been a steep learning curve for a lot of people, and particularly ones who were tech troglodytes. Like the red button, your mic is off. We had quite
You're on mute. You're on mute. Yes.
Yes, we're only seeing the top of your head. Things like that. But this is what we have. So people are learning how to use it in creative ways.
Now, you would think for a writer, this would be, or at least there would be the possibility of turning it into an opportunity. That seclusion, quiet, the ability to not go out very often.
Yeah, David.
It sounds like a writer's life anyway.
I'm afraid so. So what we're hearing from them as well, some of them are too anxious to write. It's made them very anxious. People with spring books out are having a tough time. So creative ways of trying to help out them. And people who thought that they were going to use this time to finish their mega novel. Possibly some of them are progressing in that direction, but others are baking.
How about you? Are you baking or writing?
I'm doing some baking. Doing some baking, a bit of writing and some weeding. I've been doing a lot of weeding. But definitely the baking. I don't think I've baked for 20 years, but I've been baking recently.
Now, when you say you're doing a lot of waiting, what does that mean?
Weeding.
Oh, weeding. I thought you were waiting for inspiration.
Waiting. Well, I'm waiting. No, just weeding. So pulling out the weeds. Yes.
Tell us, where do you live? What are your surroundings like?
I live in Toronto, a horizontal type of city on Lake Ontario. And it is therefore, it never went full Manhattan because it's not on an island. So there are still quite a few single residential houses in it. And that is one that I live in.
That was the one and only Margaret Atwood, live from Channel 2 here at Collision from Home. That talk continues on our exclusive platform, which you can access via our website, collisionconf.com, as well as getting networking opportunities with our speakers and mentor hours every 45 minutes, brought to you by Amazon Web Services. Now, as FinTech races towards a one-size-fits-all mobile wallet in a divided US market, how can you ensure your product remains inclusive? We've got Stash CEO and co-founder Brandon Krieg and CEO and founder of Pipeline Equity, Katika Roy, along to talk us through this one.
Welcome to Collision from Home. We're here to talk about this big topic, financial inclusion. And I'd like to start off with Katika. You're a gender economist, and I'd like to know, what does financial inclusion mean to you?
Financial inclusion means that, well, it means a number of things, but the first and foremost is that we look at closing the gender pay gap. We know that has particularly been exacerbated during COVID-19, but more broadly, looking at issues like closing the gap for female founders, as well as things like gender budgeting and economic policy. We know that in the United States, $3 trillion has been pumped into the economy during COVID-19, and none of that to date has actually been gender budgeted. So we assume that it's gender neutral, but in actual fact, it's gender ignorant, which means that that women and their families are bearing the brunt of the economic crisis caused by COVID-19.
And we'll get more into sort of the context because we don't discuss anything in a void. But Brandon, I want to find out a little bit more about the lens through which you view this topic. You come from Legacy Financial, the world of Wall Street, and now you are sort of squarely in the realm of fintech. Tell us what financial inclusion means to you.
Yeah, so as it stands, traditional the financial industry doesn't work for the vast majority of Americans, and a bulk of whom are living paycheck to paycheck or struggling with income volatility. And so, while they're trying to support their families and pay their bills and build up emergency savings, accounts for themselves, a lot of financial institutions either haven't built technology that meets the way they live their lives, or charges way too many fees that eats away at their money. And so, when I think about, financial inclusion in America, I think from a Stash perspective about the 100 million plus customers that we serve in the US that squarely sit in the middle class. And they're struggling to stay afloat. They have minimal access to financial resources, including advisors and too many fees and liquidity for themselves. And these problems that the middle class have are vastly different than the problems that the rich have. And so when we started Stash, we decided that we were not going to cater to the wealthy. We're going to cater to the biggest audience that really, really needs our help, which is the middle class.
Right. So what we're dealing with right now and have been for some time is a downturn, a recession, a crisis unlike anything I've seen before in my lifetime. It doesn't behave like other recessions that I've seen and been through. Katika, does it kind of highlight the need to figure out this financial inclusion piece? Does it add a sense of urgency to kind of cracking this nut?
Yes, because what was happening before the economic crisis created by COVID-19 was that they were all sort of sitting underneath the surface, right? So what we had was, we knew that inequities were there. We talked about them quite a bit. And but what has actually happened now since COVID-19 is it's actually brought it all to the surface, right? So in the United States, women have been about 55 to 60% of all of the 40 million folks that have actually lost their jobs. It's highlighted things like a lack of sick leave and paid paid caregiver leave, and the fact that the majority of caregiving actually falls to women. And we sort of assume many times that their income is secondary to their husbands, for instance. And we know in the United States that women are 40% of breadwinners in households with children under the age of 18. And for 71% of households with children, they are actually a key part of contributing to their economic well-being. So all of that has actually been brought up to the surface. What I think is interesting about that, sometimes in an economic crisis, we will think that, well, maybe, gender equity is looked at as a nice to have rather than a need to have. And I think one of the things that has been very interesting during COVID-19 and the economic crisis that's been caused by it is that in actual fact, it's brought it to the forefront, right? Women are the majority of all essential workers. They have bore the brunt of the economic crisis. And so to some extent, that's actually been a good thing. The inequities are not good, but the fact that we are actually shining a spotlight on it is a very good thing.
Now, Brandon, I'm going to ask you the same question in terms of the context of this. Now, in your last response, you referenced the middle class, and the experts that I've spoken to say, one thing that this crisis has kind of done is it's made us realize how fine that line is between the middle class and people who are lower income. And my hope is that this breeds some sort of empathy, but it also, in my view and others' views, highlights this need for real financial inclusion, meaning financial products that are good for not just the wealthiest.
Yeah, I agree. But, we also have to look at the reality that 80% of people in America live paycheck to paycheck. And so what COVID-19 has further magnified for us is the financial hardships that millions and millions of people are facing. If you had a problem saving or didn't have an emergency fund before COVID made it much, much worse. And I'm scared for a lot of people now because the CARES Act gave a little bit of relief to people, but that's running out already now. And so, we either have to get back to work or we're going to have to see more help and stimulus go to people that need it, because millions and millions of Americans are struggling right now to make ends meet. And so I think that this overall problem has been festering in America, and I'll just stay within the confines of the US for now, for a really, really long time. You know, the wealth gap has spread, and it's spread across race, gender, everything, all dimensions. And it stems a lot from financial education, from financial inclusion. And, you know, I think that, you know, one of the things that makes me feel really happy about is that I'm starting to see, at least with Stash, that people are starting to open up their eyes now and say, I got to make some changes. I have to start thinking about what just happened to me through COVID and how scary this was. And when we get through this, we have to think about, how do I start saving a little bit more money? How do I build a nest egg for myself, for a small emergency fund? Because no one thought we were going to get a pandemic. You know, no one saw this coming. And it exposed a lot more of the cracks that we already knew existed in the financial system for the consumer. So I think we got to put a lot of focus now into really how to use financial services as a force of good in people's lives, and ultimately how to get people to get and tick off the basic needs they need to have. Like, again, like having an emergency fund, like starting to have a budget, like starting to understand how to plan for when things go really bad, like a pandemic. And a lot of that is led by financial education, and really just giving people tools that they can use to understand the things that typically they haven't understood.
Right. Some of the best pieces that I've done have been on the personal finance side of it, but I was finding myself increasingly giving advice that I maybe would not normally give during regular times. This is, you know, the emergency of all emergencies. When you talk about, you know, we didn't see this coming. Is there then a conversation to be had about the government's role in this kind of thing? And when I bring in sort of the policy, the regulation piece of it, I do think it's important, especially to have this conversation now before things kind of spiral. Thoughts on that, Katka?
Yes, I would say financial education is one part. The other issue, if you just look at the gender pay gap, the gender wage gap, not only do women have less money going into their wallets, they have more money coming out of their wallets. And those are things that that the government can help solve right now. A few things on that. One is that for the first time in the US, on September 30th of last year, companies actually had to report pay by gender and race and ethnicity, and that data was never published. We can actually continue to collect that data and actually enforce equitable pay. But the other two pieces, which we call the three-legged stool of the pay gap, the one is student loans, right? So women hold 57% of all degrees in the United States, but they hold 67% of all student loan debt. So the student loan debt crisis is actually a gender crisis. It's part of the gender pay gap. It's part of what's coming out of women's wallets. And then the last piece is the pink tax. That is that women pay on average 7% more 50% of the time for items. But one of the big pieces of that is actually import taxes, because gender is part of the import tax code. It's part of the statistical categories. And on average, for footwear and apparel, women pay 15.1% tariff, and men pay 11.9%. So you could have virtually say the same T-shirt, and I would pay a higher import tax than Brandon. And that's something else that we need to solve. That is ensuring equitable amount of money that's actually going into women's wallets, but also the same amount of money that's coming out.
Before I get to Brandon, how do you adjust for things like fabric and I don't know, a variety of sizes when it comes to that kind of thing? I understand the need to have conversations about it, but I also understand it's a big thing to unpack and to properly tackle.
Are you asking me?
Katka, yeah.
Yeah. So there's actually two ways, and Congress and public policy is a key part in actually solving this. So there are two ways that Congress could act from an import tax perspective. One is to choose to use the lower tax, whatever is the lower tax in that category. That would be one. The second would be to actually remove gender as part of the statistical category, like in the actual calculation itself. So there are ways that we can solve this, because virtually for the same item, the taxes can be different.
Brandon, from where you sit and maybe from the Stash perspective, what do you see as the government's role? What is it not doing that perhaps it should look at doing?
Well, look, I mean, Pew Research put out some data. 50% of lower income Americans reported job loss or wage loss during COVID. And only about 23% of lower income Americans said they had enough emergency funds to get through 3 months of COVID. And so when we look at what's going on in the US right now, we have a at scale systemic issue, which is that there is a savings crisis, there is a financial education crisis. I mean, I can't say it enough. And what we need to do is, first of all, as a country, get through COVID and get people back to work. And then we have to start really highlighting that we have to start helping people. And this is the role that we're taking on, or one of the many companies that are trying to take this on, is to get people to start thinking about their money, how to budget, how to save, how to think about their spending, how to think about their current income they're making, how to supplement income with a second job or a side hustle or a side gig, anything that could be done to get people to start thinking about money and thinking about this topic that for too long has been taboo. And so this spans pretty much most people in the US. And so again, COVID has really proven this. And I think out in the future, you think about, the government's role in this. Right now, only 1 in 4 Americans say they have any money saved at all for retirement. So when you take what happened with COVID and the data we're seeing about the future, it's really comes down to access. How do we get all people access to tools and guidance and advice and education to truly help them do things that they need to start doing? And for a long time, they were excluded, but those days are changing now. So everyone can get access to tools to help them get rid of excess fees and start saving and teaching them about budgeting. And, I don't know the role the government will play. I don't know if the government or this administration or the next administration or the one after, I have no idea what they're going to do. So for me, I believe that, yes, I hope the government does something, but I'm not going to sit back and wait for the government to do anything for the huge population of people that need help. The private sector can help a lot too. And access has changed a lot of that. And I think it also comes down to the underlying business model. The incumbent business models of the large financial services companies, the business models don't necessarily align to the middle class and lower income Americans. They just don't. I can't fix that, but what I can do is build a business model does align with the middle class and lower income, and keep providing tools and services that really help them. I think that's just really important.
I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Brandon and Katika. And for anyone watching who wants to sort of continue the conversation or connect, we are available on social media and other channels. Thanks.
Thank you.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
There is still time to get your ticket to Collision from Home, and here's just a small, simple sample of what is happening on Channel 3 right now, where we're hearing from BuzzFeed's Jonah Peretti about the emerging trends brought on by the COVID crisis and how BuzzFeed is managing during this challenging time.
Hi, Jonah. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for all of you who are watching Collision from Home. Jonah, we're going to spend most of the time talking about BuzzFeed and the effects of the coronavirus and what's happening in technology. But I'd like to go back in time a little bit because I think it's important to put some context to it. And you have been a real pioneer in the convergence of technology and media. And not only have you been a pioneer, you've been a student of it, starting back from your student's day, but more importantly, with your doctorate thesis at the MIT Media Labs, and then all the all the tests that you did, and then when you co-founded the Huffington Post, that's where we met, and the Huffington Post offered you a platform by which you could make various tests and experiments about how technology and content were mixing. You then went on to found BuzzFeed, which was even more of a test platform and a very successful one. And it's good to remember that all of this happened kind of during the web time. So we're talking like 15 years ago. So and then came the mobile revolution, and of course the world went to video, and all of the social networks became humongous, and the distribution of news and information in general completely changed during that period. So looking back, how has the convergence of technology and media played out, kind of the good and the bad?
Yeah, so just one quick thing. I only got a master's degree at MIT, not a doctorate, but I did. I feel like I maybe got a doctorate in how media and technology converge, working with you at the Huffington Post and working at BuzzFeed, where we've really been studying how media is shifting now that the internet is the primary way that media is distributed. That was always the puzzle for me, which was the way media works has been very stable for a long time. You know, if you think about the cable bundle, you know, to me, actually shockingly, it's continued for years, even after the internet, of cable being a really strong business and broadcast and traditional media being very strong, theatrical releases of films being very strong. And I know we're talking about coronavirus crisis later. I think it's starting to really accelerate the shift to digital. But for me, I was always interested in what is media, how does media change when people sharing with other people becomes the way that it's distributed. And the internet enables media to just be distributed in really different ways. And to this question of tech and media, what's fascinating to me right now is that the big tech companies are all starting to take more responsibility for the content on their platforms.
That was Jonah Peretti of BuzzFeed, live from Channel 3 here at Collision from Home. The rest of that talk and many, many more are available over at collisionconf.com. We also have investor meetings every 15 minutes brought to you by PitchBook. Also plenty of Q&A sessions as well as roundtable discussions.
Over the course of his career, our first speaker has built an investments firm from scratch, and that has managed over $20 billion. He's fought for climate justice, and he's led the charge to impeach the current president, and then he ran for president himself. So joining us now in conversation with Rob Cox from Thomson Reuters to discuss how reopening the economy post-COVID presents an opportunity to advance the cause of both racial and climate justice is Tom Steyer.
Tom, it's great to see you. I think the last time I saw you was a year ago in San Francisco. We were able to speak face-to-face rather than Zoom to Zoom, and a lot has happened since then. Let's just tick through it. You ran for the Democratic nomination for president. We've had a global pandemic, and we've had an economic shutdown, a global economic shutdown, and we've now got unrest in the United States. I just wonder if maybe you can tie all this together. I mean, there seems to be a lot of strands here that are connected.
Well, Rob, it is great to see you again. Let me start by saying that. But I think what's going on right now is the United States is at a critical pivot point. We're going to make a decision in November about, I think, which way we want to go forward for the foreseeable future. And I view this as a generational choice with absolutely far-reaching impacts forever. That's why I wanted to run for president. I see the global pandemic as hastening and highlighting the need to make this choice. And I see the economic, this dramatic economic slowdown as a function of all of the policies and attitudes that have brought us here. So I see this year as a year of crisis and change for the United States with a dramatic choice in front of all of us, which we're going to make together in November.
Now you've been helping the governor there in California to try to figure out, the economic and other elements of this. But I'm just curious, what we've seen, the unrest after what happened in Minneapolis has also really shown us more clearly the inequities or the inequalities, if you will, economic and otherwise. Just wondering, you as someone who understood economics, understood markets. What is your view about how do we fix this? How do we come out of this pandemic, out of the unrest with a sort of better form of capitalism that is actually more equitable? Is there a way to do that, or are we going to just rush to get things open?
Well, absolutely there's a way to do that, Rob. And let me say this, when I was running for president, I spoke about racial injustice and the need for reparations every single day of that campaign. And I called for reparations for racial injustice every single day of that campaign, including in front of all white audiences. The task force that I'm co-heading in California to advise Governor Newsom about reopening specifically has in its mission statement, and that mission statement was written long before the murder of George Floyd, that we will address racial, economic, and environmental injustice, and that we will have in the front of our minds the underserved Black and brown communities who are bearing the brunt from a health standpoint of the COVID pandemic, and from an economic standpoint from the dramatic slowdown in the economy in California and across the United States.
I mean, well, how do we do that sort of tangibly? If you think, right now, it's every state for itself. So there is no federal plan for anything, as far as I can tell. Having just arrived back here from Zurich, where I spent most of the pandemic, the quarantine. I mean, it's shocking, it's every state for itself. But I'm just wondering, what policies, now these are some of the things maybe you talked about on the camp when you were campaigning, but also maybe things that you've picked up being on the task force and looking at what can we do tangibly to rectify these past wrongs?
Well, I think every decision has to be made with an awareness of structural racial injustice and economic injustice. So and we've divided it, so Rob, into short-term, medium-term, and long-term policies. So in the short term, we have to make sure that there are testing facilities where there are essential workers, that there is personal protective equipment for essential workers, that they are not being put in harm's way. So that people are being fed. There's not a lot of talk in America about what's called food insecurity. Food insecurity is hunger. Is people not getting enough to eat? It's not getting healthy enough food. That's something that my partner, Kat Taylor, and I have worked on for over 15 years through something called California Food for California Kids. So there's a short-term need to make sure that what's happening now specifically addresses the people who are most disadvantaged. In the medium term, we know that when the schools reopen, they're not going to reopen in the same way. If you're going to ask kids to do some sort of blended learning online and in person, they have to be hooked up to high-speed internet. Not everything in California is hooked up to high-speed internet, but for them to ask kids and give them a chance to participate fully and equally in education, that has to happen ASAP. There's an example where you have to address structural inequities with a racial, overtone to it right now. That's the medium term. And then in the long term, as we rebuild, as the economy comes back, as we rebuild jobs, there has to be an awareness that structural racism, structural injustice has disadvantaged specific communities. And as we build job banks, as we put people to work, that's in the front of our mind. So there is decisions, specific decisions. If we don't do that, Rob, then all the nice words and all of the talk doesn't come into action, and we don't address the structural racism that's existed in this country for centuries, and we're missing our chance to do it. That's what I talked about on the campaign. I know Governor Newsom absolutely has this in the front of his mind and in his heart. We have to do it now.
And you mentioned essential workers. Quite interesting. Don't we have to redefine what we thought it was an essential worker? I mean, I know we understand healthcare, people on the front line, but I mean, the people who deliver things, the people who have to be out there serving customers, interacting. I mean, to me, it's just that we've paid these people so little for so long. We've created this underclass almost, and it does have real racial undertones to it. I mean, I don't know how we do that as a society. Maybe it's a state by state minimum wage, or is there some way to deal with that as well?
I mean, simply spoken, when I was running for president, I was for a $22 minimum wage.
Yeah, I remember that.
Actually, that would something that would equate just to historically what people were paid fairly. There has been a widening of inequality across this country that is unfair, unjust, and unacceptable. But I think beyond that, this is an issue. The task force has principles of equity that specifically deal with racial injustice, economic injustice, environmental injustice that preceded George Floyd's murder. It is absolutely critical that we acknowledge this, but more than acknowledge it, that we have policies that specifically address it. And if we don't do that, if we're not closing the digital divide, if we're not putting people back to work and giving them well-paid jobs. Look, one of the other things I have been a strong proponent of is the organized labor movement. I think there has been an attack on organized labor for 40 years, starting with Ronald Reagan. And there's been an attempt to vilify them, to take away their power, to prevent that. And actually, those are people on our task force are 15 union leaders. And it's absolutely critical. If you're going to protect the safety of working people, these are the people who've been doing that for decades.
Now you have, how many people are on that task force?
It's somewhere around 100.
So what do you find are the areas where people have the most sort of common ground, and what are which that's the easy part, if you will, but what are the parts where we really are, the issues are knottier and they're going to take a lot more work?
Let me start by saying something that has been very moving and positive for me, Rob, and that's this. We have seen people on this task force set aside their agendas and just try and do what's right to preserve the lives and health of Californians and to sustain and increase the livelihoods of Californians. So we have 4 ex-governors, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. We have the leaders of the Democrats in the state Senate and state legislature, and the Republican leaders in the state Senate and state legislature. As I said, we have significant representation from organized labor. We also have the head of the California Chamber of Commerce. And every one of those people has said, I just want to do what's right for the people of California. And there's been incredible dialogue from people who you wouldn't normally think would cooperate and spend significant time listening to each other. That's what's supposed to happen in America in a crisis. You put aside your agenda. And that really has happened. And it continues to happen. So there's a normal tension between the absolute critical necessity, which Governor Newsom has put one, of preserving the health and lives of Californians, with the need to get Californians back to work, supporting their families and being paid, but in a way that they're safe. Yeah. We know that the most robust economic recovery will happen when working people feel they're safe at the job, when customers feel they're safe shopping or going to restaurants, going out, and when people across society understand that there are protocols in place that protect them, including the masking and the social distancing. That's the most robust recovery we can get, and Governor Newsom has been on that from the very beginning.
You've proposed some pretty interesting ideas. I mean, this idea of making sure every kid has high-speed internet seems to me absolutely right. You've seen governments, of course, have pumped money in. They've taken on debt. As a former financial guy, I'm just wondering, how do we pay for all this, and where do you see taxation, say, playing the role, not just in paying for what we've borrowed around the world, and that's really a global phenomenon, but also for creating a more equitable and just economic system?
Well, let me start by saying that the state of California has a constitutional prohibition on deficit spending. California has to balance its budget every year. And so the deficit spending in the United States is done at the federal level. And this is a time when interest rates are at absolutely historic lows, and the government is having to step in effect, to recreate the demand that is being knocked out by this sharp slowdown associated with the pandemic. So the state of California absolutely needs, and the 50 states of the United States absolutely need the federal government to support state governments and local governments around the country in providing basic social services.
Got it. Yeah. I
And-
see.
I mean, we came into this, Rob, with a surplus in our budget, with $19 billion in a rainy day fund, in the strongest economic position that California's ever been in.
True.
And, the pandemic blew a hole in that budget.
Right. Let me ask you one quick question. We only have 1 minute or so left, but how do you think the pandemic has shaped our view about what we need from our leaders, and how different how should the Democratic debate stage look knowing what we know today? What do you think has shifted?
I think in a crisis is when you really need leadership. And we can see that we have a highly divided country, and we need somebody who will both show Americans that we are together, that in this case, because both of the candidates are men, understands what's going on, is sympathetic, and will work to support Americans. So part of this is about showing compassion and caring. And part of this is about a vision not for us to return to January of 2020, to return something more equitable and just, specifically around race, more resilient and sustainable, specifically around clean energy. I think that the choice in America in terms of leadership has never been this stark. And I think the ramifications of the choice we make, it will be a dramatic change from where we are, regardless of which choice we make. It's the most important decision the American people may ever have made.
And so who's the perfect vice presidential running mate? How about you? You want to do it?
I believe that Joe Biden has said that it's going to be a woman, so I think that rules me out, Rob. What I've said is this: it's absolutely critical. I don't think that politics should enter into it. He should choose the best person, because I think anytime you have someone who's running, who's over the age of 75, there's a chance that he might get sick. Vice President Biden is completely healthy. There's no reason to expect that would happen. But under the circumstances, it's absolutely critical to put aside politics and choose the person who can step into the job, because she may have to.
All right. Well, thank you. That's all we've got time for. Tom, great to see you. I look forward to seeing you in person at some point soon, I hope. And to all the folks who are tuning in for Collision from Home, thank you very much for listening and watching.
Rob, it's great to reconnect. It's great to see you again.
Well, COVID is causing chaos for companies and jobs around the world at the moment, but sometimes unemployment brings opportunity. This next session looks at how tech can help you to find the best free agents out there right now. Please welcome the CEO of Job Today, Paulina Montano, the CEO of Pymetrics, Frida Polly, in conversation with Emma Hinchcliffe from Fortune.
Frida and Paulina, thank you so much for joining us. So I'd love to start by we're here to talk about recruiting during a recession, but this economic crisis we're in right now is very different from past downturns we've faced. Paulina, how does this crisis, from your perspective, working with some of the industries that have been most severely and immediately affected by this downturn, differ from what we saw in 2008?
Well, as you said it yourself, these two crises, two recessions, are actually very different to the point, but it's very complicated to compare. If you remember, the recession in 2008 was caused mostly by meltdown of a financial system, versus this recession we are facing now is, on the origins of it, there is a sanitary crisis. So what we see essentially is a simultaneous block of both supply and demand caused by sanitary crisis. We also see what this recession already today, we see what's going to be way deeper and the one which we faced back in 2008. If you would check on the forecast, if you look at forecast on gross domestic product, we assume is going to contract by 2% this year in 2020. Bringing it back to 2008, I believe that then we went to zero. So essentially growth stopped, but we didn't necessarily saw the decline. On the bright side though, we hope that this recession should be briefer than the previous one. The main concern for every economy in the world today is really about keeping the companies, SMBs and corporate companies afloat, trying to avoid bankruptcies. As far as we succeed in keeping businesses going, clearly this will give us hope for speedier recovery. Business going bankrupt obviously will result in high unemployment, and clearly high unemployment would result in prolonged economic slowdown. So once again, the big challenge is save the businesses and we're going to be fine.
Yeah, you know, for companies right now, they're operating, many of them have already done rounds of, they're operating with fewer resources than usual. Frida, how can companies hire during this environment when they may have less to devote to hiring than they would under usual circumstances?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've already seen many clients that we work with doing things differently. I think you have to really rethink your traditional flow. And I actually think it's a great opportunity for us to question the value of certain things. For example, you know, if you think about campus recruiting or many types of recruiting, there's the job fair, right? I'm sure you've all been through a job fair at some point in your life. And I think generally speaking, most people don't get a tremendous amount of value. It's a lot of human to human contact, a lot of paper shuffling, germs floating around. But unclear what you're really getting out of that. And so we see a lot of people transitioning to more digital based approaches and or using some form of artificial intelligence to do what a job fair would do, which is basically help the person who's going to the job fair understand where they're best suited at a company. And all of that can be done with far less travel, far less paper shuffling and germs being transmitted, and in a way that actually is better for both parties. So I really think that companies are smart and are really thinking about how do I use digital and artificial intelligence processes, not to eliminate high value human activity, but to really rethink historical legacy practices that really weren't benefiting anybody. And that's kind of what we see.
You know, when we come out of this at some point, what do you think technology in recruitment and hiring and just people management in general will look like?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that if you think about how technology can help, it can do a number of different things. It can really allow for far more candidates to be evaluated than in-person processes, right? Because of its reach. It can also allow some level of auditing and bias detection to happen in a way that's not possible with humans. And again, it can make, like, we're all using a tech-enabled platform right now rather than sitting next to each other on stage. So it can allow the same sort of person-to-person interaction without all of the flying and all of the, you know, potential, again, sanitary issues that come into play. So I really think that it will allow companies to leverage the parts of technology that can augment the human process and could have augmented it even prior to the current pandemic, but potentially people were reluctant because it was just kind of like, oh, you know, business as usual. Now I think people are rethinking things and seeing where's the high value to the human interaction, leaving it there, not interrupting that, but really allowing other pieces to be done in a more inclusive, fairer, and quite frankly, more hygienic way using technology and writ large.
Got it. You know, there's a lot of talk right now about essential workers, whether the government definition of who's essential or the workers that companies are, you know, letting go first as they first encounter these economic difficulties. Paulina, in your view, how should companies be thinking about who is essential and who they can let go during this time?
I guess maybe the first example which comes to mind are obviously creative professions such as marketing and designers. And my heart goes out to the fellow marketeers around the world. I firmly believe that both content and content and creative is king. And I'm not the only one. Just quoting Sheryl Sandberg, she said, the 80% of available return is the contribution of a creative and the content. So in other words, it's not about just throwing money at it and being in the right place in the right time. It's really about what message do you deliver. And marketing is all about values, values which you represent as a company. And it has to come in a clear message which enables you to cut through the noise and to actually get noticed on the market. And that gives you brand. And brand is that magic golden dust which gives you this customer loyalty and which keeps you in customer minds in all type of circumstances. And I can't think of a better moment when companies would need this customer loyalty than today, because having this brand is this magic key which is like a multiplier to whatever marketing investment you can possibly make. So I would definitely encourage every company around the world, when you are cutting costs, please think twice before you reduce the attention or the importance you give to your marketing departments.
Emma, if I can just, say something that I think is interesting on essential workers. So there was a piece of research done recently that actually showed that women are overrepresented in essential workers. And that's because, healthcare and things like that tend to be more women-dominated fields, certainly at certain levels. So I think that's just really interesting to see how that shifts in terms of, women are often represented more in fields where there's that sort of the sort of currently pretty dangerous professions, right? Whatever type of aid they're providing. And so on the one hand, they're obviously more exposed to aspects of the crisis. On the other hand, it really, I think, could provide some interesting opportunities for women in general, right? So I just thought I'd mention that because I think it's an interesting angle on essential workers.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side, women are also overrepresented in what Paulina was talking about, the white collar jobs that are often pushed out. So it's sort of the double whammy.
I think it is also a valuable lesson for as much as this crisis is very painful, I'm sure, for many people across this world. But I think it's also bringing us back to really the values of what is essential and what's vital.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, care is vital.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah.
Education and how we raise our kids is vital. Mm-hmm. Yes, to actually being able to come back to a house which is clean and to have food ready in your kitchen or to actually have food available. Hey, I guess it's vital need as well. So all of these tasks which are performed by people, which for so many are considered invisible because people are out there building careers, building technologies, and maybe doing some also very meaningful work. But sometimes we just neglect these things, we take them for granted. It's essentially like water and oxygen. You realize the importance when you are cut off. And I think as a society, we are evaluating today care, education, health, hygiene, safety, just back to the basics. Yeah.
Yeah. To pivot a little bit, this conversation is about recruiting, but companies are really thinking about their workforces across the board, not just in recruiting right now. Frida, what are you seeing companies do, and how are you working with companies to solve some of these other people questions besides hiring and recruiting right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, it's a really interesting time that I'm sure everyone is facing, meaning that your business has to remain going. You may have a hiring freeze, and yet, you're now responding to very different circumstances. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example, right? So we used to do a tremendous amount of events, and we still do events. But obviously that kind of changed dramatically, right? And we had to transition more to digital marketing, right? And that's a small example. But with the hiring freeze, companies as small as Pymetrics or as large as, pick your largest companies are really having to respond to changing circumstances with the workforce that they have. And so what can they do? And so really what we see a lot of companies doing is looking internally and saying, hey, instead of, laying people off, what can we do with our current workforce to respond to these changing circumstances in a way that puts us in a good position going forward? And again, I think it's interesting because a lot of these trends were already happening before the crisis, and they've just been accelerated. I mean, all these things we're talking about were already in existence. And I think that COVID has just really, to Paulina's point, made us focus on what's important. And I think, valuing our workforce and trying to find how we can respond to any environment with the people that we have is really critical. And that's what we see a lot of our clients doing as well.
I couldn't agree with Frida more. And just if you look at the market today and you see the companies in highest demand, it's telemedicine, is e-commerce, is delivery services. all of the sectors which have been already growing and in demand prior to the crisis, but through the crisis, we just got this extra additional boost, right?
Yeah.
So definitely this crisis is essentially about teleworking, for example.
Yeah. And it's so funny because Emma, if you think about the things we're now able to do, right? Like, have you had a doctor's appointment since the crisis? You know, it's all telemedicine.
Yes.
Have we had virtual conferences, you know, since the crisis? Yes. And so it really makes you think, will we ever go back to needing to take 2 hours out of our day to go to an office to wait for a doctor that's usually late when we can just, you know, pull up a Zoom and have telemedicine? Or, you know, will we go back to the constant travel and everything else that business conferences require? Or will we have more of these virtual conferences that are much more inclusive, quite frankly, because, you know, not fully able people have been saying for a long time, hey, virtual conferences really allow people that, you know, are disabled for whatever reason to participate more, and others, right, who may not have the resources to attend. So again, I think that we can really think about how what this crisis has thrust us into immediately can actually provide a more inclusive, more balanced experience, I think.
Yeah. In the recruiting and hiring and people space specifically, do you think we will go back to the way things were, or what do you think will happen when we're out of this?
I don't think so. I mean, look, I think, again, it's like any other major world event. It makes you, like, you know, world wars have had the same impact. They've really made us question certain things, right? And I think that's what it's having us do. I mean, I think that business travel in general will be questioned because it's a lot of contact for, if we can all do virtual conferences and they're just as effective, possibly more inclusive, then why would we go back to that, right? Think about, you know, sort of all of the ways in which companies think about attracting talent, retaining talent, all of the places where there was a lot of activity but without a lot of value, I think are going to be put into question, and they already are. And so once you've put into place a much more digital process, virtual process, while still retaining that critical human element that's important, I don't know that you're gonna, again, it's back to telemedicine. Like, do we really need to go into a doctor's office just to get a prescription written? No, we can do it over Zoom, right? And it's the same thing with recruiting. So I think that people are really gonna think twice before going full back to what they were doing before.
Just maybe jump in on recruiting and how will it look like after the crisis and what will change. I really like what you mentioned, accessibility, Frida, just bringing it back to the conferences.
Yep.
But I think it's really, really important value, and it's fundamental value for job search as well.
Oh, for sure.
And I think the role of technology really in this, in a society today and a society of tomorrow, is really to make this job search as accessible and efficient as possible. And we definitely hope that, once again, technology and changing habits, which we are seeing now through the crisis, which it will also result in people using technology more, and small business owners, big corporates, just given equal chances and making the job search as a process
for sure
faster for job seekers out there.
Yeah.
But today we believe that people should be able to find job within the same day. As current existing technology actually enables this. It's a fundamental value. Job is such vital needs, such as health, shelter, food, and so it should be accessible and available to everyone. Just
absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more, Paulina. I mean, I think that technology has already allowed companies to make the job search and much more accessible. I mean, with an algorithm or a digital platform, you can go anywhere, right? Versus with a sort of on-foot campus presence or recruiting presence of some kind, it's really limited. I mean, in the US, for example, Emma, you know, colleges, their ability to attract, you know, sort of blue chip companies has less to do with the quality and more to how close they are to a, you know, major economic center, which again, I mean, that's just a small example of how digital can really equalize, so that it's, you can go to any college anywhere, you can go to any applicant anywhere. And again, back to the idea that all these digital processes can then also be audited for the types of bias that you really can't audit a human being for, and you certainly can't remove from a human being. So I completely agree with Paulina that already technology has made, or has the potential to make recruiting much more inclusive. And I think that it will only expand on that. Now, the flip side, I think, is we have to be aware that technology can unfortunately also be exclusionary in other ways. And so if we're not careful about the type of technology we are building. And in particular, we build algorithms. We think it's critical that all algorithms in the recruiting space be audited, and it's really best practice. So unless you're doing that, you can't be certain that your technology actually isn't sort of doubling down on problematic historical patterns. But I think, again, the promise of technology well built and well audited can really be far more inclusive and far more rapid, to your point, Pauline. I mean, you can, expedite things that historically have taken weeks, months. I mean, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, think of all the people that are going to need to go back to work immediately. They, as a society, we're going to have to present opportunities to those people in a much more efficient and way than we have historically. Otherwise, we're really it's going to be a slow move out of this crisis. So I couldn't agree with you more, Paulina.
That's about all the time we have. So thank you so much for joining us and talking about this.
Thank you, Emma.
Thanks, guys.
What do you want the name of your autobiography to be?
What would you call your autobiography? And I had 3 answers to that. You never know, dumb luck, and you couldn't write it.
Everyone's been talking about whether we need offices anymore, at least offices the way they used to be. Here to discuss the future of the workplace is Chief Brand Officer of Xerox, Anne-Marie Squeo, and Maud Meister from Code and Theory, in conversation with Jared Lindzon from the Globe and Mail.
Thank you, Anne-Marie and Maud, for being here. Anne-Marie, I wanted to start with you. The workplace has changed so much in the last 3 months, as we all know. But in what way have a lot of these changes been in the works for a long time? How are they, a long time coming?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the workplace changed rather dramatically, right? For most of us, it was over a single day where we all picked up our belongings and went home. And I think certainly there have been trends over the last, frankly, 40 or 50 years related to remote work. The New Yorker did a really great piece on it recently, looking at the history of how it's evolved and how it hasn't evolved. So for me, the bigger question is how much of this is enduring and how much of this really signals a seismic shift in the way that we work. And I think what's interesting about it is, and I don't know what your experience has been, Jared, but and I've seen polls that have suggested people have less meetings. That has not been the case for me. The remote work thing has actually caused my calendar to explode with more meetings because you need to keep your team focused. You need to keep, especially in this environment, moving fast. And to do that, you need a lot of cohesion. And so I do think that while we all will work from home over a period of time, I'm obviously still working from home and lots of people are, I imagine that we will see a shift back to shared office space. What the outcomes of this probably will end up looking a little like is we get to work from home a little more often, but we are still going to want to be around our colleagues, sharing ideas real time, both from the emphasis of really that's how you build and maintain culture. Very hard to do that when everyone is sitting in their own home, dealing with their own situation, making big decisions, brainstorming. I don't know if you've tried to brainstorm on Zoom or any of these collaboration tools, but it's really not fun. So, I mean, we actually just did a study at Xerox. We conducted a poll on the future of work, and interestingly, and it just got the results back. Well, we're taping this today. So, the 82% of the IT professionals globally that we polled said that they expected, they expected their employees to be back in the office in the next 12 to 18 months. And what I find most interesting about that is they're saying that right now in the heat of it. I would have expected that number to be a lot lower right now, with people expecting more folks working from home. So that tells me that number is probably only going to go up, which means I think over time, especially as we get a vaccine and people feel more comfortable commuting and being in shared spaces again, people are going to want to work together in person and not just use virtual tools, although these virtual tools will become much more commonplace.
Mm-hmm. And you know, we often think of the workplace as this sort of static, singular, centralized location. But in what ways has this pandemic and as you described, sort of the history leading up to the pandemic, but you know, certainly expedited in the last few months, how has it evolved into not just a single location, but a larger ecosystem? And what are some of the challenges associated with managing that ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, and look, this is something that companies have tried on and off over the years, right? Like, so when I worked at Netflix, we had a sort of flexible work environment, but it was a firm belief by the leaders at the company that we moved a lot faster and a lot more coordinated when we all worked in the office. And so, you know, like our entire engineering department was in Los Gatos, California, and there was a reason that they were all in one place. And I think that companies have tried to do it lots of different ways, and collaboration tools and technology, they are wonderful. We're all using them. You know, at Netflix, we had Google Chat. We've been using Microsoft Teams. You and I are on Zoom right now. I mean, these things are all really helpful, but ultimately, in a workplace where you're trying to get people aligned around clear strategy and goals and then have them moving smoothly through them, that tends to be a lot easier for most people to do with some measure of in-person communication.
Right. And you know, Xerox is this 114-year-old, I think I got that right, you know, legacy company, synonymous with the traditional office. What might people not know about how the company is also shaping the future of work?
They don't know so much, which is in part why I was brought to Xerox. I think that, you know, the Xerox ecosystem is a lot bigger than the printer. We have our DocuShare content management system, which is really targeted at businesses. So it's more secure and it's more robust than sort of a Dropbox would be that consumers might use. But that is part of our ecosystem. You know, we have collaboration tools. Our IT services business has been growing over the last year, where we're providing virtual CIOs and remote support. And interesting, again, in our recent survey that we did, what we found, and again, this was targeted at IT decision makers and professionals, but their biggest pain point was remote IT support. So that, you know, actually is heartening if you're us and you've been investing in this part of the business for a while. So, I mean, I think what's interesting about Xerox and what people tend not to know about it is, you know, people still call us sort of the copier company. And, you know, frankly, there hasn't been a copy machine in years, right? I mean, these are multi-function printers. They scan, they print, they copy. Today they have apps on them. I mean, so the apps on our Connect Key printer can translate into more than 40 languages. They can turn your printed file into an audio file so you can take it with you and listen to it in your car or on your phone. So they are these like sort of digital workplace assistants that you can use your mobile device with, your laptop. You don't have to actually be in front of the printer. And so I think when you think about how Xerox is going to talk about itself and how we want the world to understand what we can bring is in an environment where you're going to have a flexible work environment where people will be at home or they'll be at the office, and on some days they'll be at home and on some days they'll be at the office, that this kind of continuity between devices and apps and software is going to be the future. It is the future. We've been doing, you know, we're already starting down this path. And Xerox has a really important role to play in that.
Yeah. So as you're saying, it's sort of not your parents' Xerox. And has changed a lot in years, and as you mentioned, you know, not a lot of people are aware of that. Maud, that's where you come in. It's part of your job to try and help tell that story. How do you go about changing a long-standing perception about a company with such a long legacy that people think they already know?
Well, as Anne-Marie said, the problem is really well defined. We need to change perceptions of the brand. And in order to do that, we have to understand the audience very deeply. And we've done a lot of audience research with Anne-Marie and the team to really go deep on both the IT decision maker and business people more generally, who are both very key audiences for the brand. They share a lot of characteristics. In many ways, this will probably sound familiar. They're busy, they're mired in complexity, and they want to be strategic, but they just don't have the time. I mean, gosh, I know I don't have the time right now. I'm fighting fires. We need functional solutions as both IT GMs and as just business people more broadly. We also know that they're trying to make business impact. They're working in new ways. They're trying to make their company better. They're trying to make the world better. And at the same time, they're still pursuing their own ambitions. Throughout all of this, we're still dreaming. And no matter who you are, whether you're an IT DM or whether you're a business person, from our research, we know that you have to do both to be successful. You have to do today and dream for tomorrow at the same time. And Xerox as a brand is really well positioned to help people do and dream. And as a creative agency, and as Xerox's partner, it's on us to help the brand find the right way to communicate that balance of do and dream. And we've been very focused on it for the past several months. And also really communicate very tangibly how this ecosystem is more than just printers, more than just copiers. It's a whole suite and ecosystem of solutions that can really help people right now. Mm-hmm. So that is how you inform the world of change, by really understanding your audience and setting it in the context of their world.
And speaking of the audience's world right now, how do you go about marketing in this crazy world that we're in right now? What are some of the unique considerations that you have to take for addressing an audience in this very difficult and, as you said, unique moment that we're in?
Yeah, it's a great question, Jared. I think a lot of people are looking at that question right now. What is the right way to market in this moment? What's the right way to communicate in this moment? And I think it's pretty clear to all of us that people aren't really looking for advertising. They're not really looking for a hard sell. They are looking for solutions. They're looking for answers to their problems. And they're looking for tangible action on behalf of the brand. And we are really lucky because Xerox has taken some really special and purposeful actions, whether creating ventilator parts or creating hand sanitizer. The brand is taking those actions in the world that really matter. People are also really looking for content that helps them. And that's sort of where we come in. So we're looking at how content can be created, distributed, and optimized across Xerox's digital ecosystem in a way that helps them build relationships and really drive that brand reappraisal and ultimately help people. So that's what we think that brands need to be focused on right now. And that's what we've been intensely focused on the last few months.
Right. And in the last few moments that we have here, I wanted to get some of your advice to share with the audience, starting with Anne-Marie. You already alluded to a long history that you've had as a marketer for some of the world's top brands. What advice can you offer those who are just entering their marketing career and in the process of launching a career in this, again, very difficult and unique moment?
Yeah, it's funny. I would say don't put yourself in a box, and don't let anyone else put you in a box either. And I think that goes for people and brands. I think that it is a truism in the workplace that people always think of you in the last job that you ever had. And if college is the last job you ever had, that's a particularly challenging situation. But I would say to keep stretching and moving, because when I'm looking to hire people, I'm always looking for people with varied experiences who are true utility players. And I think that you end up having a much richer set of experiences that you can bring to bear on any problem, and that just makes you incredibly marketable. And the same really is true for companies. When I got to Xerox, I think we had put ourselves in a box where we were really focused on, we thought printers were the only thing that we had license to talk about. And what was most interesting is as we talked to customers, we found out they trust us, they like working with us, and they're open to working with us on other things, other software, other technology. So getting yourself out of that box and making sure you don't get it in the first place, I think, is a key piece of success.
Fantastic. And Mud, some advice that you might be able to share right now with companies. Right now, a lot of companies are strapped for cash, and marketing is often one of the first places they go to look to trim the budget a little bit. How would you recommend that brands get their message out there in an effective manner during particularly lean economic times?
Yeah, absolutely. It might be very obvious. Everyone's online, so focus on digital. I'm saying that not because we're a digital agency primarily, but also because that's where everyone is on these digital ecosystems right now. So I would be thinking about how to deepen relationships using content and driving those business outcomes that you're looking for by doing a great job of ensuring that customer experience is changing in the ways that it needs to. Consumers' needs are changing, customers' needs are changing. There's a great opportunity right now to shore up your experience while you have the time and the focus. Don't be afraid to test and learn. There are a lot of opportunities out there right now that you can take advantage of in a low risk way. For example, right now, there's some great deals and efficiencies in paid media that you could take advantage of. A lot of brands right now are not investing as heavily in media, which means that there's actually some space for you to experiment. So I would definitely say take the test and learn approach. Think about your experience holistically. Think about how content can drive and deepen those relationships, and focus on digital 100%.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Now, starting over on channel 2, we have one of tech's superstars. He is one of PayPal's founders back in 1998, and he hasn't looked back since. He is now leading the fintech unicorn Affirm. Coming to you live from channel 2, we have Max Levchin. Please check him out.
Okay, Max, thank you so much for joining me. It's great to have this opportunity to sit down and talk with you. And one of the first questions I have for you, people are starting up businesses. They are entrepreneurs. And this is not something any of us have ever been through. And it can throw a wrench into the momentum we may have been starting, the networking, the face-to-face meetings. What can you tell entrepreneurs and startup founders who may be finding themselves hitting a wall right now and figuring out how to reorganize and restructure and do what they have to do when they can't meet with people in person and there's so much disruption? What would be your advice there?
It's definitely challenging. I think there's no denying that this is a very tricky time to build a network, for sure. Networks are built through human interaction, which it's a lot harder to perform through glass surfaces. On the flip side, it is efficient. You can find yourself, I found myself, and so both my wife and I have been spending a lot of time on various video conferences, sort of even something like what we're producing here, where it's quite easy to suddenly have this giant grid of faces. You're like, oh, I think I know that person. Well, I can chat them up right now. So there are new techniques and new tools that are becoming available. And unlike the normal times, whatever they are, the social norms have been wiped out pretty broadly. And so it is completely okay to tell someone on a chat, on a large video conference, seminar, webinar, whatever it is, like, hey, I just see that you're here, can I please talk to you and pitch you my startup? And so I would say adaptability is huge right now.
Do you have a recommendation for how someone can get your attention or the attention of someone that they just want to get an idea in front of, or they have, something that they want feedback on? Is there an effective way to do that, an approach that worked for you that you would recommend?
Nothing can overstate the importance of being an excellent, concise, and eloquent writer. I think if you can articulate, here's who you are, here's why this outreach matters to you. It doesn't even have to matter to me so much, but you say, look, Max, I have a question, or I have a proposal, I have an idea. Here's 10 words about me, here's 20 words about my idea. Here's the easiest way to respond. I have one question, would you please answer? Has a much higher probability. And just like you, I have exactly the same situation. Like, that's a short enough thing. I read it, I understood it. Maybe on my phone, bumping into my wife as she's making her smoothie and I'm waiting for my turn at the blender, I can respond to that. If it's a 6-page proposal for collaboration that's in a PDF that has a password sent in a separate email, it's pretty unlikely it's going to get opened.
What do you care about the most these days? Our world is in quite a bit of turmoil, first from coronavirus, but also with what's happening with the George Floyd protests, the Black Lives Matter movement. So in this moment in 2020, what is it that motivates you and what do you care about and where do you find your attention going?
So I think in my case, and I think there's a sort of broader point.
That was the CEO of Affirm and PayPal's co-founder, Max Levchin. He was speaking live on Channel 2, and you can catch the rest of that talk by heading over to collisionconf.com to get your tickets. You'll get to be in touch with all of our speakers, as well as the chance to make meaningful connections with other attendees, joining in on mentor hours brought to you by AWS, Q&A sessions, and so much more.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
Oh, I would tell my younger self not to listen to advice most of the time, that it's very often bad.
I would tell her that life is a dance between making it happen and letting it happen. And sometimes some of the best things that happen in life we didn't make happen.
I would say one of my superpowers I've always thought is worry. It gets me out of bed in the morning. It makes me keep thinking. It keeps me focused on having the better idea. The advice I might give myself is maybe worry a little less.
Now on Channel 1, we have about how 2 companies are changing the way people consume sport, particularly during a once-in-a-generation pandemic. So next up, we have Overtime co-founder Zach Weiner, who joins DraftKings co-founder Matt Kalish.
So let's talk a little bit about why DraftKings decided to go public amid a pandemic.
We were planning on going public for months and months. I think we originally announced a deal to bring the company public in December. And, obviously we're in an unprecedented time, but nothing really changed as far as the DraftKings story. Investors are buying into DraftKings because they want to invest in the expansion of sports betting and iGaming in the U.S. DraftKings is a vertically integrated pure play on U.S. sports betting and iGaming expansion. And so, if anything, I think investors were looking at this as, maybe even with some of the things going on in the world, that the acceleration of, sports betting in different states throughout the country or iGaming may even accelerate. So it seemed like a great time, I guess, bizarrely, to go public. And we had a great transaction lined up in parallel with going public. We also acquired a company called SB Tech, which allowed us to own our sports betting technology and platform and bring on a fantastic team. So I think the benefits far outweighed any sort of considerations to maybe push out the IPO date.
That's great. And I want to get to your technology in a little bit, but this question can tie into both Overtime and DraftKings. Right now, there are no sports. What are you guys doing to engage with your user base, the people who visit your platform, because there are no sports playing right now?
There's a multitude of things that we're doing. We actually have seen in the past couple of months an uptick in our views, engagement, and watch time. All of our core metrics are up. And I would say it's for a few reasons. One is that we really focus on treating our audience as a community. I can walk down the street in an Overtime sweatshirt and Overtime shirt, and there's a good chance a kid is going to go, yo, shout out to Overtime. And so that connection for our fans, honestly, has just been even stronger. We respond to every single DM. So we have a lot of one-on-one communication. We have a lot of, kids that submit highlights to us. We're running these challenges that they can work out at home. So a lot of interactive content. And then we're lucky that we have a lot of content stored up that we've been editing throughout the quarantine and working with our staff that are working at home.
Matt, well, what about DraftKings? Like, what are you guys doing right now?
We're basically scouring the world for live sports content of any form. We saw early March. Obviously, it was a much different time than late March and since then. So we saw, for example, our esports volume went up 50x after the kind of shutdown of live sports. Just lots of customers migrated from what they were doing, in NBA or other sports over into whatever was live and going on in the world. We've seen in the sports book, like table tennis, darts, things you would never believe are just incredibly popular in the US. And now there's starting to be some emerging, I guess you would say, like leagues opening up. So NASCAR is back in action. They did something really cool that I think we were able to engage a lot of customers with on the 17th, with the kind of reinstitution of their racing, but they're actually racing 3 or 4 times a week. So we're looking at PGA coming back very soon in early June. So just kind of playing on anything going on in live sports and also creating some content of our own through things like Madden streaming contests.
I want to get a little bit more to the content aspect, but I'm curious. I'm a gamer. Like, what exactly are people betting on with esports? Like, it's very hyped up right now. Like, there's a lot of interest in it. But if I want to place a bet on something, what do I even bet on?
Yeah, it's like fantasy, League of Legends, fantasy, Counter-Strike, Rocket League. People build rosters of esports athletes that they think will have good performances in competitive matches. And we've been running that in League of Legends for years and years now, since I think 2015, but expanded really the amount of games that we were covering since the pandemic, just to make sure that everything going on in worldwide sports, that we had a game for it.
So Penn National acquired Barstool Sports for about $450 million. I feel like you guys can bring some interesting perspective about that. What do you guys see happening in this space where sports or gambling is starting to cross over to media? Zach, what are your thoughts about that acquisition? Do you think we're going to see more with that in the near future?
Yeah, I think it's smart. I think that for a lot of media companies, I think Barstool is unique because they have a really strong connection with their audience and their community. And I think that's one of the similarities between our two brands. And, actually Erica speaks to that all the time as well. I think that there are a lot of similarities between us in that way. But I think that for media companies that are not ours, I think they're pretty dependent on just advertising revenue. And advertising is a tough business, obviously during COVID, but even before COVID, it's tough to be a digital media company that's reliant on that one revenue stream. Now, our two companies are lucky to not have that, but I think that really one of the best advertisers for a lot of sports media companies are gambling companies. So I think that partnership makes sense for us at Overtime. Our audience is a little younger. We do have a lot of people over the age of 18, a lot of people over the age of 21, but we do have a bunch that are under. So I don't think that you'll see us anytime soon become, a gambling outlet. But at the same time, our audience is very interested in betting against each other in sort of small ways or virtual currency ways. So that's something that we're actually working on internally, and I think could be really interesting for our demographic.
Matthew, what are your thoughts? Do you see a future where DraftKings acquires a media company or partners with a specific media company?
I don't know what will happen. I mean, I think what Penn and Barstool did made a lot of sense. They're both great companies. We're partners with Penn for a lot of different market access and sports betting. They have a great footprint throughout the U.S. with brick and mortar casinos that we're partnering up with to be able to offer sports betting. And they've been a great partner. Barstool, we've also worked with for years and years in a variety of different ways, like marketing relationships and things. And both are great companies. It makes total sense. I'm sure that there'll be more deals like this going on in sports betting, different consolidations or media and operator deals.
Let's pivot to social media. How are you guys operating your social channels right now during the pandemic, and how do you see them playing out? You have platforms like TikTok that are starting to gain traction. There's also Snapchat. Zach, did you want to shed some light on that?
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the things that is proven to be important during this time is just maintaining consistency. I mean, we have over 30 accounts on 7 different platforms. We're the biggest sports publisher on TikTok. We just hit 9 million followers. We're gigantic on Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube. Where our audience is, that's where, you know, we play, so to speak. But, you know, for our audience, they understand that there's no live sports right now, but we've never published live sports. So they don't expect us to really turn off the lights. And I think that that's why our engagement and views are up, because while other entities are, you know, struggling without live sports, there's still plenty of us for us to publish. And I think that one of the trends that I'm seeing, you know, amongst all the content that we're putting out is like inspirational content is doing really, really well right now for Gen Z. There is this feeling of wanting to sort of band together. And I think that's been really encouraging. So that's something that we've definitely tapped into.
Matthew, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, on our end, you know, we've always activated, you know, our audience through social channels, just various engagement, kind of like plans that we put in place, whether it's promotions or just distributing sort of social only contests, giveaways, all this sort of stuff always is very well received. And just trying to kind of live and breathe whatever's going on moment to moment in sports, and, you know, be actively participating in those conversations going on. And obviously the content of what we're talking about has changed a lot. It's, you know, like I was saying, table tennis, darts, these things are what's popular right now in sports betting as people await their favorite sport to return to action. And we're just trying to flex with that and talk about whatever's going on that's top of mind, whether it's, you know, Last Dance on ESPN, or if it's Tiger King, or if it's, you know, NASCAR returning. We're trying to create gaming and engage customers and distribute through social.
So just to pivot real quick, as you know, the NFL season is the biggest when it comes for DraftKings. You guys have told me in the past that it's your Black Friday. How are you viewing that right now? All signs point to like the NFL returning, but, you know, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. Like, how are you guys viewing that right now? And, you know, like, can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah. I think obviously everyone would like to see things return to normal when the time's right. I don't sense that maybe we're too far away from that, but everyone's trying to do the right thing, I believe. And, you know, in the case of the NFL, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I think their timing of how the season works is maybe like ideal in the case of what's going on. So hopefully their season is able to go off, you know, and everything's normal. But if not, you know, we'll deal with it like we have been for the last 3-4 months. It's not the end of the world. You know, schedules are changing and moving across every single league worldwide. And so NFL is no different. I think we'll just kind of keep you know, paying attention to what they're thinking, what they're doing with their season, and adapt and try to provide the best offering for our players.
And Zach, like in terms of like overtime, do you guys do any marketing, and like, you know, how are you guys growing your platform right now without any sports? Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, so we've been lucky. We never pay for marketing or growth. Like, all of it is organic based off the back of our content. We grow tens of thousands of followers every single day. And it's because, as I mentioned before, we actually interact with our community. We interact with our audience. And I think that's why brands, especially during COVID, have been so attracted to us. You know, we've had a lot of brand partners choose us as the only spend that they're doing during COVID, because we have that organic growth.
Well, thank you, Zach. Thank you, Matt, for joining us today. And I believe that's all we have for today. Thanks, guys.
The Gronkowski family of 4 boys all became professional athletes, defying the 33 million to 1 odds of that ever happening. Led by Super Bowl winner Rob, please get ready for some organized chaos. In conversation with Gur Gilroy, here are the Gronks, Rob, Gordy, Glenn, and Dan, like you've never heard them before.
All right, let's do this. I'm delighted to say we have 4 of the Gronkowski brothers with us. It's the Gronkowski's Guide to Building a Business Empire. And with us, we have Glenn, we have Rob, we have Gordy, and we have Dan. Glenn, we're missing one of your brothers, but he's got the best of excuses.
Yes, his wife just had a kid. They're at the hospital right now. just had it probably 15 minutes ago.
Chris was supposed to be repping the ice shaker, and you've all brought one. So if you did want to do your show and tell here.
Chris, this is for you. Congratulations on your third boy.
CEO of Ice Shaker, congratulations on your third boy. Most importantly, a healthy baby. Looks unbelievable. So congrats again, and congrats on all your success with Ice Shaker 2. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. You're the man. We got cold drinks all day, and we got hot drinks all day when it's cold out when we're skiing. So thank you very much.
You're a cookie magnate. You're taking over the world with cookies, Gordy. Is that correct? That's your story?
He's not a chick magnet no more. He's a cookie magnet now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how this has even started. You know, this is our protein cookie cake we're doing for Father's Day, and then these are our protein cookies. So it's really funny. We've been in the fitness industry our whole life, and we try to find fun, loving, cool, exciting products. And again, brother Chris brought something to the table. He asked me to get involved with them, and we were able to partner up with a company called Boston Baking in Boston. And we came up with our own formula, a better for you cookie. Us 5 brothers are always on the road. We're always playing sports, and we're eating, peanuts and almonds and protein bars. And we're like, dude, we want something different. So who doesn't want a bomb protein cookie that's better for you, that tastes like a cookie, and it's a lot healthier snack for you? So we were able to work on our formulations over the last year. We're about to do a full launch here in the next month or two. But our soft launch has just been absolutely incredible. We have over 50 5-star reviews on Amazon already in just 35 days. And we came out again with a protein cookie kit now with 16 grams of protein, gluten-free, made in a kosher facility, 10 grams of fiber. So it's just incredible that we were able to do something this fun. And we can do so many crazy things with it as well as brothers.
So how is the eating going? I presume it's the worst part of your job, having to eat lots and lots of stuff.
It's actually really tough to put on weight. I've been eating tons. Some days I've been doing like 5,000, 6,000 calories, 3 shakes, 3 cookies. The amount of running I've been doing to keep my cardio up too and everything. It's tough to put on weight when you're training like that, because in football, you got to have cardio level. You got to have cardio strength, and also you got to have overall strength too. So you got to be working out all that, working out 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day.
That was the Gronkowski brothers out there, and for as many of them as we could fit on one screen. You can watch the rest of that talk over on our exclusive platform designed to give you that world-class networking and incredible access to speakers and attendees, and just the opportunity to meet great investors at our investor meetings, which are powered by PitchBook, and they happen every 15 minutes. So for that, head over to the website for more information. Well, with exports sinking to just 29.7%, Canada is not immune to the effects of COVID-19's economic depression. It's sweeping the globe. But we Canadians are not afraid of a challenge, and we are going to start the fight back to recovery right here at home. Joining us now to discuss how the road to recovery starts at home is Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry, Navdeep Bains, in conversation with Amber Mack from CTV.
Minister Bains, before we talk about the road to recovery, we are more than 3 months into this pandemic. And I wanted to get your opinion in terms of the impact on the ground when it comes to innovation, science, and industry. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing a lot about the importance to collaborate. People recognize more than ever they want industry and they want governments to work together. And that's what we've seen in this current crisis. You've seen the federal government work very closely with their provincial and municipal counterparts. We're seeing the health authorities locally coordinating with Health Canada. And I'm personally very, very eager to work with the Industry Strategy Council, which represents a diverse group of sectors and innovative companies across the Canadian economy. And we put this council together, this Industry Strategy Council, representing the different sectors to better understand their needs and concerns going forward. So collaboration and partnership are 2 key themes that have emerged in this crisis. And I think that's going to really lay the foundations going forward as we restart the economy and talk about the long-term recovery.
When you talk about some of that work being done on that special committee, can you dive into that a bit further as far as what you've been able to accomplish and your goals in the months to come?
So as a government, we've taken an approach to help individuals and businesses through broad-based support measures. There are income support, liquidity measures, but we've seen with this crisis, with the COVID-19 crisis, the impact on different sectors is unique. From tourism, from food and accommodation, to manufacturing, to the aerospace sector and auto sector. And so we need to understand what are those unique pain points for each of the different sectors in the Canadian economy. And right now we've established a council, this Industry Strategy Council, that'll do a deep dive in understanding those unique challenges to help us better shape policies and programs and solutions on a going forward basis to assist them with the economic recovery.
I'd love to dive a little further into some of these solutions and talk about the scientific community. I think what many people are experiencing right now is that they're looking for those moments of hope. When we look at the scientific response in this country and talk about things such as technologies, treatments, and vaccines, what are some of the promising highlights that you're seeing?
You're absolutely right. There's a lot of hope pinned on science. Our government recognizes that science is absolutely critical in finding solutions and determining new ideas that will really help citizens, particularly with the current crisis. And our government already laid down the foundation, and I think that context is important. We made the single largest investment in Canadian science over the past 50 years. And we believe that investment enabled us to develop some really promising solutions. If you look at the Ebola vaccine that was developed here in Canada, if you look at the sequencing of the DNA for SARS, that was done here in Canada as well. And what we've done in the current context is invest $2 billion more for COVID-19 related science investments. And that's translated to specific initiatives like AbCellera, a biotech company out of British Columbia that has identified about 6 million cells that it's analyzed and searched in the human body from COVID-19 patients that have recovered. And it's identified 500 antibodies, and now it's narrowed down to one single antibody that they can use as a therapy, and that's going to clinical trials. And we help fund that. And AbCellera, with their partners, are moving forward with this initiative. And that's an example of Canadian ingenuity, creativity, and the science coming together to find meaningful solutions for Canadians.
I think when we hear these highlights, many of us remain hopeful. I want to shift gears for a second and look at the technology community, because we've spoken before and we know that there has been some incredible momentum over the past few years when it comes to the technology sector here in Canada. And what worries me a little bit is that perhaps we have lost some of that momentum. And I wonder what you would say to some of these startup founders right now who are trying to keep their businesses alive. What would you say to them in terms of helping them to continue with that momentum that we've seen over the past few years?
I think, simply put, we have your back. We recognize that technology and innovation and the startup ecosystem are going to be critical for our economic recovery. And that is why we put forward measures to really support talent and retaining talent. We know that's the number one issue that the tech companies talk about, or all businesses essentially talk about, is how do you attract talent? How do you retain talent? How do you develop talent? And we put forward a program through the National Research Council called the Industrial Research Assistance Program, which has supported 2,000 tech firms. And these are startup companies, pre-revenue, SaaS, high-growth firms that have benefited from measures to retain a highly skilled, highly innovative employees.
In a recent interview, speaking again about the technology sector, you did an interview for Game Changer where you said that companies need to be nimble and flexible. And I think that we're seeing an enormous amount of acceleration in the technology space in terms of digitization. What would you say to those businesses who maybe aren't adapting quickly enough? What is the risk?
Look, we are dealing with very challenging times, or we're in challenging times and dealing with some very difficult issues. And companies are rethinking their business models. They're rethinking how their supply chains are operating, as opposed to just in time. Is just in case is the new model that I'm hearing from quite a few businesses. And so they need to adapt, as you mentioned. And one such example of that is companies that manufacture medical grade gowns. We know that those gowns are in high demand globally, and there are over 20 Canadian manufacturers that are able to source local material through construction house wrap or through the nylon in the airbags to meet Health Canada standards to produce and manufacture millions of medical grade gowns right here in Canada. So that's an example of how companies are adapting, and that's the kind of ingenuity, the creativity, the mindset we need to have as we're dealing with this crisis and as we navigate our way through this crisis.
I would love to talk a little further about this Made in Canada approach. I'm thinking about a company I interviewed a few weeks ago called Canadian Shield. When I talked to them in early April, they had 8 employees, and then within weeks they had 150, and it continues to grow. What are some of the benefits of this Made in Canada approach, and how do we continue with that momentum that we're seeing?
Well, we have a very strong industrial base here in Canada, and that's a point of pride, and that's enabled us to play a leadership role in this initiative called Made in Canada project, where we had a call to action, and over 6,000 companies came forward with their ideas to retool or scale up production. And we've seen 700 companies do that in a meaningful way. And examples like you mentioned just highlight the importance of having a strong industrial base. And what we've been able to do is take individuals like Art McDonald, who's a Nobel laureate, who came forward with a really cool solution to build ventilators, and matched them up and paired them up with a local manufacturer, Vexus in Markham, to help build those ventilators here in Canada. And these are thousands and thousands of ventilators that would be built here in Canada. We've also been able to retool a portion of the GM facility in Oshawa to build masks. So these are great examples of how Made in Canada has stepped up in a big way to build personal protective equipment for frontline healthcare workers, and to ultimately help Canadian businesses as we move forward in the restarting of the economy.
My last question for you is about the next generation, because I think in this short conversation, what we've seen is that some of those more established companies will be able to get through this difficult time. What do you say to the next generation, to those students who have just graduated from university and are just starting out?
Look, it's tough. Make no mistake. I think a lot about the future, especially when I talk to my 2 young daughters about their path forward and the careers that they want to pursue. And I know many people have been disheartened with the current healthcare crisis and what this means for their job prospects. That's why we put forward measures to provide immediate support through the emergency response benefit for students. That's $1,250 a month for the next 4 months. But more importantly, we've also invested in initiatives to promote work-integrated learning. Over 100,000 co-op positions, intern positions, internships will be designed in a way to make sure that young people get the experiences that they need working for companies right now. And it's a great opportunity because companies are pivoting, either rethinking their business models, are reevaluating how to gain market share or even maintain their business in this crisis. So you can learn a lot during this moment, and that's why we're really promoting these work-integrated learning opportunities for young people, so they gain this meaningful experience, which will enable them to have a successful career.
Minister Bains, thanks so much for chatting with me today.
Thanks very much for having me on.
And thanks so much for watching. You're watching Collision from Home.
Founded in 2015, Josh Luber's sneaker company has become a modern success story, with 800 staff working around the globe and being valued at over $1 billion in just 5 years. But how do you turn your passion into a billion-dollar business? StockX founder Josh Luber is joining us here on Channel One to show us how he did it.
Back in October of 2015, I gave a TED Talk about sneakers. This is 4 months before StockX launched, and the title of the talk in the room that day was WTF Sneakers, ? We were asking the incredulous question that everyone asked us back then, back way before sneakers were anywhere near what they are today. Well, the good folks at TED thought that wasn't the most appropriate title for a video. So actually, if you're on TED.com, you can find my talk titled Why Sneakers Are a Great Investment. The problem is sneakers are not a great investment, at least not long-term. Yeah, look, sneakers are worth a ton of money and you can make money flipping shoes, but they're still just rubber and leather and glue, and over time, they'll disintegrate. But I did end my talk with a chart showing that if you had invested money into Air Jordans instead of shares of Apple stock, you would have made more money. So I did say that. I also said, it was kind of a throwaway line, but I said it. I said, baseball cards are quite dead. So it looks like there were at least two big errors in my talk that day, because sneakers are not long-term investments, and baseball cards are not only not dead, they're about to be the next sneakers. Trading cards are what's next. Trading cards are what's next on StockX, in sports and finance, marketing, pop culture, everywhere. Now, look, the fundamental reasons that sneakers became what they did is they're this unique product that straddles the line between form and function and fashion, between consumer good and financial asset, between design and art. And they're the one product that truly crosses every divide that exists between human beings. Trading cards aren't quite as convergent as sneakers, but they are convergent. In fact, most of the people driving the sneaker industry today are rooted in sport. They collected cards as a kid, and they're now of the age where they can afford that Michael Jordan rookie card that they couldn't as a 10-year-old. And yes, I'm talking about me, right? It's also no coincidence that the person at the center of both the trading card industry and the sneaker industry is the same person, Michael Jordan. So let's do the 101 on cards, right? One of the things I love about Collision and its related events is that it's truly international. So while trading cards were historically most popular in the US, our belief is, like sneakers, that this is about to be a truly global phenomenon. But I want to give a little bit of background for people who didn't grow up with trading cards like we did. At this point, they've put about anything you can think of on a set of trading cards. I mean, I have a box of Alf cards. This was a sitcom from the 1980s about a furry animal that ate cats. If you're wondering why I have Alf cards as a general rule, you're probably wondering why I have a life-size Alf doll. But that's a talk for another day. Maybe we'll do that one on the main stage at Web Summit. The point is, they put anything on trading cards. But the important factors here, the ones that we're most concerned about today, are sports cards, baseball, basketball, football, both international and US, hockey, but also gaming cards, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh! These are what we're talking about. So the background, right? In the 1980s, trading cards blew up, right? It was largely focused around baseball in the US. It became big business, and the trading card companies just kept printing cards. They were literally printing money. This led to a massive oversupply of cards. Remember, this was pre-internet. There was no transparency. Everyone thought they were the only one with 1289 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. rookie cards. The problem was we all had 1289 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr.'s. Look, this is just a small sampling of my personal collection, right? The supply was massive. So what happened was, as soon as everybody figured out how much supply was out there, the market crashed hard. And so 14-year-old aspiring baseball card shop owners like myself, we went on to other things. But man, what if we hadn't? In 1986, if you had invested $1,000 in the Microsoft IPO, it would be worth $2.2 million today. Not bad. But if you had invested $1,000 into unopened boxes, 1986 Fleer basketball cards, where you could pull the Michael Jordan rookie, it would be worth $8.5 million. So cards are back, or rather, I guess I'm back. And so are a lot of other people. And that's a huge part of the resurgence here. People. This is exactly what happened with sneakers. Right? In 2011, 2012, after Facebook bought Instagram, we had all these people coming into the sneaker industry. Demand rose, prices rose, sneaker companies made more supply, and the whole market blew up. That's what's happening with cards. You have this entire generation of American men, and some from other countries, and certainly some women, who grew up with cards like I did, whose dream as a 10-year-old was to own a Michael Jordan rookie, but now has 10-year-old sons who they can collect cards with. But not only that, we have some disposable income that we can invest a few bucks into cards alongside traditional investments. And that's the key here, right? Cards are now on par with any traditional investment. This is worth $15,000, and he's the greatest basketball player of all time. I'll put this up against your mutual fund any day of the week. So how did cards become true assets? Well, the answer is in grading, right? The value of any card is in large part a function of its condition. If I was going to sell you this card, you would need to inspect it very carefully to understand its condition and decide how much you're willing to pay for it. And so grading companies emerged. I can now send this raw or ungraded card to companies like PSA and BGS. They will not only confirm it's real, but they'll inspect it under a microscope and give it an exact grade on a scale from 1 to 10 to identify its condition. It comes back in a tamper-proof case with a hologram, a QR code, and a barcode. And now this is standardized. Now this is a true asset. You can quickly and easily buy this card from me and know with complete confidence that what you're buying is real and it's the condition you expect it to be. And the value of graded cards reflect the value of this process. An ungraded Griffey is worth about $50. A Griffey PSA 10, the highest grade you can get, is worth $1,500. This is a card. This is an asset. It's standardized, liquid, trusted, valuable, and it's based on math. Right? The reason this particular card is worth $1,500, it's just supply and demand. There were a few 100,000 of that card printed, maybe more. But there were only 3,800 in grade 10. So the supply difference is clear. And on the demand side, it's a function of the fact that Ken Griffey Jr., the player on the card, is one of the best baseball players of all time. So that's it. We're investing in athletes. We're investing in the subjects of trading cards. And no ALF cards are not worth very much. But with sports cards, you can watch the market move in real time. LeBron James has a big game, the value of his cards go up. So let's bring this back to sneakers. The resale sneaker market dates back to 1985 in the first Air Jordan. And for 35 years, Air Jordans have dominated the sneaker market. A huge reason why, of course, is this is the seminal product from Michael Jordan. But even though sneakers aren't going anywhere, we've already talked about why sneakers aren't a great investment. So what if investing in the product from Michael Jordan, you can invest in Michael Jordan himself? The card is a product of commerce. It's a collectible, it's an asset, it's memorabilia, it's nostalgia, it's all of these things and more. But most importantly, it represents everything about Michael Jordan. MJ, the athlete, the person, the businessman. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know, but it's true. And it's fun, and it's valuable, and it's what's next. Thanks.
What have you learned during lockdown?
I've really enjoyed in lockdown being able to have 3 meals a day or 2 meals a day some days with my family, and being able to cook with my kids, and just realizing how much travel you're expected to do or you have to do as a business executive, and how much that can put strain on your relationship with your family where you're not around as much. And even if it's working really hard all day, but having a few meals with your kids and being able to talk with them and catch up, it's just been really, really great.
I did. I learned how little I really require the outside world for just my sort of daily comfort and, peace.
Hope Solo is one of the USA's most successful sports people, a 2-time Olympic gold medalist and a FIFA World Cup champion. She's one of the leading lights in women's soccer, and here she shares her vision for the future of the beautiful game. In conversation with Off the Ball's Jared Gilroy, this is Hope Solo.
Hope, it's really good to see you again. I think we last saw each other in Lisbon in 2017 at Web Summit, the sister conference of Collision. And it struck me at that time that you were engaged in a level of activism that was about to explode. And certainly looking back at what's happened between now and then, your life is unbelievably different. Is it fair to say that you were still a footballer, that you still considered yourself an athlete at that stage, and that things have changed and you're now clearly an activist as opposed to and a former footballer? Is that a fair assessment of where you were in 2017?
Yeah, possibly. When I got fired from U.S. Soccer in 2016 after the Olympics, I pretty quickly became an ex-athlete, pretty quickly. I had the opportunity to go back and play. I had the opportunity to play overseas, to play for some of the biggest clubs in the world and get a good paycheck. But I knew in my heart that if I couldn't play for my country, that the love, that passion to play for my country, to play in big games like World Cups and Olympics, that I couldn't just play for club teams. And I had so many other desires in life, like fighting for those who didn't have a voice. So my passion actually at that time, it went from the passion and the goal to fight for my country, to win world championships, to my passion for fighting for equality. And once I realized that my passion was more about fighting for equality, then I realized, soccer took a back seat and I became very quickly an ex-footballer.
Was that a process that required a little bit of grieving from you to go, okay, you get fired at a very high profile stage and you still want to play. You're fighting that at that point to get back on the field. But as you say, very quickly that changes. Frequently when athletes have their careers taken away from them, it's because of injury at the end, or it's because a coach falls out with them and stops picking them. It's not because you actually stand up for something you believe in.
Yeah, that was difficult, a difficult reality to face, the way everything went down, my very public firing, the lies that US Soccer told to the public. They told the public that I was only suspended. However, I got severance pay, so I was completely terminated. But they didn't want the public to know that because of the backlash. So I had to go around and explain to people, no, my job has been taken away. My health insurance is gone. I am not an employee of US Soccer anymore. And it was just sad the way it happened after dedicating my life for 2 decades to US Soccer. It was really sad. But in terms of mourning the game and mourning being an athlete, I never touched the ball again. The day I got fired, I never touched the ball again. And that makes me sad because I love the game so much. But like I said, I felt like I had bigger and better things to fight for women's rights, to fight for equality, to fight against US Soccer and all of their, lack of transparency issues that they continue to move forward with in the court cases. I think they have about 13 court cases against them right now. So my passion changed, but also I had a desire to start a family. I thought I was going to play in one more World Cup. But I accomplished everything that I wanted to accomplish on the field. I got my Golden Gloves. I got my World Cup trophy. I played in several World Cups, several Olympics. And at that time, it was time to just take a step back, pass on the torch, and continue to fight for the things I believe in, because I couldn't do it as a player. I was wrapped up in the CBA. I was wrapped up in contract. I could easily get fired if I stepped out of line or pushed back against the federation. So once I got fired, it was all hell broke loose, and it was time to step up to the plate and fight for the things that I believe in, and fight for my teammates, and fight for equality, and fight in the court system. And I was able to finally do that. The other aspect of this is my husband and I moved from Seattle all the way to North Carolina. So not only did I go through the change of not being a footballer anymore and being fired, and that was everything I had known. That was my focus, my heart, my passion. That was my number one just focus in life. Outside of even my marriage, I was focused on winning World Cups and winning Olympics and training. And when I got fired in 2016, we moved to North Carolina, everything changed. And I think I didn't mourn playing soccer because I was really just trying to move on with my life and establish myself in a new state on 60 acres. I was trying to build a home. I was trying to build a new life with my husband. So honestly, I think that was the best thing for me for my mourning. I got out of the state of Washington and I had new things to focus on.
That is the other thing that I did want to talk to you about what it's actually like living in America at the moment, in the state that you're living in, as somebody with an activist background, watching the Black Lives Matter protests and seeing how athletes have responded, and really how some athletes have really changed their approach. You think about Michael Jordan's approach to this and how that's different from what his approach would have been 20 years ago. You think about where Kaepernick has come from. I know we spoke about Kaepernick 3 years ago as well, and the perception of him amongst the public and amongst his peers now as a leader, as opposed to somebody. I don't know what his peers actually thought about him at the time. I would hope that they were supportive, but they were terrified of speaking out. Now all of a sudden, you see a lot of athletes willing to step up. What's that been like for you, living in Carolina, watching this happen?
I want to say it's about time, honestly. It's difficult, you know, like I was telling you earlier before this call, I came from a very liberal city of Seattle. I moved to the Southeast with my husband, who's Black. I'm a woman who is what they say outspoken, and that's not necessarily popular in the southern parts of America. When we first moved here 3 years ago, we'd have workers come to our property with Confederate flags. We'd have workers come to our property who wouldn't shake my hand or accept a paycheck from a woman. So it was, you always hear about it, racism in America, and I experienced it when I married my husband more so than I ever had. My eyes were completely wide open at that time. But when we moved to Southern America, it was a whole different level of racism that I've seen. But I will tell you that it's been encouraging a little bit, because a lot of it is what I've seen here. A lot of it is just how people were raised, and it's a lack of education. So when you actually converse with people, a lot of it isn't out of hate, at least around this community in North Carolina. A lot of it is out of ignorance and a lack of education on what a Confederate flag could mean to the rest of society. But, you know, I've never talked about this, Jared, with anybody. But when my husband and I got married back in 2012, so 8 years ago now, I've seen police brutality. I've seen police, you know, racism in the structure of the police system. I've seen it. I've wanted to speak out against it. 8 years ago, I wanted to speak out. I asked my attorneys. I asked my manager. I said, I have to speak out against this. This is wrong. What I've seen is wrong. And I was told 8 years ago at that time that nobody will listen. Nobody wants to hear it. You know, the police are protected. I wanted a lawsuit against the Kirkland police, but I knew they were protected. And, you know, what I saw happen was the fact that I was married to a Black man, and two white guys got into a fight on our property, and police came in. They took the only Black guy in the house for no reason whatsoever. And, you know, they had guns drawn. I think the problem is there's institutionalized racism within the police force, but there's also abuse of power. And it's something that I don't think we talk about enough, is the fact that police abuse their power. And it's time that this gets addressed here in America. It is time. And I'm so sad to see what's going on in our society, but I'm also proud because nothing in history has ever been taken without fighting for it. People in power do not give up power unless you fight for it, whether that's Black men and women with the right to vote, whether that's women earning the right to vote. They had to fight for that. They weren't able to just ask nicely and appeal. They had to fight for it. And so what I'm seeing now is everybody, not just Black men and women, but all of society, white men, you know, people of all race stepping up to say, no more police violence. And I'm proud, honestly, as an American, to see all of us stepping up to that.
That incident sounds absolutely horrific, Hope. What was the impact of that on your family?
Goodness, I mean, it was awful. The police came in, they made up the police reports. I've seen them lie. I saw about 9 police officers get deposed by my attorney. They wrote everything off as oversight. They just said, oh, oversight, oh, oversight. And they literally could just, you know, control the situation through their police reports. They could lie, they could cheat, they could do anything they wanted. They came into my house, they put a gun to my head. They walked my husband straight out, even though there was somebody, sorry, I'm shaking. I haven't even talked about this ever. I'm like shaking, but it was awful. My husband actually had a college teammate by the name of Anthony Von Tour killed by the police. He was another Black man. So this is near and dear to my husband and obviously to my family. And I was silenced. And you know me, I speak out against everything. But I was silenced at that time because, you know, it didn't look good as a professional athlete to have police come to your house. It looked like my husband did something wrong. So everybody just wanted to kind of tuck it under the rug, brush it under the rug and move on and focus on the World Cup. But I knew something was wrong. I wasn't happy about it. I thought there was a lawsuit against the Kirkland police back in Seattle or in the state of Washington. But we just never addressed it. And I regret that now. 8 years later, I regret not speaking out against the Kirkland police.
And like, when you think about it, you obviously had access to attorneys and did have a voice, and your husband was an athlete, and you have profiles. So you can imagine how difficult it would be for people who don't have an attorney or a sounding board or profile in a situation like that.
Of course. And like I said, the fact that so many people now are standing up against police and against police brutality against Black men and women, I think it's important because it really does take all of society to create change. And I'm not sure when this change will take place, but I have to have hope and I have to believe that there will be massive change in our police system moving forward.
Look, the role, this story, you know, this story is going to make headlines when this piece gets published. Are you prepared for that? Are you actually looking forward in a weird way to?
I don't know. I've always spoken the truth, sometimes to my detriment, but I believe in being honest, and I believe in using my voice. And this is one of my biggest regrets 8 years ago, is that I never did. I'm not sure it would have gone anywhere because I felt literally and figuratively handcuffed about speaking out and against the advice of everybody that was close to me, my manager and my attorneys. So I felt like there was nothing I could do. And I'm a white woman, but I felt like there was nothing I could do. The police are protected within the system.
Because it does feel like we have reached a point now where athletes are beginning to understand the full scale of their profile. In England, Marcus Rashford has affected monumental change. Tens of millions of pounds are being spent to feed children because Marcus Rashford, a very young man, started a campaign and used his platform as a Manchester United footballer to do it. We've seen it's taken a long time, but people understanding exactly what Colin Kaepernick was trying to do. We've seen Michael Jordan transform from the character that he was as a player to now somebody actually putting $100 million into initiatives which you hope will help lead the way here. So the athlete as agent of change has never had more power and more profile and more ability. And I just would be, to wrap this up, be very interested in hearing how your own journey along that way is one that might be an example for people to use that and not to be cowed as you felt 8 years ago when that opportunity was there to do that. What would you do differently now, for example?
Well, you said it yourself. People are putting money into saving children, into their campaigns, into using their voice. As a women athlete, we don't have millions and millions of dollars to give back the way we want to give back. We actually have to fight together against a system that's been put in place. And that's why I asked the U.S. Women's National Team players many years ago that we have to stand strong together to fight against the federation. Otherwise, we won't create change. We can't put millions of dollars into attorneys, and we oftentimes rely on attorneys pro bono. So I guess I've always known that it takes a number of people to create change. I can't be on an island all by myself, and for the last several years I felt like I have been, including my equal pay case against US Soccer. It's been it's stressful, you know. It's sometimes I just feel all alone, but I know I'm fighting the good fight and I can't give up. And that's all I can say, is that you have to use your voice and you can't give up. But, you know, you look at maybe the Irish women's national team. They're not getting paid a ton of money. How are they going to fight against their federation? So I don't have all of the answers and I'm still learning as I go. But, you know, I will say I'm proud to know somebody like Colin Kaepernick. I'm proud to see what LeBron James is doing. I'm proud to see all these athletes stepping up. We need male athletes to create a difference just as much as female athletes. And oftentimes we need to do it together. When we fight for equality, we can't just have women fighting for equality. We need the male athlete fighting for equality as well.
100%. It's not a female issue. It's a humanity issue. Hope, it's always great talking to you. Thanks so much.
Oh, of course. It's good to see you again. Take care.
Well, on screen, he's fought the undead, dragons, and even Brienne of Tarth. But off screen, Nikolai Coster-Waldau is also working tirelessly in the fight against poverty, inequality, and climate change. Joined now by Akim Steiner of the UNDP and Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, please give a big virtual Collision from Home welcome to Nikolai Coster-Waldau.
Joining me now is Nikolai Coster-Waldau, best known for his role in Game of Thrones, and of course he starred in many other roles. And Also joining us is Akim Steiner, the administrator for the United Nations Development Program. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
So I think it's important to address the elephant in the room. This year, we're doing Collision from Home. This is an annual conference that usually takes place in person. But due to the coronavirus pandemic, everyone is on lockdown. People who are responsible, at least, are taking this seriously. And I'm glad that Collision is as well. Akim, I actually want to start with you and kind of talk to you a little bit about, what the United Nations is doing to respond to this pandemic. This is really something that impacts every single country. And I think that these international organizations are so incredibly important in this moment in time.
Well, I think first of all, it is through the World Health Organization trying to address that which is absolutely essential, that we work together in the global pandemic as a global family of nations. And despite some of the dissonances that you've also seen and heard, the fact is that in a overwhelming part of the world, it is through the United Nations, through the WHO, that we have been able to mobilize an unprecedented response to an unprecedented situation. But alongside that is also the recognition it's not just a health crisis, it's a social, it's an economic, it's a developmental crisis. And therefore, the whole UN family right now is fully mobilized because we are present in virtually every country of the world, and it is part of that fabric that allows us to work together. I have been running the United Nations Development Program now for 8 weeks here in New York from my living room. And this is perhaps also an interesting moment. This would not have been possible 5 years ago. But right now in 170 countries, our staff are there, often having to work with those lockdowns, but so are the colleagues from the World Food Program, from UNICEF and many other agencies, because it is this moment that actually will allow us to either win or lose this battle because we work in solidarity with one another.
So you referenced the World Health Organization, which is an organization that you're right. It is critical in responding to this pandemic. Unfortunately, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has proposed cutting U.S. funding toward the organization. What has the response been to that?
Well, I think if you take the rest of the world, it's overwhelmingly the whole world in contrast to one country. And I think at the end of the day, these are domestic political debates, and I think history will judge whether this decision, temporary or longer term, was the right one to take. But the fact is that the world is moving on, and the world needs the United States. So whether it is through this debate about,
That was Nikolai Coster-Waldau there. You can watch the rest of that talk and even catch up with Jamie Lannister himself on our exclusive platform, which you can get access to over at collisionconf.com. You'll also get access to our mentor hours brought to you by Amazon Web Services, which kick off every 45 minutes, Q&A sessions and much, much more, all at the click of a button.
What have you learned during lockdown?
What I've learned about myself in lockdown is that I very much miss interacting with people and the different kinds of activities I get to do during the day, visiting classes, visiting spaces where our students are. I've also learned that I like to go to work wearing my yoga pants.
What I've learned about myself in lockdown is that I do not know how to look after my own hair. Look at it. This is a result of a self-haircut, and it's terrible. I cannot wait for the salons to open in New York City.
If you were in a situation where you see wrongdoing, but saying something would risk your career, your reputation, and maybe even your life, what would you do? It's hard to imagine until, well, it happens. I'm very happy to welcome our next guest, Simone Grimes, who exposed wrongdoing by the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, John Tye, co-founder of Whistleblower Aid, who blew the whistle on clandestine surveillance by the US government, and Mark Zaid, one of the leading national security lawyers in America, all joining us now as they sit down with Steve Clemons.
We're talking about how to blow the whistle the right way. We've got two whistleblowers with us, and I'm so happy about that. And then we've got an attorney for a ton of whistleblowers. So let me just start with Mark and just give us, what is the dashboard, Mark Zaid, of blowing the whistle correctly versus incorrectly?
Well, it really comes down to when we're talking about national security whistleblowers and the existence of classified information. For those who are not in the intelligence community or law enforcement in dealing with classified information, there are a lot of steps that we can take where they can publicly release the information and they don't violate any laws. We obviously want to protect their employment and make sure they don't violate internal federal regulations. But for those who have access to classified information, the key thing is to make sure we take them down a pathway that does not violate the law and their secrecy agreements by releasing classified information to unauthorized persons. That's the line.
But I think in any case, they're not, I mean, there are many cases of whistleblowing that are not necessarily national security laws, but the consequences politically, as you just said, financially and economically in terms of stature. I just want to set the tone that being a whistleblower, no matter wherever you may be, he or she, is a complex decision.
It's a very complex decision. I mean, quite frankly, kudos to those who become whistleblowers like our two other panelists and friends here. I would never recommend it. I mean, I respect it a great deal, but I know what it's like once I see the clients go through it. It is a very tough decision and it could lead to very difficult circumstances and consequences. And the ones who survive it, which are unfortunately, I think, fewer than the majority, they can survive it very well and I think will feel incredibly vindicated and satisfied. But what they need are individuals who can help guide them through the path properly to protect them, not just from an employment standpoint, but frankly, to give them guidance on how to deal with friends, families, colleagues, the whole gamut. It's a very complicated process.
Simone and John, you both made the decision to stand out and to call foul on things you saw. Simone, you called out the director of your agency, as I understand, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, and sexual harassment and what was going on, and you engaged in a long battle. John, you were in the national security establishment, and you called out what I've written a lot about on the electronic surveillance revelations, which proved to be a very important moment. Let me just ask you, so we'll tip our hats and say you're both leaders. What would have kept you from what did you need that got you over the line? And that if it hadn't been there, you wouldn't have taken that step. Simone?
Yeah, I think, thank you so much for the question, Steve. And just to backtrack a little bit, I didn't actually intend to be a whistleblower. I was filing an internal complaint, which became public, not a choice of my own. But the thing that caused me to file that initial internal complaint was just the actions wouldn't stop. So it was just this consistent, pervasive activity and me trying to put lines in place and being told that if I were to complain, I wouldn't be taken seriously. And I think it was just the aggregate of years and years of frustration. And finally, I was like, I'm going to have to file a complaint. It's the only way to stop, right?
Right. And John, in your case?
I was quite lucky. I was working at the State Department. I had a top secret clearance. I had been trained as a lawyer. I'm a lawyer now. And so I knew how to make a legal argument. I knew a bunch of lawyers. I had some savings, some money in the bank to pay lawyers, and I hired Mark and another lawyer to represent me. So I was one of the lucky people who had the tools that I needed to go about this without subjecting myself to criminal prosecution, without having to flee the country. And I consider myself very lucky.
Well, I think in this case, with what you did, it was in contrast to what some other folks have done that didn't hire Mark's aid, right? Edward Snowden and others, which could be its own show in itself. But Mark, when you looked at a client and whether you take them on or not take them on to do this, and I just want to note that the two of you are the co-founders of Whistleblower Aid, and Simone, you're a member of the board of Whistleblower Aid. Why did you create Whistleblower Aid for people like yourselves?
Sure. I mean, it's a fantastic question and it's needed. It's to make sure that whistleblowers can go through the process lawfully and be protected. I mean, the examples you cite, we're not motivated by ideology or whether or not the client is right. I didn't have to agree with John with anything he thought or did. That was irrelevant because John had a good faith, reasonable belief as to what he wanted to reveal, and he wanted to do it lawfully. And that is what guides us at Whistleblower Aid to want to do that. We want to hold government, the US government and other governments, but certainly the US government accountable, and we want to do it properly. And whether they're Republican, Democrat, Communist, Socialist, Independent, doesn't make a difference. It's the process that matters.
Do you find that there is I don't know how to put this, a one-size-fits-all rule that's needed, or is every case different? And what I mean by this, and I don't mean to knock people that may decide to become whistleblowers, and I think that, you know, some people watching this will say, are all whistleblowers equal? I mean, Simone just shared with her, she didn't even intend to be one. And I'm sure that she's probably, and I'd love to hear from you, Simone, on whether you know other people who may have come to you and said, wow, I wish I had been able to do what you did and to stand as strong. And so there are many hidden stories that still lurk out there in these bureaucracies. And how do you protect them? But then other folks may be animated by other things, political reasons and whatnot. So how do you sort through who's a great whistleblower and who's not? Or should that not be my concern?
I think it is our concern. And Simone's story is very common in that many whistleblowers never intended to become one. They never thought they were one. It wasn't on their mind. All they thought they were doing was the right thing as an employee or contractor of whatever agency. The sort of personality of the whistleblower really does matter, because we need to be able to work with them. And they need to be able to trust us, and we need to be able to trust them. And one of the key things we need to decide is, what's your objective? And how can we make sure that the story is what they want to blow the whistle on, rather than themselves as the whistleblower? When it becomes the whistleblower, and that's not to say if they're retaliated against, they're not part of the story. Of course they are. But if it becomes about the individual, then we've gone off the path, off the tracks.
Right.
We need to keep it focused on what the allegation is, to be able, and that's why finding out what is the objective of the whistleblower is so key, because it will differ from one to the other.
And I'll hop in and say every case is quite different. So any case involving classified national security information is obviously in a different category than almost every other case. The rules are quite complex. I would say you should definitely speak to a lawyer before you do anything else. If you want to reach out to us, our URL is whistleblower-aid.org, O-R-G. You know, we do make an effort to really calibrate what we're doing to every individual situation. There's not an easy checklist to go through.
Before I jump to Simone, because I want to get back to her case, John, you know, Mark Zaid was also the attorney and counsel for the whistleblower who was on the famous phone call or heard of the famous phone call of the President of the United States with the President of Ukraine and blew whistle on it. We now know that, or suspect that individual's name and identity has been outed by a US senator. It doesn't look, and he is someone who reached out for advice, went through the channels. So I just want to put in the docket here that this is, even if you follow the rules, they can come and get you.
Absolutely. Simone, you had a very interesting experience. You ended up testifying before Congress. What was your experience like?
Yeah, actually, thanks so much. The thing that I would say with regards to, you know, if you do find yourself in the position of being a whistleblower, or even if you're going to entertain whether you should or should not be disclosing some type of wrongdoing, make sure that you have facts to support your claim. I think the first thing that the first investigator told me is that the people who you're accusing are going to deny it. And I was very naive. I was like, no, they're not. They know what they did. The minute the accusation comes out, people will own up to what they did. And that is not true. You have to assume that everyone has their own interests to protect, and that there's a lot of people who know nothing about it who are going to come out to kind of to come to that person's or that institution's defense, because it is a system of power. And so make sure that you have concrete evidence to actually back up what you're saying. I would say that my experience testifying in front of Congress, because we had so much evidence, was, I don't want to call it pleasant, but it wasn't as intimidating as I'd expected. There was a sufficient amount of support that had been provided in advance so that individuals could ascertain as to whether or not this was a fluff piece or a frivolous claim. And that is everyone's fear. No one wants to stand behind you and then find out it's a frivolous claim. So it really is important, even from your attorney's perspective, as Mark was saying, talking about trust. Before anyone even agrees to represent you, they are assessing whether or not your story is credible. And it's important to be credible the whole way through. And I think at the end of the day, it is about the facts. It is about what you're blowing the whistle on, and hopefully less about you as a person.
Were there moments, Simone, when you had serious doubts about the journey you were on, or it felt lonely, or the financial costs were so staggering, perhaps, and I know they are for some others, I'm not sure they were for you, but what were those moments of doubt that came up that you had to overcome?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The first time I saw my name in the newspaper, I was so upset. I had a lot of moments where I was like, why the hell did I say anything? And I would be, to be honest, it was finding out about organizations like Whistleblower Aid, because at that moment you feel like you're on an island by yourself. You don't want to talk to anyone. People are reading about you. They're kind of asking, are you okay? But no one wants to be, this is DC, everyone's very polite. But having a community like Whistleblower Aid, where there was people who had been through that same experience and could actually kind of speak to how you feel in that moment, as well as the legal right steps and what you should be paying attention to, was really critical. There's a lot of timelines involved. There's a lot of dates that you have to meet. And if you're not an attorney, like I'm not, I just wasn't prepared for all of that kind of mounting sequence of events that was in front of me. So I really appreciated having an organization that had that experience to guide me.
John, before you hired Mark and you had discovered things that you had major concerns about, did your colleagues run to your side, or were you abandoned by them? How did you get through this journey?
I was in a bureau, the Human Rights Bureau at the State Department. So I did report to my supervisor, my chain of command. My bureau was supportive. Other bureaus in the department were not. They didn't learn about it until later, after I had gone to the inspectors general at state and the NSA, and then to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and then wrote an article for pre-publication review. Definitely had, I was investigated by the FBI. I had unnamed FBI agents saying bad and untrue things about me. So it is a real threat. And fortunately, I had enough support, and I was on solid enough legal ground that, I was definitely scared, but I was never actually in danger.
Mark, now that you've created Whistleblowers Aid along with John and Simone, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but how many cases are you handling or managing, or how many people are you helping? How pervasive is the challenge of whistleblowing today?
We have a very frequent incoming flux of new clients that come to us, whether they come through to my law firm or directly to Whistleblower Aid. Because if we have someone who could be a whistleblower, and right now we're primarily at the federal level of the US government, but we also have handled cases involving at state levels, companies, and also even internationally, and that is our goal. We want to expand. We would love to be overwhelmed with business. And we will be here, whether it's during a Republican administration or a Democratic administration or a third party, if that ever happens in the US government. We will be here to fight for that whistleblower and to make sure that their information, their good faith belief, is taken forward so that that can be explored, investigated, and decided if it's a concern or not.
Well, thank you. In our last minute, I'll just, each of you, just a few words. If there was one other tool, as Simone just said, a tool in a toolkit, one more element that might make this process easier and more safe for those that make the decision to challenge government when it's doing the wrong thing, Simone, what would that thing be?
Yeah, so actually on the House side, they've actually instituted a policy where if a staffer comes and blows the whistle about something, the funds are handled the same way it would for the person in power. So the legal fees are handled for both sides in an impartial way. That is the only way to get people to be able to do it without having to absorb that financial burden.
The most important thing is to speak to a lawyer before you do anything else, before you speak to your spouse, before you talk to a journalist, before you forward any emails. That's the best thing you can do to protect yourself.
Great. Mark, I'm going to give the final word to you. What's the missing tool out there that you wish everyone had?
Well, it's money. really what Simone said. I mean, there are changes to the law we absolutely need for sure, but we do our work pro bono for free for whistleblowers. And we all have bills and expenses and stuff like that to pay and time, and we're willing to devote it, but we need the funds to help represent everyone for free.
All right, well, I hope we have helped our audience learn a bit more about the calculus and the environment of whistleblowing and how to do it the right way. So I want to thank Simone Grimes, Mark Zaid, and John Tai. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us at Collision from Home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, producing billions of computer chips over the last decade and valued at several $1 billion, ARM are truly a hardware behemoth. Speaking on the role that tech will play in the post-COVID-19 world, over on Channel 3 right now is Simon Segars, CEO of ARM.
Hello and welcome. My name's Simon Segars and I'm the CEO of ARM. I think you'll agree that 2020 has been a year like no other. COVID-19 has created a once-in-a-lifetime humanitarian crisis that calls into question our very way of living. From how we work, to how we access healthcare, to how we feed our families. And even months in, we still can't predict all the ripple effects. The news hasn't been good. We've seen a contraction of the economy and a decline in the financial performance of many industries. We've seen record unemployment, and sadly, we've seen some local businesses closing their doors for good. And while COVID-19 has sent waves through our personal lives and the economy, the past month has also brought another critical issue sharply into focus, and that is racial inequality. The death of George Floyd has ignited a wave of protests and action around the world. We've seen people from all backgrounds come together to raise their voices against racial injustice and demand change. People want to see change, and people want to be part of that change. Amid all this, though, there have been some unexpected bright spots. We've seen people and industries pulling together to help frontline healthcare workers. From clothing companies making PPE to car companies making ventilators, the response has been heartening. We've seen governments around the world moving at unprecedented speed and scale to provide support for the unemployed and economic stimulus. And working from home has provided many of us opportunities to be closer to our children and families. I know it has for me. Additionally, the lockdowns have cleared the skies of pollution, with carbon emissions falling nearly 20% in some areas as air and car traffic have declined worldwide. In fact, 2020 is forecast to experience the largest ever drop in carbon emissions. And if that was sustained, it would put us on track to reach the Paris Agreement. Wouldn't that be good? Now, these demonstrations of everyone pulling together is testament to our ability to create real change. And while there have been some great displays of human kindness, shuttering the economy is not an option anyone would have chosen. However, we now have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to design a new future. This is as close to a clean slate as it gets. Because we can be strategic about where we deploy investment to create infrastructure that will enable us to pursue both economic prosperity and a more sustainable, more equitable future for everyone. The tech industry has been making commitments towards a sustainable future. Energy efficient computing and infrastructure, they all help. But now is the time to double down. For example, we can design the future of work around telecommuting to necessitate less travel, thereby lowering carbon emissions and enabling economic growth in remote areas away from the...
That was Simon Segars there speaking live on Channel 3, where he'll be continuing live on our exclusive platform. You can pick up tickets to see the rest of that talk and many more like it over on collisionconf.com, as well as getting access to investor meetings brought to you by PitchBook, which take place every 15 minutes here at Collision from Home.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
The advice that I would give for the younger me would be to trust myself a bit more, be more confident, and not torture myself while going through the struggles. I think struggles are welcome, but be a bit more positive about it and not torture myself as I used to do. But other than that, I would welcome all those challenges and rough times. just be more confident.
It's a piece of advice that was given to me much later in my life than my younger self could have used, which is plan your work and work your plan, and know that your plan changes constantly. That just is another way of saying, just go with the flow. Sometimes life is unexpected, and people who are successful at it know how to roll with the punches that they're served. Certainly something that we can all embrace at this time.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Next, we're joined by one of the NFL's most electrifying and entertaining players, and a man who's responsible for defining millennial and Gen Z style and culture online. Life in the public eye in any industry comes with its own unique challenges, particularly during a global movement. The value of one voice can go a long way to powering change. Today, they're going to share with us how they manage the social responsibility of being an influencer with a global audience, and how they try to leverage that platform to provide something meaningful. Joining us now at Collision from Home is Terrell T.O. Owens and Complex Networks' Joe LaPuma.
All right, Joe and T.O., thanks so much for your time. And I know you're really busy, but in all seriousness, I'm out to you first. You've been at the forefront of the recent unrest that's been happening. Talk to me about that, because I know you were you supported Colin Kaepernick in 2016. Just talk to me about the work that you're doing and why you think it's important for you to speak out and for anybody else who has a platform.
Well, yeah, I think as they've been saying, if you're silent, you're complicit, and as you mentioned, I've been in support of Colin and his stance of social injustice and police brutality from day one. I never thought there was an issue where he was disrespecting the flag, and I know that's been a recent, really a recent issue, with the statement that from Drew Brees, and I don't want to harp too much on that, but I think really what's at stake is what he knelt for 4 years ago. And he did that in a peaceful protest, and it fell on deaf ears. Just the country itself, the President of the United States, and the National Football League. And I think when you talk about systemic racism, that's why I'm in support of what he's doing. I want to be able to use my voice, my platform, to stand in the gap for Colin. Not only do I feel that the NFL owes him an apology personally, I think Roger Goodell owes him an apology personally. Because I think the state and the heightened current state of where we are now as a country is because they took a blind eye. They turned a deaf ear to what a lot of people know now as a peaceful protest, as it relates to, in comparison to what has transpired since the death of George Floyd, with the rioting, the looting, obviously now the protesting. I just wanted to be a voice and use my voice to kind of, not kind of, but really extend his efforts. That's Colin Kaepernick's efforts, as to bring some awareness for just the aggressive treatment of Black unarmed men. You think about the untimely death of Breonna Taylor. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Joe, as Senior Vice President of Complex, talk to me about how you are using that platform to, educate people, and take me kind of into the room of how you guys are staying relevant today.
So basically, to what T.O. said, first and foremost, we are educating ourselves. I am educating myself. I have tapped into people who I've known throughout the industry and my Black friends to really educate me, because I will never understand it. I will never understand what it's like to feel how they are feeling. So it's really about asking the right questions and educating ourselves, and really coming together as an organization to make sure that we are doing things that impact this, not for the first 2 weeks, not for the first 2 months, but on a go-forward basis. And Complex, what we have been doing recently is we've been really ramping up our news coverage, and we have hired local crews, and we haven't been using hosts of our of Complex, we have let the people in those cities, Washington, D.C., Louisville, Minneapolis, we wanted to give them the voice and kind of get out of the way and have their voice amplified through our platforms. And then that's kind of what we're doing with Complex News. And then we have this new kind of mini doc series called Complex World, where we're tackling other issues like defunding the police and voter suppression and things like that. So we have really recently, we have really leaned into kind of giving our audience, we have such a big platform and such a big audience for things that we were talking about just now, sneakers and pop culture. We're really now trying to educate them, educate ourselves on what we could do for this issue that we're now faced with, that we've been faced with for so long.
Tio, what's your advice for people, you know, with platforms about when they're unsure of what to say during this time and they want to stay relevant, but they just don't know how? Do you have any advice for them?
Absolutely. I think when you talk about what to say, what to do, especially if you're a white person, and I've had friends that have, you know, we've had these conversations, and some are confused. And I think some are just oblivious, have been naive to what has been transpiring for 400 plus years. When you talk about the Black race, this is not the first time, probably not going to be the last time, that we're fighting for equality. We want the same equal rights under the Constitution that everybody else has been given, afforded the opportunity to have. And I think if you want to be on the right side of history, and on the right side of making a change, then I think, you know, especially as a white person, educate yourself. I don't want you to text or tell the next person or your friend of color, I'm sorry what you're going through. This is nothing new because you haven't, number one, you're not Black, and you don't know what that experience is like to be Black. So I get it, and I have some understanding as to why people may not know or they just don't understand. But where we are as a country, where we are with technology, history, what is going on right now is accessible by doing your homework, reading, updating, educating yourself on what we have been going through for 400 plus years. And this time right now, where we are right now, it's no different. I would just basically just say, if you have someone, friends of color, you know, try to understand. But I think for me, a lot of people that I've come in contact with and I've had these discussions with, I realize that they don't have any fear walking outside their house to be killed, shot, whatever the case may be, by a police officer. They have no fear of being stopped by a police officer when pulled over or whatever the case may be. To be a person of color, that frightens us. I have kids. I have family. I know me being a celebrity in so many eyes of people, having somewhat of a status, celebrity status. Again, I know what that can equate to white privilege, because of what I've been able to do on the football field and have the name that I have. And I don't necessarily have to be in uniform, but because of the popularity that I've been able to gain and the fan base that I've been able to establish for 15 plus years, I know that if I get stopped in a major city, 9 times out of 10, I could probably get out of that ticket. Not that that's what happens every time, but because of who I am. That's white privilege. That's my understanding of white privilege. I know that if I go home in my hometown of Alabama, I know that in years past when I lived in Atlanta, Georgia, and I had to drive home, which is probably like an hour and 45 minutes away, and I had to take back roads when I know it's predominantly a white town, a really small country town or redneck town. For me personally, I know that my status doesn't matter. Now I am a Black man. I go from being a celebrity to a Black man. So I know what that's like. So that's when I speak to people, I give them those examples and understanding of what it's like to be us, and have them an understanding of, and put them in a space of where they can understand what my experiences have been and what other people, Black people, have been experiencing across this country for so many years.
Tio, one quick follow-up. Do you wish you spoke out on issues during your career? Do you have any regrets about that?
You know what, growing up in the South, growing up with a grandmother that experienced segregation in that time period, growing up with a grandmother that had, you know, her dad, her mom, that picked cotton, grew up in the slavery era, she prepared me for what I went through during the course of my career. Did I witness racism? Yes, absolutely. Have I experienced racism? Yes. Early on in my career, in my own hometown, I had an experience. During the course of my career, I realized that I got treated differently, you know, in regards to opposed to my white teammates on certain situations. And for me, I looked at it as racism. Yeah, I could have brought it up, but I didn't want to create a media storm where, you know, for somebody like myself, you know, they could have said, oh, well, he's race baiting, this and that and the other. Or, you know, anytime that a situation came up, they were like, oh, why does it have to be about race? Why does it have to be white and black? When essentially that's what it is. Because a white person, they don't know anything about what it's like to be in our shoes. So yeah, if I'm being treated differently than a white player or a person, and we're on the same playing field, then yeah, to me, that's part of systemic racism. When I have a white coach that is obviously, you know, at the liberty of really enforcing whatever those rules are within the team, and I know what those rules are, and I'm getting treated differently, yes, to me, that was racism. But it is what it is. I never made a big deal out of it, and I could have, but guess what? I know how powerful the media is. It would have been a situation had I brought it up to the media where it's he said, she said, or whatever the case, and then now the media is going to try to invalidate, you know, my accusations or my experiences. And so I didn't really want to get into that, but because of my grandmother, who's a black lady, that grew up in that era where they had to drink from water fountains that said black, went to bathrooms that said black. I understood, and she prepared me of how white people may essentially treat me because of who I am and because of the color of my skin. So yeah, I could have used my platform, but again, at that time, everything happens for a reason. It wasn't the right time to do it, and this is right now again to address some of those issues and share my experiences with people. Then yeah, I think it will enlighten people on what made me who I was on that football field. I was a strong-willed individual, and I didn't allow those things, although I was very conscious that they were going on, to deter or detract from what my goal was, and that's really to honestly to be the best football player that I could only be for myself, my family, and then ultimately the team and the organization.
Yeah. Joe, so, you know, I want to talk about your personal platform, your personal social media accounts. What advice and strategies do you use about speaking out on issues that you're passionate about, or, you know, and what advice do you have for people who have a niche like you do in these times of unrest and COVID-19?
Kind of what I said before, and this is half of it, but it's talking to people to get educated. You could say that I'm a quote unquote sneaker expert, and I have a lot of answers on that topic. I don't have some answers on this topic because I am a white male. So I am leaning on my friends. I am leaning on my friends to my black friends in the industry, at work, to educate me, asking questions, holding me accountable. You know, a lot of things that are happening, we see a lot of headlines and donations, and we're doing this and we're doing this. And one thing that a lot of my friends have been saying, my black friends have been saying, is this is great, but let's follow it, poke holes in it. And they are holding these companies accountable. And for me, again, this is a education process. We knew this existed, but it took this awful tragedy for this to really be in the forefront. And that's too late for everyone. We should have been doing more. We're going to do more. And again, this isn't a 2-week thing where we are committed to this and then it kind of goes by the wayside. This has to be something that is now changed in our daily lives and how we conduct ourselves going forward. And for me personally, it's using my moral compass, which is part of it, but also asking questions where we are in an industry where everyone thinks they know a lot about subjects. You should be very sober on how you feel and how you think that you know how it feels to be a Black person in terms of what's happening right now.
You know, Tio, you retired in 2010 and you've done many other things. You've always reinvented yourself. What's your secret in, you know, staying relevant, staying in the spotlight, staying in the conversations?
Tension has begun to be very high with communication amongst everyone. I mean, white on white, or just black and white, or black and black. You know, everybody is having these conversations that have been so uncomfortable for so many years. I think now, like I said, I don't have a problem, like I said, being a voice, you know, sharing my thoughts, sharing my opinions. And that's what it's all about. In order to create any type of change, it's going to take everybody. And I'm only a small piece of the puzzle. There's so many people that are, you know, that have done so many great things, whether you're playing sports or in the music industry, the movie, Hollywood industry, entertainment industry. We're all trying to use our voice to create change. And so that's how I've basically kept myself, you know, relevant, as you mentioned. And I try to use it to my advantage in all the right ways.
Yeah, all right, we only have, thank you so much. Joe, we have 10 seconds. Any last pep talks on, you know, finding your passion and your niche like you've found? There you have it. Stay focused. Thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
Standing out in an overcrowded app market is a bit like trying to be the best pebble on a beach. At a time where ad spending is at a low, but consumption is at a high, what does it take to get and stay at the top? We're going to hear from one of the biggest founders in this space, Branch's Mada Segedi and Deidre McGlashan from Mediacom, in conversation with John Ketzier from Forbes.
Welcome to Collision from Home. Hope you're safe wherever you are. We're all going through massive change right now. The question we're going to ask in this session is that massive change an opportunity to break the mobile app power law? So, Mada, what is the power law?
So it's interesting. The power law is really this idea that if you're on the top, you're going to keep getting on the top, and it's much easier for you to stay on the top. So if you think about mobile, we have about, I think, between iOS and Android, over 5 million apps in the App Store. And that's a lot of apps. But what's really interesting is that actually 85% of the time that's spent inside mobile apps, it's only spent in the top 10 apps. So 10 out of 5 million. So for everyone else, it's just incredibly hard to make it to the top because those who are already at the top monopolize all your time and they have money to acquire new users.
Deirdre, what are your thoughts? Is COVID-19, I mean, as awful as it is it a chance to break that mobile app power law?
Well, I think what we're seeing is that certain apps are experiencing quite a rise because they're servicing a need that's been brought up because of COVID-19. So House Party is having a massive day in the sun right now because people are using it to connect and to play games together. And it offers a piece of functionality the other ones don't. But then we also see people creating new programs, but they're on top of existing apps. So in Turkey, there's a group it's a new platform called Evde Kok, which means shoot at home, basically. So every week they throw out a new theme, and they encourage people to send in 3-minute videos based on that theme, and then they're broadcast. But the platforms that they're using to broadcast it are things like Instagram. So they're using existing platforms for that.
What was that name again? I didn't quite catch that.
Evde Kok.
Excellent. And the translation?
Shoot at home.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Mada, what are some?
Lots of people are shooting at home.
Okay, Mada, what are some examples of breakout apps that you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there. I think, we actually looked at across all our different customers. So we have we serve mobile apps and allow them to have better experiences on mobile. And what we saw is everything that had the word social in front of it had experienced a lot of growth. So I think we are in this age where people feel lonely and they have a need for connection. The physical distancing is really forcing us to try to build connections, and those connections could be through social apps like House Party, who we've seen on our platform for a long time, and we've seen, they had a lot of growth initially and then flattened, and now they've seen tremendous amount of growth. But social gaming is doing just the same. Even companies, even social commerce, people are more likely to buy and shop during this time with a friend. So those have been a lot. Obviously, those have shown a lot of breakout. The other ones that are interesting, dating, we've looked at trends, and apps that are long-term dating actually are seeing slight increase versus hookup apps are seeing a decrease, which I thought was like a really interesting trend. And of course, everything food-related, workout-related is like growing like crazy. So when we looked at food delivery apps, we saw, and I think it was like over 300% increase in aggregate around the world. So those are really interesting. But what's really interesting, I have friends who own food delivery apps and who are like maybe going out of business and now are thriving. But their question is, what am I going to do after this is over? When this ends, how can I retain all the users that I'm acquiring during this period?
That's a great question. We're going to jump into that as well. It's interesting. I was interviewing the CEO of the Meet Group recently, and they just added full live streaming video to their app, which is dating or friendship or connection. And that's actually led to significant growth for them. Deirdre, I want to turn to you. Hey, if we're going to build something now, what are the key trends to follow? Because, Mata raised a great question, right? What's happening now will not be happening for forever, but what are some of the trends that you see that maybe have some staying power?
Well, I think it won't be as extreme as it is now, but we're not going to go back to exactly the way it was before on a dime. So I think this idea of a blended experience of partially at home and partially physical is always going to be there. And it's about identifying either within your app what features you need to grow into that, or if you're developing a new app, what those new needs might be. So, Mata brought up dating, you brought up dating, there seems to be a theme. But if you look at the big names, Bumble was the only one that already had inbuilt video chat. They released it, I want to say, beginning of this year, I think. And so as a platform, I think they are very successful. They're doing really well right now because it keeps the relationship within the safe confines of the app. You don't have to jump into another app where you might have to expose a bit more of your personal information in order to do a video chat. So I think just like you said, your friend had added video calling to it. I think it's important for apps to think about what functionality is needed that may have not been needed in the past or may be needed in the future. Like a lot of this order to pick up functionality that we're seeing when restaurants and grocery stores, that's here to stay. I think e-commerce is here to stay. I've got, relatives who are, I would say, the older demographic that I never thought would be shopping online, and they are having their groceries delivered on a weekly basis very happily. And I'm not sure they are going to go back to fully going to the grocery store every single week anymore. I think they're starting to see the convenience.
I think that's a great idea. I was interviewing some fintech executives just recently, actually, and they were saying, hey, you know what? I got my father on my app. My father would never use my app before to check his bank balance, make his payments and everything. He loved going into the bank physically, having a coffee, and it was a whole process for him, right? But once he got on the app, he's not going back. What are you seeing there, Mata, in terms of trends that have legs, trends that have steam?
It's interesting. One of our features with our links is that you can add a QR code. And we saw a lot of adoption of QR codes in Asia, where a lot of, people would even put them on billboards. And we never really saw adoption of that feature in US or in Europe. people would not use the QR code. I mean, every link that you create gets a QR code that deep links into the app, and people are just not using that here because they felt that people weren't going to use it. And now we're seeing so many people actually adopting this. I actually built like a little video of how they use it. And if you go to a Pete's store, now they have a giant thing on the on the door saying, get our app and download, and it automatically deep links you to that particular store. And then they actually put QR codes on all the things that you take with you, also incentivizing you to take the app. And people are learning how to use QR codes here, which is, I think that's a trend that's definitely going to stay for stores, for e-commerce. But it's almost like the way I think about it, it's almost like these trends have just provided an acceleration than trends that were already in the market. We're seeing a lot more app adoption. We're seeing a lot more online adoption. People are focusing so much on their digital experience, their mobile experience. And that was already happening, but this is just accelerating things like crazy. So that has been just really, really interesting to watch.
That's super interesting, actually. QR codes in the US, I never would have believed that, honestly.
Right.
It never took off there at all. I want to dive into that just a little bit more. What are they actually doing with it? Is it like hold it up to order? What are they using it for?
I mean, it's a bunch of, basically a lot of stores are starting to put QR codes and say, like, hold it up to download our app and be deep linked into the store. So you can order from here and then you'll automatically, so basically my experience was I went to Pete's, I scanned the QR code, it took me to the store, I ordered something and then it waited for me at the counter. So then I didn't actually have to go and order and interact with the attendant. I could just order in advance. But it's like if you go to a Pete's store, it's like they have a giant thing that's the entire door of the pizza, and that's all over the country. And then things like, we see Nike has it on all their shoes, so you can go and buy more. So we've just seen an adoption recently. And the thing is, when we were pitching Branch in US, we never even mentioned the QR code feature. No one was like actually interested in it. And now when we mention it, it's like, oh, this is so cool. But it's just definitely like, it's just very interesting. We've had that feature for a long time, and no one uses it.
What's interesting there is that what's old is kind of new again in some ways. I got pitched recently for a story on SMS, which apparently has seen a revival. I also got pitched recently on voice. I mean, actually using your phone to call somebody with your voice is actually way up. I mean, like, shocker. Deirdre, let's turn to you. What are you seeing in terms of trends? And maybe you can edge towards retention, because you brought that up earlier. And there's people who are seeing a lot of business right now. There's also people who saw their business fall off a cliff. Both of them need to know about retention, keeping customers, right? Keeping what you've earned, getting back what you had. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Keeping customers in general, or keeping customers in the app space particularly?
Probably in the app space specifically.
Okay. Well, I think as Mata brought it very, very early on, once you have volume and you have the usage, you have that network effect. And so when you're in the top 10, it's easier to stay in the top 10. And so I think as people go towards acquisition and thinking about it, it really is about the network effect of making sure that you have a large enough network, but also enough to do in the network that it does bring back that frequency of usage, because that's really what brings us and locks us into particular apps or platforms, particularly the social ones. It's the people you can connect to. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That makes a ton of sense. Absolutely.
Social network means that you have to wait for your friends to catch up with you. So I think that's important, that if you have those users, it's once again making sure that you have the features that continue to evolve to bring them the things that they want to do, that'll bring them the frequency of usage in order to become very, not just relevant in their life, but become an essential part of their life. And that being essential might be a bit of utility, like a video call, or it might be a bit of entertainment, like House Party has the games. You can play shared games on it. So that means that it's great to have a group of people and just sharing a game, because it takes the onus off of always having to feel like you have to have conversation. So I think with retention, it's really important to continue to evaluate your feature set and evolve your feature set as we all change into this blended world of virtual and reality, moving back into reality. We can look at China for examples, but they're still not, as they are 6 weeks ahead of us, and lots of people are back in the offices. We've got people, we're I think at 80 or 90% capacity right now, but we still have a lot of distance between people. There are still barriers between them. So a lot of that physical interaction that we used to have, that closeness that we used to have, I think until there is a solution for the situation, I think in every country, we're still going to need these virtual connections.
Absolutely. And Matt, I want to turn back to you. And we've been talking mostly about consumer stuff because guess what? We've been stuck at home. We need connection. Yeah. It's kind of easy. We're seeing similar things in enterprise, aren't we? I mean, like we're on Zoom right now, right? 8x growth in 1 month, right? What are you seeing in terms of enterprise growth around social, which you mentioned earlier, and around communication?
Well, I think in general, when you think about people are spending a lot more time on social. So, when you think about retaining your customers, building better relationships, I think the things that apply to consumer apply to enterprise. Maybe at the end of the day, you're still building relationships and selling to people. They're the ones making the decisions. So I think when it comes to retention, to me, there's two really important things that can help with retention. One is creating habit. And the second one is building a sense of belonging with your product, especially if you feel part of something bigger. So when it comes to building habit, getting people to use your product more often for consumers and for enterprise makes a lot of sense. And this is the time when people might have more time to look into your dashboard and drill into things and really update or get more features. And then when it comes to building a sense of belonging, I think making people part of a community is really important. Connecting them with other customers, making sure that they get resources and they feel supported is really important when it comes to retention. So same things that you do in consumer, just maybe with a different spin.
Interesting. And we have about 30 seconds left. Deirdre, last hits.
I think I would echo what Mata said. Think about your customer, but be they a consumer or be they another business, as have that personal relationship. I think right now connection and brand purpose and really understanding what the company is and what they believe in is really important to everybody right now, both businesses doing business with other businesses or consumers picking it. As small and medium enterprises are people are really longing for them and really missing them right now. This is a moment for them to grab onto that, either by finding some functionality and leveraging an existing app or creating something themselves.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Mata, your dog has not started barking. So I think this has been a success.
I agree.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mata. Thank you so much, Deirdre. Really appreciate your wisdom. Really appreciate your time. It's been a real pleasure chatting with you guys.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Where does a huge Chinese tech company come in when dealing with a government like Canada's? And why is it vital for a healthy economy? Well, we're going to find out as we go live to Channel 2, where Tencent's Chief Exploration Officer David Wallerstein is in conversation with Chief Trade Commissioner of Global Affairs Canada, Ailish Campbell, and Politico's Ryan Heath.
Thank you for joining me, Ailish and David. This is going to be a great conversation. Now, I wanted to start on a question I wasn't expecting to ask when we all signed up to this panel. It seems we're now battling twin crises. We've got a climate crisis, which is connected to everything. We see some progress, but really not enough in terms of limiting our impact on the Earth. And there's a human crisis as well, where we're seeing the effects of mass inequality in how the pandemic played out, in how people react to globalization, in social turmoil. Ailish, if I could turn to you first, what sort of understanding and collaboration can get us back on track collectively?
Thanks so much, Ryan. You talked about the climate crisis and the human crisis. I think the very fundamental fact is that we have to recognize that we're in those two crises. So it's very clear from where I'm sitting in Ottawa, Canada, that we need a multivariate long-term, measurable, clear strategy on climate change adaptation. And it's going to take multiple factors and actions. There are no silver bullets, there's no easy solutions. But perhaps the more fundamental issue, and Ryan, I admire your directness and bravery in putting your finger on it right away, is the issue of inequality and the systemic institutional racism that we all have to confront in each and every one of our countries. Canada had a Truth and Reconciliation Committee on the treatment of our Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And what I can just share with this panel is where that concluded with some very wise people was a call to action. It's not enough to admire or name the problem. Ryan, we're here at Collision to talk about actions.
Absolutely. Now, David, you're at the coalface, the digital coalface, if such a thing exists in the private sector. And Tencent's mission is not only to deliver value for users, but to do tech for good. So I was wondering, what is Tencent doing and what models do you see out there in the broader landscape to deliver on that mission and for all of us to build resilience in the face of mounting global challenges?
Yeah, we have a lot of initiatives underway. And I think actually when you think about tying back to your first question, this climate crisis and this crisis of humanity, I think what the modern era is really calling for is new philosophies, new ways of thinking about how we address challenges. The kinds of challenges that we face now are really universal to humanity. If you think about climate crisis, if you think about these notions of equality.
That was Ailish Campbell and David Wallerstein live on Channel 2 there, where that talk is still continuing live. Remember, networking is at the heart of what we do here at Collision from Home, and you can make meaningful connections through our exclusive online platform, as well as taking part in mentor hours brought to you by Amazon Web Services and investor meetings brought to you by PitchBook. Head over to collisionconf.com for more information.
Up next here on Channel 1, we're taking a deep dive into the US elections. There's a consensus that in 2016, Russia used Facebook to try to manipulate American voters. Our next speaker is at the coalface of thwarting that manipulation. Here to tell us about how social media can do more and about the battle against dark money's influence on US elections, in conversation with Donny O'Sullivan of CNN, it's US Federal Election Commissioner Ellen Weintraub.
Hey there, welcome to Collision from Home, and I'm here, virtually here with Federal Election Commissioner in the United States, Ellen Weintraub. Ellen, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
So I know we're going to talk all about the 2020 election, and I know you sort of have oversight of many things to do with the election. But I wanted to ask you first, because it's an area I cover, and I know it's an area you've spoken a lot about, is the role that social media plays in elections. We obviously saw a lot of that in 2016. 4 years on, with a few months to go to the election, obviously in extraordinary circumstances where possibly social media will play even a more important role, given that we're all at home and there'll be less, I guess, physical canvassing. How do you think Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube are they up to it? Are you happy with what they've done since 2016, and what do they need to do more of?
They are going to play a pivotal role in this election, even more so than in the last election, and perhaps more so than in the future, because we are all right now at home. Well, not all of us, but many of us are at home, and we are getting most of our information online from these screens that we have sitting in front of us, and we don't have the opportunity to go into work and gather around the water cooler and test out what we've been reading and say, hey, what did you think of that idea? Or even in the course of normal conversation, you mention something and somebody says, oh, that's fake news. That's not real. That's a conspiracy theory. So we are really somewhat under the control of these platforms. And I do think that they are trying, but I think they could try harder. I think that they could do a better job. There is a reason that when the Russians sought to influence our elections in 2016, they chose Facebook as their platform. It's because it's already a place where there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and their algorithms are set so that it will keep people on the platform. And what they've discovered is the best way to keep people on the platform is to keep them angry, keep them outraged, send them crazy stuff that will drive their adrenaline up and make them say, oh my gosh, I have to react to that. And that's not always the best thing for our country and for our democracy. I think that this platform that was originally designed to help people form connections has in many ways been fomenting polarization and divisiveness. And I do think they could do a better job of that.
What is one thing, since you focus on Facebook, what is one thing that Facebook could do, if they wanted at the click of a finger, that you think could make better impact on this upcoming election?
Well, one thing that I have been concerned about is micro-targeting of political ads. There are a variety of responses from the different platforms as to how they're going about this, but Facebook in particular just sucks so much data about us out of our normal interactions on the web. Everything we click on, everything we share, what we spend time looking at, they're just gathering data about that and then generating more and more ads that will micro-target to exactly the biases that they perceive in their audience. And when ads are micro-targeted in that way, there is no opportunity for the kind of counter speech that our First Amendment celebrates and says, well, this is the answer. If you see information that you don't like, then you should put out a counter argument and convince people that your argument is better. That only works if you can see the argument. And when the ads are very, very narrowly micro-targeted, so that what you're seeing might not even be the same thing that the person sitting across the dinner table from you is seeing, then there isn't that opportunity for counter speech, for counter arguments, for the kind of robust debate that I think that our politics really thrive on and depend on. So if I could have them do one thing better, I would ask them, and I have asked them before, to limit the micro-targeting that they are currently allowing for political ads. It's one thing when you're micro-targeting ads for shoes or soap, but it's quite another thing when what you're talking about is politics.
And Twitter went the opposite extreme, right? They just shut down political ads entirely. Do you think that is a better approach?
That might be an overreaction. I'm not really interested in seeing platforms shut off from political debate. What I'm trying to promote is greater political debate, more opportunity for people to interact and to share information, good information, solid information, and to respond to each other's arguments. And on the topic of sharing, let me just throw in that everybody needs to be very careful about what they're sharing, what they're consuming, and what they're sharing, because it's not always clear, not on any of these platforms, where the information is coming from. And we have seen people using fake identities. We've seen people from foreign countries do it, but we've also seen domestic copycats that are using these platforms to spread disinformation. And as I said, at a time when we're getting most of our information online and from our screens, it becomes all the more important that we be careful about what we're sharing and making sure it's coming from a reputable source.
And I mean, as a FEC commissioner, here in the United States, very strong First Amendment, and the spirit, I guess, of the First Amendment as well, when it comes to at least how some of these platforms like to view how they police their policies. What does regulation look like in this space?
Well, what we want to avoid is having the government get involved in content regulation. And we're very careful about that at the Federal Election Commission. Our primary mission is disclosure and transparency about money and politics. And we want to make sure that everybody can see where the money's coming from and what it's being spent on, who is supporting which candidates, and what that tells you about what conflicts of interest might arise down the road, and also who's behind the ads that you're seeing, so that you can use that information to judge the credibility of the information that you're seeing. So that kind of disclosure has been celebrated and robustly endorsed by our Supreme Court. But once you get into the content of the ads, that's the place where I think everyone agrees. We don't want to have government telling people what they can and can't say.
Moving beyond the social media platforms now, obviously we are in an unprecedented time amid COVID-19. And while some of the social distancing measures and other lockdown and restrictions might be lifted by November, we hope, what do you view as the biggest challenge? What's your biggest concern when it comes to running a presidential election in the time of COVID-19?
Well, I think that I have a couple of concerns. The biggest concern really has to be mechanically, how are we going to run this election? This is something that is within the jurisdiction of state and local office holders. And I have to say that I've been really impressed by many election administrators at the state and local level, Democrats and Republicans, who are really scrambling and working hard to try and figure out how are they going to run an election at a time when perhaps it won't be safe for people to gather in long lines at polling places in the way that we have traditionally run our elections. I think everybody understands we are going to have a lot more vote by mail. Some places are encouraging it, other places are trying to resist it, but the voters are demanding it because they will feel safer doing it. So that's going to cost money. They're going to have to buy more scanners. They're going to have to buy the paper and the ink and the envelopes and scale up for far more vote by mail than most states and localities are used to. There are about 5 states that are doing it now. For most of their voters, but most other states, it hasn't been as big a portion of how they count their votes, and they're going to have to get used to it. They're going to have to scale up for that. Congress should allocate more funds for that. They've allocated about $400 million. It is not enough. Hopefully by the time this is broadcast, more money will have been allocated. Another issue that I am very concerned about, and by the way, let me say that I'm not advocating entirely vote by mail. There are some people for whom voting in person is the best option, and that needs to be available in a safe and accessible way. The other issue that I'm worried about is that disinformation about the virus is going to bleed over into election information, because it is going to be the #1 issue, I think, on every voter's mind. How did this happen? What has the government done? What could the government do better? And who is the best leader going forward at a time of crisis? So having good information on the virus and where we stand in November is going to be critical. And I think that all the platforms and it behooves all the platforms to be on guard to make sure that disinformation isn't being spread on their platforms to the voters. And the other thing that I would point out is, because we're going to have so much vote by mail, people are going to have to be patient. We may not know. In fact, I think it's likely that we won't know on election night who won a lot of key races. And we can do this. We've done this before, and we can do it again. We can be patient and wait for the votes to be accurately counted so that we get the right results in the end.
It's going to be some interesting cable news coverage when if we don't know the results on election night. Final question for you, Commissioner. I think a lot of folks, particularly international audience, but I think a lot of folks here in America too, might be surprised that the FEC has some oversight, but not complete oversight, I guess. And of course, there's been various issues with the Commission over the past few years and decades, I suppose. What has been your greatest frustration in your role at the FEC?
Well, as I said, our role is primarily about money in politics and the disclosure of that money in politics. So I've been very frustrated that we have not been able to achieve consensus to crack down on dark money, to do more about foreign interference, to do more to make our elections as transparent as they possibly can be.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, and hopefully the election will go smoothly, and hopefully we'll all be the world will be in a slightly better place come November.
I'm knocking on wood. I'm with you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Donnie.
Canada has a long history of discriminating against Aboriginal peoples, with forced assimilation programs, missing and murdered Indigenous women, and mass incarceration combined with systemic discrimination. Canada has and is unjust for Indigenous peoples. Discussing how to tackle this systemic racism with Emily Ragobir is former MKO Grand Chief of the Bunibonibee Cree Nation, Sheila North, the principal at First Nations Law and proud Métis, Dr. Bruce McIver, and the Chief Commissioner for Human Rights in Canada, Marie-Claude Landry.
The social unrest we've seen transpire with the Black Lives Matter movement is being viewed as a moment of awakening, catapulting racism to the forefront of national dialogue. Sheila, I'd like to start with you. Do you feel angry or hopeful of what we're seeing evolve here?
Both, actually. I think that this is a very good teachable moment for us to look at the truths and the reality, and we have to find a way out together as a nation. And time for anger is warranted, but also time for moving on and even reaching towards forgiveness and cooperation.
Chief Commissioner Landry, in your role as an independent watchdog of human rights issues in Canada, is racism systemic in this country, and how do we change that in this country?
Oh yes, racism is both. In fact, it's endemic and systemic. The roots of anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism and systemic discrimination in Canada run deep. That is what systemic racism means. That it has been historically embedded and has shaped our social, cultural, political, economic landscape for hundreds of years. It is built into our institutions and perpetuate the social and economic disparities that exist in everything from education to healthcare, housing, and employment. It's been there so long that it's hard for people to see it. But we need to see it, and we need to talk about it, and we need to speak out about it.
Absolutely. Bruce, if we look at recent cases of RCMP brutality in the Indigenous community, there's been about 3 examples of this past month alone. Prime Minister Trudeau said that there is, quote, systemic discrimination right across the country, like Deputy Commissioner Landry was saying, and that we must acknowledge that there is institutional racism in Canada. The RCMP is not immune. Do you feel the government has been overpromising and underperforming?
I think this speaks to an issue that particularly Indigenous people are all too familiar with across the country, is that you hear a lot of promises, but do you really see much delivery on the ground? The level of frustration that I see across the country is palpable, and it's that disconnect between the rhetoric and the reality of lived lives for Indigenous people all across the country. And that's what needs to change.
Commissioner Landry, I just want to go back to you for a moment to Bruce's point. It's argued that Canada suffers from this silent form of racism. How, compared to its neighbors to the South in America, how dangerous is this feeling in terms of progression for this country?
I think that racism is everywhere. It's not exclusive to our neighbors. It's everywhere, and it's something that we all need to be aware of. This is something that we need to talk about, to speak about. This is something that we need to speak out about. And we all have to start by admitting that there is racism here in Canada. If we deny it, in fact, it's the first barrier to address it. And we all have, it's not about government or any organization, it's about all of us. We all have to ask ourselves difficult and uncomfortable questions about our own conscious or biases, about our behavior, about how we react. We all have to call out that the people around us that they do not speak out about racism and they have some inappropriate propos or they are racist. We have to speak out about that. It's each and every one have this responsibility. It's not one entity who have this responsibility. And again, I repeat it because it's so important. Deny it. It's the first barrier to resolve this situation. Enough is enough. Talking, it's good, but now it's time to get in action and take concrete steps to address racism in this country.
Sheila, to Ms. Landry's point, this idea, this term that we're using right now a lot in media coverage, for example, unconscious bias. Do you think that that term alone softens the true essence of what racism is?
I think so. I think there is legitimate unconscious bias that we all grow up with. I have, unconscious biases myself about probably certain things or people or events. But for people that use it as an excuse to say that they didn't know or that they weren't aware is deplorable. And I think that people that do that are setting us back further from where we need to be. And one prime example is the RCMP head commissioner here in Canada, who called it unconscious bias and won't go ahead and say, yes, it is systemic, even though the Prime Minister has already recognized it and says that it's in there and it's in all institutions. So it's problematic that she's not able to see it. And I know that it is, it's not completely without having people telling her what it was. And if she's confused, then I don't know what's wrong, because she has an Indigenous advisory circle. She has other advisors from the Indigenous community, and I was one of them. So I know for a fact that there have been papers and feedback given to her and the RCMP about what racism is and how it's historically been present in our relationships and what it's doing to our people. So she can't say she doesn't know. And I think this is a question of her choices and her leadership, because to say unconscious bias and not come out and say it's systemic racism and that we're going to root it out is not being brave. We have to be brave. This is a good teachable moment for all of us, and we have to take this opportunity to do that.
The RCMP always has these investigations, Chief Commissioner, and I'm curious to know, is there this fatigue that there's investigations and we'll look into it, but there's no tangible results, if you could say that?
You certainly will understand that I cannot comment directly on that, because as a Chief Commissioner, I'm also a decision maker on a complaint about racism, and it's a difficult, but what I should say and what I want to say, it's time, there is come a time when silence is betrayal, like Martin Luther King Jr. was saying, and time is now. It's time to face the truth in Canada and everywhere. There is racism in Canada, and we can, it's just that we just have to see all the report or the studies about racial profiling in this country, which is Nova Scotia and Montreal and Toronto, and we have to face the truth. There is racial profiling.
I know you do a lot of work on the ground. Can you just give us some examples to put what's going on here in context?
We just have to think about the overrepresentation of the Black community and the Indigenous community in our judicial or criminal system, which is absolutely a big problem. The minimal mandatory sentence is another problem that targets specifically the Indigenous community and the Black community. There is a lot of example of that that need to be addressed.
You know where else I see it as well, sorry, Emily, is that we see it in the judicial system, we see it in our jails, the high numbers of incarceration rates of not only adults, of male and female, but young people. Our youth centers are filled with Indigenous kids. I went to visit a Manitoba Youth Center here, and I would say out of the 9 dorms with about 10 kids in each dorm, most of them, I think I saw 3 non-Indigenous kids in that whole area. So this is the precursor of the jail system, and that's huge. But where else it shows up is, what people that don't understand or don't want to know what racism is or whatever, they want to deny it. They tell us, go get a job, go to school. But we don't have proper school systems on reserves, first of all. So we don't have access to good education that will lead us to being successful post-secondary students for the most part. It's very hard when you meet an Indigenous person who has achieved good post-secondary heights, then I would say bow to them, because they overcome a lot to get to that point. And same with jobs. We don't have access, for example, to become pilots, for example. It takes money, it takes time, and you usually have to have a good nest egg to do these kind of jobs. And we don't simply have that. We're economically starved in a lot of ways, and that's also systemic racism.
And we can look as well to add on what Sheila just mentioned. In fact, we can just look on the child welfare case, in fact, and the amount of young and children that have been deprived of the love of their parents because of the unfunded or the inappropriate way that the program have been funded. It's not normal that in a country where the Indigenous community is representing 7% of the population, that they're representing more than 49% of the population in the childcare system, which is not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, to Sheila's point earlier, I think the statistic is 1 in 4 federal inmates are Indigenous, and that makes up 4% of Canadians. 48% of children are in foster care. And so, Bruce, I want to get your reaction to that, and I want to know more, if you can tell us about the state of Indigenous sovereignty in this country.
I think it's really important for people to always be aware that Canada is based on a lie. It's based on a racist lie. The doctrine of discovery is the basis of the colonial state here in Canada. It's the basis of law in Canada, the Canadian legal system. It's alive and well. I think a lot of people around the world, they have a misconception of Canada, and some of it comes from a comparison, a false comparison to our friends south of the border. This is a racist country. It's historically a racist country. It's currently a racist country. And a lot of that, as you've heard, comes from denial. This common thread of denial, and there's a correlation between the denial of racism in Canada and the denial of Indigenous rights. Those are interwoven through Canadian history. They're part of what happens today, every day in Canada. And when you see Indigenous people fighting back, saying enough is enough, and the response they get is violence from the Canadian state against them, because it's threatening this lie of there are no Indigenous rights, or that the rights have been subsumed, or that we're all fine because there's been an apology. That's enough. Now we can move on again. That is a fundamental lie that needs to be dealt with by all Canadians.
Bruce, I'm going to come back to your point about the economics and social change here, but I want to just bring up the fact that's been discussed, I've heard discussed many times over, the fact that when this COVID-19 crisis happened, the government took tangible action, and we've seen them roll out multi-billion-dollar relief aid for this country. So that shows the will that the government can move quickly, they can act fast. Sheila, I just want to know your reaction to that, and do you think there's that will, what we're seeing now, do you think there will be that political will to see change from the government side and from the institutional side?
Well, we saw the same reaction when the pipelines were in trouble, right? And Canada went out and built a pipeline. So they do have a lot of will. And the other thing that I don't think people really talk about or notice, maybe they have, but for many years, the Indigenous Services Canada was INAC for many years, how many, 50 years or something, close to 50 years, or maybe is it 30? Anyway, they were a one unit for all this time. And at the will of the prime minister in the last few years, he split it into two, and it ballooned to be a bigger bureaucracy. And now it's in two parts. Even though I believe they went from $8 billion for funds to INAC, to the department, and now they're at 22 billion. But still, the people on the ground in First Nations don't have, they're still in the same living conditions. And this government and this bureaucracy has something to say about our lives from birth to death. And so, and we have no control, we have no say on what's being done and decisions being made on reserves about us. And so we're seeing people that are dying at the hands of government policies that are racist. As Bruce said, we're all based on a lie. And a lot of it has to do with simple old greed, that people want control, people want power, people want money, resources to be, you know, have more than their neighbors and to have more than the original people of this land, because you know, they've been convinced that we're nothing and that we're not valuable and that we should go away and all those ideas. And they're not going to go away too easily. But I do have hope, because 150 years ago, as I was told, we were meant to be extinct. 150 years later, here we are, and we're still now we're in every facet of society. Some of us are doctors and lawyers and, you know, in the media, and where we're going to be in 150 years if we keep going. So I see this as a moment in time. It's a very good moment, and I think we have to keep pushing for those changes that we all seek to see, at least the ones that are right thinking.
Chief Commissioner Landry, this moment in time, why do you think this has been so different from what we've seen in the past? Why does it seem like this has really caught on, obviously nationally and globally?
Well, I think that there is, it's you know, again, when the event that we have seen last 2 weeks ago regarding the death of George Floyd, I think that it have been filmed. Everyone had the opportunity to see what happened. And in fact, I think that when we can see something like that, it just creates emotion, and emotion bring action. And I think that people cannot suffer anymore to see this kind of behavior, racist attitude toward minorities, and this kind of it's unacceptable. And it's time, again, I told it, it's enough is enough. It's time for education. It's time to learn. It's time to face the truth. It's time to admit that there is racism. And racist is not an identity, it's a behavior, it's an attitude toward people, you know. And I think that we need to ask again ourselves difficult and uncomfortable question. No one will like to be seen as a racist person, but we all have biases, and we need to admit it, and we need to work and fight against it. And I think that the video and the fact that we have this unfortunate opportunity to see what's happened 2 weeks ago just create this feeling. When you're seeing pain indirect, it's not something that you can accept. I don't think so. And I would say that as a grandmother of a little black son, I don't believe that it's normal on a Saturday evening during a dinner that I have to tell him that he should be careful, he should watch how he will behave, and he should act differently than any white young children. It's not normal. I think that the society should change, and it's time for that. And we need to seize this opportunity to address the racism in this country as everywhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sheila, I wanna come off of what Chief Commissioner Landry just said and look at the role of journalists in this space and in this realm and what we're seeing happening. I know that unless it's a story like we've seen with the Wet'suwet'en protests or the missing women and missing girls situation, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Whenever it's a main story, it comes up in news, and then after it goes through its cycle, it dies down, the story goes. Tell me what you think the role of the media is here for promoting equality in this country and around the world, I should say.
They play a very, very important role. And I think much like other systems, media, the justice, the health systems, all of it, they all face the same problem, in that there is systemic racism. And I think the other problem with the media and even politicians is they can't completely change their formats or their policies without support from the greater public. Unfortunately, it's the ones that support media or watch media are also the same ones posting hate on social media and all these platforms. So it's a huge societal problem that has to have a great shift. And media does have an important role to play by paying attention to, the smaller voices or the voices that don't normally get heard so often, and expand also the people that are telling the stories. When you close your eyes, I was given this example when I was first starting in the media. If you listen to the newscast and you close your eyes, everyone sounds the same. There's hardly any room for diversity. You might look and see a woman, you might see a dark face, but everyone sounds the same. And I can say for sure, when I was first starting in the media and my first live report, I naturally said, "Tanse, I'm Sheila North," which means hello, I'm Sheila North. But after 3 times or so, I was told by the producers, "Don't say Tanse. That's too hard to explain to people. We don't have time and they don't know what it means." And it was, I can't say it was beaten out of me, but it was sort of was. And because we don't have any room for diversity. But yes, we all have, as a society, we have this in all of the systems, and we've learned it from early ages to disrespect, to disregard, Indigenous people, especially in this country, and then also other racialized, and we don't call it out, and we have to at every turn and every level now.
Bruce, to Sheila's point about how we identify with ourselves and how people identify with us, I want to look at going back to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the entire report, looking back at residential schools that only closed, the last one only closed in the 90s, and that's not very long ago. What does the term truth mean to you, and more so the term reconciliation in this context?
I think what I tell people all the time is that reconciliation isn't happening if it makes you feel good. It has to make you feel uncomfortable. Non-Indigenous people need to feel uncomfortable when they're dealing with reconciliation. Too often it's hugs and kisses and platitudes from politicians. It has to be a difficult conversation. And that's one of the positive things that's been coming out here in the last few weeks. People are feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. As the first step for reconciliation is first to admit that there is a situation and there is a problem in this country and there is racism. And it's also to say that it's not an Indigenous problem. It's a Canadian problem that we all need to step on the plate and address it. And this is the first step for reconciliation. It's acknowledging that things have happened, and this is the dark side of our story in Canada, and we need to address it.
Do you think that this country and the world, to a larger degree, will be able to build back in such a way where, especially if we look at the economy, we can bring these people who have been marginalized in previous times with us for the benefit of the country and the economy?
I continue to be hopeful. I hope that's where we go. Unfortunately, history doesn't give us good signs that that's where we'll end up. Just today, the news with different provinces across the country that are taking this as an opportunity to further marginalize Indigenous people. That's what's happening today. They're putting in place laws for quote, economic development, that'll have the opposite effect for Indigenous people. And that should be a huge concern all across the country.
Absolutely. What I just want to say, if there is one message that is also important, it's so easy for some people to take their rights for granted or look the other way when the face of injustice because we think that it didn't affect us. And we should never forget that we can never take rights for granted. We always have to fight for it. And rights should be for everyone and not just for some, like access to justice, like not having to face discrimination. It should be for everyone in this country. And this is something that we need to fight for. We need to move forward to build a country where everyone will feel that they belong and can have the same privilege and the same rights. This is what I just want to highlight. In fact, we should never take our right for granted, and everyone should benefit.
Sheila, do you want to weigh in on that? And are you hopeful that this is the moment we'll finally see that tangible change?
I'm always hopeful. And I saw a funny meme that said, you know, human rights is not a pie. Just because someone else is getting more doesn't mean there's less for you. Human rights can be afforded to everyone. And so I look at it that way, and the more respect and support that we show for each other in bigger groups, we can outnumber the bigots and the racists that have a lot of learning to do.
Well, Chief Commissioner Landry, Mr. Bruce McIver, Sheila North, thank you very much for joining us at Collision from Home.
Now, most of us are familiar with Moore's Law, but just how powerful are computer chips becoming in the 21st century? And just how much computing power is required to power computer research labs, futuristic CGI, gaming graphics, and even power pandemic simulations? Well, the CTO of AMD, Mark Papermaster, is here to tell us how the race to design, make, and ship the best microprocessors on the planet is shaping up.
Thank you for letting me share at Collision 2020 my views on microprocessor computing. It's been my life's focus, the moment I joined industry, and it couldn't be a more exciting time to talk to you about this, because the entire digital transformation that has been going on for years is now on a hyperpace. As tragic as the pandemic of COVID-19 is, it's actually accelerating the pace of innovation across all aspects of digital transformation, how we use IT, and overall computing. And that's what I'm going to spend just a moment with you on today, because I think we all feel the same way, that we want information at our fingertips. We want it where we need it, when we need it. We want it pertinent to the situation that we're in. And in response, more and more information is available. We are seeing sensors embedded all around us, smart devices at home, in the factories. All of the equipment has telemetry, and so it's constantly feeding data on the operations of those systems in flight. And so it is a different world. It's a flood of data that this digital transformation needs to analyze real time and make it useful for all of us. So, that's really obvious when I make the statement then that, foundation of this new normal that we live in is in fact computing. You see it and maybe you're working from home and you're using much more audio visual than you did, and you need that quality of that interaction. You see it on the trends of gaming, where it's becoming more and more realistic of those visual images. And you see it in the research that's going on. They need massive amounts of data to progress our learning in so many key areas, including medical research and searching for new vaccines. So it is in fact the new normal of yet again another inflection in this race for more computing. So it's not new. This insatiable demand has been going on, generation after generation. You look, I just plot a historical trend of CPU computing and GPU computing. And you can see that there's been 2x in the amount of computing coming out of these processors about every 2.25, 2.5 years. So the race has been on for generation after generation of computing products. But the way in which that performance is delivered is changing. Because it used to be that just the new semiconductor node alone would practice what was called Moore's Law. It would double the performance, double the density of transistors every generation. And so we relied on that, and it's brought such great results. I mean, you can look at the iPhone 8 that debuted in 2017, and it's 170 times faster than a 1985 Cray 2 supercomputer. So this trend has been going on for years, but how that computing will be delivered has to fundamentally change, because Moore's Law is changing. It's slowing down. You still are able, with new semiconductor nodes, to really double that density of transistors, but the cost for each transistor is going up. And in fact, the peak frequencies that it can run at are tailing off. And so that old equation of being able to rely on Moore's Law as a primary driver to be able to keep us at the same cost points, but to deliver that exponential growth of computing does not hold anymore. And so it's in fact driving new innovation and new ways to put that same growth pace together for consumers, and I call it Moore's Law Plus. It's a different Moore's Law. You know, if I look at our AMD products, you simply have to go back in time and look at, in the early 80s, an AMD CPU, about 100,000 transistors. Now look at last year, our latest server product, EPYC, AMD EPYC, had almost 4 billion transistors, and it was made in a novel way of using the latest high-density 7-nanometer processor mode in chiplets. So smaller, easy to manufacture chiplets put together and seamlessly interconnected to create a 64 x86 high-performance CPU cores in a single carrier. So that's a different way about going about keeping yourself on that old historic Moore's Law pace. And we do the same thing on graphical computing. You can look at I show a 1 million transistor, mid-90s graphical processor unit, GPU, and then last year in our Navi family with an over 10 billion transistor graphic processor. It's a beast. If you look across our product line, you'll see graphic processors that put the memory together in novel ways, stacking the memory vertically and then connecting it silicon to silicon to that graphic processor. So innovation in how we put CPUs together, GPUs together, and then CPUs and GPUs. So every step of the way, how we deliver computing is changing, it's accelerating to stay on that exponential pace. And that's a requirement of our demands as consumers. We need it every day, and I'd like to show you just a couple examples of how we bring that to play. I'm going to start with ray tracing. Ray tracing is being deployed now across our graphics products, and it delivers very realistic graphics. So you look at the game consoles of today and graphics processors, and you almost think you're seeing a video image of a real interaction, let alone images being rendered by that graphics processor. We've now added in our new generation of Navi being released this year, so coming out in 2020 game consoles, ability to track the bouncing of the light across images. So it's even more lifelike, even more realistic. And in fact, it's so computationally intensive that it's actually 2x the workload if that chip did not have hardware acceleration. You really can't have that lifelike experience without that ray tracing capability built in. So very exciting addition that you're seeing across the graphics landscape. Let's look at a quick example of how that comes to play. The next example I'd like to look at is the field of medicine, near and dear to all of us. And you simply have to look about how diagnoses are made, from early detection of pathogens, early detections of cancers. The amount of diagnostics that's required needs to be accelerated. And not only is it incredibly computationally intensive when you're analyzing the billions of pixels that make up the images of our bodies which are taken, but you can capture the knowledge of so many, the vast library of diagnostics that have been done to date, and tap into that with machine learning to speed the accuracy of these diagnoses. So it's putting computing to use to improve the quality of our lives and the health of our population. And how do you get more and more accuracy? It's actually the explosion of artificial intelligence, which is driving such a demand of computing to hit that accuracy. The way that you get accuracy is you have more data that you've analyzed and is more accurately predictive of the outcomes that you're looking for. And so larger and larger model size for artificial intelligence is driving higher and higher accuracy. That in turn is driving supercomputer-like capabilities needed for the most advanced AI approaches. And we're in fact approaching what we call the exascale era. An exascale is 1 billion times 1 billion floating point operations per second. It's just an immense amount of computing, and that era is coming upon us now. In fact, we're very excited at AMD to be a participant in building for the U.S. Department of Energy what will be the 2 largest supercomputers shortly. The Frontier system in Oak Ridge National Labs in 2021 will start standing up the Frontier system, and then in late 22 and 2023, the El Capitan system from Lawrence Livermore National Labs will be over 2 exaflops. So this supercomputing exaflop era is upon us, and it couldn't come at a better time. Look at the research going on right now to find vaccines and cures for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're very proud at AMD to have contributed to this and donated compute, CPU and GPU to the Corona system at Lawrence Livermore National Labs. So, the future is bright. Our view is that it's going to be an open ecosystem. It's about industry coming together, bringing CPUs, GPUs, other accelerators, and an open software system to take on these most complex challenges and improve the lives and productivity for industry and for our personal lives. Thank you.
Well, in the year 2000 and again in 2008, we saw economic downturns that transformed the markets and the ways businesses operate to meet new demands. But what lessons did we learn, and what can we predict as we enter this new and unknown economic climate? Well, joining us now are a member of the 2018 Forbes Midas list, David Chow of DCM, and renowned product expert SC Moti from Mighty Capital, both in conversation with Maureen Farrell of the Wall Street Journal.
Welcome, everyone. Great to have you at Collision from Home. Okay, let's get straight into it. We don't have a lot of time. So David and SC, we've seen downturns before. What's different this time about the current situation we're in?
I think the difference is that in 2000, the crash was more about IT and telecom. Internet and telecom. 2008 was more around real estate, the housing, and the financial crisis. I think this one has been more broad. It covers almost every industry and every geographic region around the world. And I think that the winners and losers are more distinct because we have to change behavior, our fundamental human behavior, until the vaccine probably comes out.
I would agree with David. It's across industries, across geographies, and it's been just like this sudden, like there's a before and an after, right? Some people start to talk about BC and AC before Corona, after Corona. So there's a clear beginning, and there's also a clear end, because the vaccine is really saying like, okay, now we can, all go back to quote unquote normal life. I'm sure we'll talk about what normal is, BC and AC. But there's a clear beginning, there's a clear end, and then in between there's this sort of state of flux. But as you can see from the stock market, that's relatively resilient right now. There are still some fundamentals in the economy that are pretty strong, and people are adapting really quickly to this new reality. So despite the massive rate of unemployment, the economic fundamentals remain very solid. And I think that's a big difference compared to any previous downturn, which were all about the economy crashing. Here, it's actually not the economy crashing.
It's sort of, it's been mystifying, somewhat baffling to look at the stock market every day, as there are clearly cracks. Obviously, the way we live every single day is changing till who knows when. Are there lessons? I mean, you pointed out the differences between times past. Are there lessons you've both taken away from previous downturns, that both as an investor and with the entrepreneurs you work with, that you're sort of leaning on now, you're thinking through?
So I think
yes,
as an investor,
I will say that what's interesting is to see, I think 9/11 is probably one of the closest, event to what we're living through now, where when the accident and the terrorist attack happened, everybody was in that sort of state of shock, just like we've been for the past few weeks. And for several years, people were worried about, getting together into large groups, very worried about travel. And, when I say for some time, I mean for 2-3 years. But then after that time, there was a back to normal, which was extremely close to the previous normal, right? Like, in fact, pre 9/11 and post, say, 2003, 2004, not a lot of things changed, with one exception, one massive change, which is airport security, right? Airport security was never the same before and after, and that's pretty much the one big change that came from 9/11. I think we're going to see something similar in the sort of the medium to long term, where after COVID, there will be that one massive change, whether it's a health passport, whether it's something along these lines. I actually don't know yet. I'm looking at that actively, but I see one big change. Maybe I'm more like cynical, but I don't believe that life will be completely different 2-3 years from now. Even though for the next 2-3 years, probably life will be completely different.
I think from an investor's perspective, in terms of tech sector, it's much more akin to the 2000 internet bubble crash. And one of the things that, I've been in the business for 23, 24 years. And one of the lessons every time a crash happens is that people tend to think that, I can get a hot Series C company now for half the price, and people jump on it. And, when we track our record of doing those kinds of deals in 2002, 2003, and even 2004, the record's not all that great. And what we found is that, companies that, became hot or doing well, people have worked 4, 5, 6 years to really get to that point. Suddenly there's a crash, there's a down round, equity needs to be refreshed. And then they, fundamentally say, oh my God, I have to work 4 to 5 more years to get back to where I was. And I think the teams get tired. The new investors, gobble up most of the economics. And so many of those companies actually don't do quite well. And so this temptation to, oh my God, it's cheap now, you really have to resist it and focus on much more earlier stage companies And we all know that during the down cycle, great companies emerge. And those are typically brand new companies.
I will, if I can comment on this, I agree with you, David, that earlier stage companies are where we're looking as well. Our analysis, however, is almost opposite as yours, where in the 2000 crash, the entire technology sector literally crumbled. And in this crash, it seems like it's the opposite, right? The FANGs are, the stock of the FANG is going gangbuster. In terms of investment, we see sort of two reactions with our fellow venture capitalists. Some of them who have a portfolio that's in a more fragile position are completely off the market. They're basically reserving their dry powder for their portfolio companies. But some who maybe just raised the fund or maybe have companies that are already well funded, and when I say well funded, I mean 18 to 24 months. They're actually actively looking for deals, and so it's really interesting to see. And that's one of the things I love about investing, that every thesis can have a winning execution, but every thesis can be different.
Yeah, I think the one difference where I see is I think the current blip in the technology market post the crash, it feels irrational to me a little bit. Many companies, of course, the big guys, whether it's an Apple or Amazon, are doing well. But some of the medium-sized, smaller tech companies, their stocks going up. I think it's a little bit of exuberance that we're seeing again, hoping that things will get better. But I just fundamentally don't think a lot of business sectors are going to be the same until a vaccine is done.
There's also a question, underpinning the way that you're both looking at investing is, especially in the private market. I mean, what happens to the business models? I mean, we've been living through this age for many, many years now, and people have kind of called the end of it for a while, of this growth at all costs, especially in the private markets. Profitability, until obviously even before this, we were starting to see a shift. But who needs profitability if you can grow and you could figure out profitability at some point down the road? And it seemed that had been shifting. What are the business models you want to see as investors now? I mean, because does growth go away? I mean, you want to see growth. You want to see what? So tell me, how are you looking at companies now?
We definitely want to see growth, of course, and venture level growth, as opposed to slow growth or survival, which we see a lot of companies come and pitch to us. We just need some money to survive. Like, that's not what we want to see, right? We still want to see that. But, our thesis has not really changed pre and post COVID, because I will say we're relatively conservative investors. Like, we will not go after blitz scaling. We will not go after crazy valuations. And so when we compare what we did in 2019 to what we're doing in 2020, in 2019, we actually did very, very few deals, because there was a little bit of that exuberance, primarily on valuations. I mean, companies were growing. I do think that in 2020, companies are going to continue to grow. There might be a little bit more churn. There might be longer sales cycle. There might be some revised estimates. A lot of our portfolio companies are projecting flat years in terms of revenue. But I'm not seeing a fundamental change in their business models.
Yeah, my perspective is that 2000 and 2020 is very similar. If you build it, they will come philosophy, and capital intensive business models are definitely out of favor. I think companies that have measured growth, companies that don't require salespeople to visit, and companies that actually can control their operating expenses on a more variable basis. I think these companies are going to do better, and they continue to do well. I mean, we just took Bill.com public in early December, And it's doing well because salespeople don't have to go out and they have great channels. And so there are companies that are doing well in this environment. Conversely, you look at any company doing travel right now is in a doldrum. And so it's case by case. And I think that's what's a little bit interesting about 2020 versus 2000, when everything just crashed.
And right now, as you're talking to portfolio companies, both the ones, as you said, it's different in different sector by sector, and depending on, the specific effect of COVID on the business model. Both of you have pieces of advice on what advice you're giving to do and what advice essentially not to do, some short-term fixes that might be dangerous for a company. I'd love to hear a little bit of one of each.
Sure. First and foremost, you got to cut costs because for a short period of time, revenue is going to go down or it's going to be flat. And the old adage of what GE used to do is every year cut the bottom 10-15%. So there's always fat in any organization. You got to cut first, and then create measures to make sure that you keep your current customers warm. And so you might think that you want to cut sales and marketing, but this is actually a time where you got to continue to keep your current customers warm, and that's very important. And the last thing is, if you have a great CFO or finance team, they can save you a lot of money. And this is a great time to negotiate with all the vendors that you have in your company, and that a company uses, and you can get great discounts now. And so those are the three things. And ultimately, cash is king. You got to survive this period and then go back to measured growth.
Yeah, I'd say on our end, like David on the financials, but the first order of things in terms of communicating with our portfolio companies was, number one, look after the health of your employees, and then try to cut your costs as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and extend your revenue. We put a list together of resources for all of our portfolio companies, giving them, tips, articles, links to get all of that. And these were basically the three topics: keep your employees healthy and performing, extend your runway, and focus on sales.
Great. And in the little time we have left, one final question. You mentioned this, Essie, earlier. Normal. Any ideas of what this new normal could possibly look like in our work life, in our life, and how, when we're going to see this? I'd love to hear what you both think before we wrap up.
I think social distance is going to be around until the vaccine is done. And we totally assume a vaccine is going to be around. And this could be like a cold where, the virus keeps on mutating. And we might be in this state for a long time coming. And so I think trying to figure out normal, we should be conservative. And it may never go back to normal. And I think that should be the working assumption.
I mentioned I'm more of the camp that says everything will go back to normal with probably one big change. We're actually right now as a partnership talking to a lot of different experts in the verticals that we cover or that we have an interest in, to really brainstorm, like, where's that new normal going to emerge, and how, and what's that one big change going to be? Whether it's the health passport, whether it's the social distancing, like David mentions, we'll see.
Well,
thank you. More masks, that's for sure.
We're all, and they're becoming increasingly fashionable, the ones that I've seen. Yeah. So that's all we have time for. There's a lot more to come from Collision at Home. Thank you so much, Essie and David. It's great talking to you both.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
According to our next speaker, companies using tech for flexible work models are better able to attract the right talent and boost productivity. What do you think? Well, we're asking CEO of Citrix, David Henshall, to explain the benefits of remote working for your business.
Hello and welcome to this Collision from Home discussion. David, thank you so much for joining with me today. So, David, you previously said that Citrix has been leading this idea of remote work for a long time, about 30 years now. So what is Citrix's work from home policy and how has it changed since the pandemic began?
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, Citrix has been in business for about 30 years now, connecting people and information on demand and producing the types of digital tools and services that allow for remote work to be possible. And we've had the benefit of not being connected to physical offices as a requirement for pretty much our entire existence. We view the global workforce as really, an opportunity pool for us to look and find the best and the brightest resources, regardless of where they are physically. So I'd say that at any point in time, we have between 20 and 25% of our company working remotely. And that allows us to, again, find those great resources, really engage people on their own terms, and make the best of Citrix. What's changed for us, obviously, over the last 3 months is that at the beginning of March, where the entire company went remote all at the same time. Absolutely new experiment for us. It's been really interesting. And I think we've learned a great deal about not only the company, but about remote work in general.
So speaking of remote work, you previously said that when it comes to working from home, productivity solutions are only part of the overall challenge that people face, and you have a global company. So you've said that you want to, take a step back and take a holistic view of overall infrastructure. So what do you mean by that, a holistic view of overall infrastructure?
I really mean two things by that. There's really the employee side and there's the IT side. From an IT side to start with, you step back and you think about the complexity that exists in the modern IT infrastructure. Most of our customers have over 500 applications that they manage and run to deliver their business resources day in and day out. That's a lot. It's a lot of complexity that exists in that infrastructure. So they need a foundational set of capabilities to be able to deliver that in a way that is consistent, that is managed, that is secured, and that is available to people regardless of where they are physically around the world, what type of device, what type of network. That's where a solution like a digital workspace comes in, the way to aggregate all of those applications, all of those content resources, and provide it in a way that makes it easy to access. On the employee side of the house, it's much more about taking a step back and realizing, what are you really empowering people to do? Simple access to email, one tiny little part of the equation. They need to have those resources available on demand so that we can free people from, frankly, focusing on tasks all the time and really empower them to be productive on their own terms. That space to be creative, that space to be dynamic, and the things that you're truly paying people to do. In a lot of cases, most businesses around the world, people are by definition the most valuable resource. And by that, I mean it's the highest operating expense. But traditionally, we haven't really treated them as such. We've given them the tools to manage all those tasks that I talked about. But we make it very hard to be engaged, to be empowered, to be inspired. Those are the types of things that I really think about when I talk about the overall experience, the employee experience, the infrastructure, and the simple, managed, easy way to kind of contain all that complexity that exists in the enterprise.
It makes a lot of sense. Well, speaking of it, segues well into my next question for you, which is so many companies are now transitioning online for the first time and moving their businesses into the cloud, some temporarily, but many of them permanently. So I want to know, what are the technological challenges that you see of transitioning to remote work? And for those sorts of companies looking to transition, what systems do they need in place in order to transition effectively?
It's actually a pretty simple equation these days. The technology has advanced so far over the last decade or so to make this a relatively easy and seamless process. In fact, before I tell you the specifics, I'll say that we just completed a survey of IT professionals, and really 3/4 of them were amazed at how easy it was to take all of their workforce and put it remotely. Because a lot of people have been investing in that infrastructure to make it more portable, to make it more agile, to make it more flexible. So the primary tools that everybody is embracing right now is some level of public cloud infrastructure for scalability, resilience, business continuity, an infrastructure like a digital workspace that we talk about constantly to be able to seamlessly gather and deliver all of those applications and resources. I think that's important. But also holistically looking at the employee experience and working backwards from that. Do your teams have the right tools to be productive? Do they have a physical workspace that they can go to on a regular basis and allow them to be engaged and be productive without this level of distraction that occurs? And so, we're finding that it's actually been a relatively easy and incredibly productive exercise for most of the customers that I talk to.
It's interesting. And speaking of technology, since we're on that subject, and I know that you are very intimately familiar with the world of tech. So what do you think the pandemic was going to do to the overall technology landscape, and how should businesses think about that?
It's actually a fascinating time, and I think what you're going to see right now is twofold. There's the human side where it comes to work, and this idea that work is not a place, of course, it's that thing that you do. And now that the entire globe, for those roles that can be remote, are working remotely at the same time, I think it's opened up a lot of people's eyes to just how productive teams can be when given that level of tools and resource and time to be engaged. So the trends around remote working, I think, are here to stay. Where we go long term is probably a balance between where we were and where we are right now. But the flexibility is certainly driving the increase in productivity that most customers are seeing right now. From a technology standpoint, I think we're at an amazing period of time right now. Even prior to the pandemic, we're entering this era that a lot of people have described as the fourth industrial revolution. What that means is that new technologies are advancing at such an incredible pace right now, whether those are quantum computing ideas, the availability of connectivity, where we have more than half the planet connected for the first time ever, the amount of data that we are really generating and being able to catalog and capture around the world has just exploded exponentially. And so the businesses that are going to be successful long term are those that can harness that data and really present it to people in real time, to be able to make decisions on the fly as business opportunities present themselves. And so this period of time right now is forcing a level of innovation and creativity out of necessity. So I think we're looking at opportunities to remote everything, to virtualize everything, to be able to reimagine experiences that we would have had to have done physically, maybe traveling around the world, maybe putting people into a physical location. All of those things are being turned on their head right now, and we're looking at the world through an entirely different lens. And so that period of innovation that would have taken years or months is going to be collapsed down into a much shorter time period. I think that's here to stay. Last thing I'd say is that this level of automation and simplification is being accelerated at the same time. A lot of the simple task management that we've been engaging with historically is being just turned on its head. So automation, remote process automation, and every other facet of that is accelerating at a rapid pace.
It's really fascinating stuff and somewhat heartening to see how well we're all able to adapt collectively. You mentioned so many benefits of remote work, the flexibility, the dynamic nature of it. If I can play devil's advocate, why should we have offices at all? I mean, wouldn't it be easier for you, the CEO, to just offload the costs of running a business to the individual workers and just ask everyone to work remotely from now on? Do you think that's feasible, or do you think that's too extreme?
Personally, I think it's too extreme. I think that the benefits of remote work, these trends that we've seen over the last several years, are certainly more pronounced, and they're going to continue to be on the back end of this current COVID crisis. But I think there is a healthy balance that needs to occur. And so remote work is fantastic in some ways. If you think about being on a global webinar, if everybody is remote, the experience is completely democratized, and you have the exact same experience across every attendee, and every attendee can participate in an equal fashion. When you've got a mixed mode, and I think a lot of people are calling it hybrid work right now, it gets harder. So if you've got a conference room full of people and one person remoting in, that person usually has a subpar experience. So we've got to find that right balance where the technology and the business process and the human side of it really come together to have a great, immersive, engaging experience regardless of where you are physically. In terms of the balance, I think remote is fantastic for maintaining relationships that already exist. I mean, I can check in with my teams around the world. I can pop in on happy hours on all parts of the globe all in one day, and that's really great. But it's hard to establish and nurture a brand new relationship. There's certain things that being in physical contact are actually beneficial. In addition, I think that having a level of constructive dialogue, creativity, the things that help innovation, sometimes those are better in small groups and in person. So I miss my big whiteboard in my office, but I'm really enjoying the time working at home at the same time.
Those are a lot of great points. And I think the key word that you said there is balance. You know, you can't do too much of any one thing. Too much in the office isn't very feasible, but you can't really do too much remote either, because then you don't get to create those dynamic relationships like you just said. Although I will say, hope that our relationship is pretty strong, even though we met online, basically, just like over remote. But you know, if we can fast forward a little bit, I'd love to talk to you about what you see as happening after the coronavirus crisis is over, or rather in the post-vaccine era, because coronavirus may never leave. So how would you feel about remote work at that point? Let's say we have the vaccine and the vaccine is effective, but how do you feel about remote work at that point? Do you think you're going to encourage more people to go back into the office after changing up their schedule for months and months on end? Or do you think that the expectations will somewhat return to a pre-coronavirus level in terms of the the balance of both flexibility out of work and going into the office?
And I think what you said about pre-vaccine and post-vaccine is actually really important. You know, returning to the office in a pre-vaccine world is going to be a challenging experience for a lot of people, whether that is maintaining social distancing, protective equipment, not being able to engage in a lot of the activities that make a physical location like an office a positive. So I think once we get in that post-vaccine world, we're going to step back and realize that this period of time, people were actually very engaged. They were very productive, and finding that balance, like I said earlier, somewhere between where we were and where we are, I think is where I'm going to see most of our customers end up. Certainly for Citrix, if we had 20-25% of people working remotely on a full-time basis, and then the rest of us were on a more of a part-time, as needed basis, I think that is probably going to balance up a little bit more. Even myself, I mean, one great example is, I travel 50% of the time at this point. And I'm finding that my productivity right now is just soaring because I'm not spending as much time on airplanes. And I can actually have better leverage and better reach, being able to reach out to people remotely. So it won't replace everything, but I'm pretty sure we're going to end up somewhere in the middle. And that's consistent with most of the customers and industry peers that I talk to as well.
That's really interesting. And the points you make about travel too, especially fascinating. I do wonder what that's going to be like once this is all kind of coming to an end, at least once we have a vaccine. I wonder how travel will be affected. But anyway, this is probably going to be my last question for you, but part of the theme of this conversation is how to make a world-class business and how to keep employees happy and motivated while remote. But I personally believe a lot of the attitudes and behaviors from employees start at the top. So I'm sure that many employees and perhaps even a lot of your friends and family look to you as a model, considering you're the leader of Citrix, and Citrix has been, a world-class leader in business, but also in allowing folks to work remotely and having that sort of flexibility. So I'd love to know more about what a typical day is like for you and how you manage your schedule and you balance work and life at home.
It's a great question. I mean, this period of time is really sometimes made me feel like I'm not sure whether I'm working from home or I'm sleeping in the office. And that's based on a necessity, just trying to help a lot of customers get up and be productive so rapidly. But what I've been telling our teams and others when we talk about this is, find that right balance and get into a routine that works for you. It doesn't have to be the same for everybody, but finding a routine that, you get up, you get ready, and you approach work as an activity versus a location. And so for me personally, I get up at about the same time every day. I try to get some exercise right away, but like a lot of people, I'm kind of fully immersed whether I'm working or in my personal life. So I'll start the day maybe with my iPad on the treadmill, returning some emails, transition back to the workspace that I have that I spend most of my time in, sitting in front of my computer, engaging in those activities, and then I'll take a break in the middle of the day. Maybe take an iPad and walk around the house, go for a walk, and continue to just work and life balance to the best I can, given the unique circumstances we live in right now. I'm probably a little bit more on the workaholic end of the equation. It's just based on necessity what I need to do. So chances are the last thing I do in the evening is go back and clean out the rest of my emails that came in and get ready for the next day. But I think I found this right balance that I call it a work-life balance. Is probably the wrong term because it applies an equal weighting, but it's more about work-life integration that allows me to be productive on my terms, take the breaks when I need to, but really just, focus on the activities that I have in front of me, things that I want to get done. Really enjoying the time with family at this point. I think it's a unique blessing that has, occurred during this period of time. And frankly, I've never felt more productive than I am right now.
Well, that's great to hear. And I'm glad that, if there is any silver lining to all this, that we get to spend a little more time with our families and recognize the important things in life. Well, David, thank you so much for this discussion. I really appreciate your insights and all the advice and the things that you've had to say here. They're really fascinating and valuable at a time like this. So I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much to everyone for watching this discussion. You're watching Collision from Home.
Now, it couldn't be a busier time for the American Civil Liberties Union. Amid the COVID-19 pandemic and protest pandemonium, the organization must protect the vulnerable and fight discrimination, whether on the streets, behind bars, or at the polls. As an election looms and racial tensions rage on, ACLU President Susan Herman is joining now here at Collision from Home for a candid fireside chat with Sabrina Siddiqui from the Wall Street Journal on how her staff face these challenges remotely and how she keeps spirits high when the stakes are higher than ever before.
Susan, thank you so much for joining us. We're really happy to have you.
It's a pleasure, Sabrina. We certainly have enough to talk about.
We have no shortage of things to talk about, especially at a time like this. So we're just going to dive right in. But before we get to more recent events, it's been an incredibly busy few years for the ACLU. If you can just kind of talk about the backdrop kind of coming into the moment we're in now.
Well, I think the backdrop is for 100 years, we've been working on important civil liberties problems that are focused on both the federal government and all of the states. We have affiliates in all 50 states. And for the past 3.5 years, especially, the staff had already been working overtime, bringing 173 legal actions against Trump administration policies like squelching immigration and family separations and banning transgender people in the military. So our staff was already hard pressed and working really hard, not only with respect to federal policies, but in all of the states about anti-immigrant laws, challenges to reproductive freedom, voting rights, mass incarceration. So, there's the backdrop.
And you were already working on all of those issues before the pandemic hit. Obviously, we're having this conversation from our respective homes. The last couple months, 3 months now, you've had people across the country and around the world who've really, been living through the consequences of this pandemic. How has it affected the work that the ACLU is doing?
Well, I would say, Sabrina, in two different ways. First of all, when COVID hit, the staff had to deal with whole new buckets of virus-related work, in addition to, as you're saying, working remotely from home, sometimes while juggling a toddler and a cat. So, I think the first example that I would give you of virus-related work, just because it's been the most demanding in many ways, is trying to save the lives of medically vulnerable people in prisons and jails and immigration detention facilities. So since March, the ACLU has brought over 100 legal actions and done a lot of lobbying in virtually every state to try to get them to protect people in prisons and jails and to release those who are particularly medically vulnerable and who there's no real reason not to release.
How has that played out at prisons across the country? What are the side effects that you're seeing of the ways in which officials at the local, state, federal level have kind of treated that aspect of society during the course of this pandemic?
Well, one thing that I think is really surprising is that so many jurisdictions have not been more attentive to the spread of COVID in prison, because what happens in prison doesn't just stay in prison. The guards are also exposed, and then they spread the virus to their communities when they go home. So we know that over 40,000 people in prisons and jails and immigration facilities in this country have been infected, and hundreds have died. And if you think about it, if you were in an overcrowded detention facility, they're just tinderboxes. You don't have control over whether you can socially distance or how often you can wash your hands. You may not have access to hand sanitizers, etc. And so, I think this work has been especially heartbreaking in the context of immigration detention facilities, because we're talking about 36,000 people in this country who have been detained, whose only offense was wanting to be in the United States. And a lot of them are just living in death traps.
I want to talk about that a little bit more because, you know, the conditions at immigration detention centers, that's been a source of longstanding concern. And some of that does even predate the Trump administration. This, of course, came up in 2014 during the migrant crisis under the President Obama. But of course, in the aftermath of the Trump administration's family separation policy, there was a lot of focus around the kind of squalor that a lot of these children were actually being forced to live in. And I was curious, you know, as you've now seen the effects of the pandemic, what has sort of been the concerns that have been top of mind? And can you talk a little bit about some of the cases that you've heard of or the stories that you've heard of some of these people who are living or housed in these facilities?
Well, you're absolutely right, Sabrina, that even before COVID hit, that there were already many problems that we've been litigating and arguing with people about people in detention. You may recall the low moment when a government lawyer actually argued that there was no obligation on the part of the government to supply children with soap or toothpaste and necessities like that. So now I think these people are just doubly traumatized and terrified. And so far we've gotten over 400 vulnerable people released from ICE detention. And one of the problems here is that we've had to do a lot of litigation even just to find out what's going on, because ICE outsources a lot of this detention to private facilities. And so even just finding out how many people are ill and how many have died has been a terrible problem. But I can tell you there are people who are terrified. From the Otay Mesa facility outside San Diego, people have been calling anybody they can call every day to just express their desperation that they don't think it's fair that they're there in the first place. And now they're just doubly terrified.
Is there any sense of any of the precautions that are being taken in the midst of the pandemic at these detention centers? Are they just not? I mean, I know you talked a bit about a transparency problem because you don't even have necessarily accurate numbers, but has there been any kind of effort by the government to provide information about how they're kind of handling the pandemic?
Well, I would say, of course, there's been efforts by the government. Of course, ICE is making some efforts to try to keep people safe, again, because it's not only about the people who are detained, it's about the people working with them who then go back and forth into the community. So certainly, I wouldn't want to say nobody's made any effort, but the efforts are uneven. And as I was saying, we only hear what we hear, so we don't really know how uneven the efforts are. But one thing I learned that, this may just be anecdotal, but people in some places are saying they don't have face masks. And I think that's ironic because the government has not been swift to provide inmates any place in any sort of detention with face masks. And the reason why people in prisons and jails tend to have face masks is not because of the government, but because of Jay-Z and Meek Mill, who started a program to provide people in detention with face masks. And evidently, not all of the facilities where immigrants are detained have come into contact with that program.
So then when you talk about the challenges that the ACLU has put forward, both with respect to prisons as well as detention centers during the pandemic, what does that challenge focus on? What's the goal that the ACLU is trying to pursue?
Well, I think there are a couple of different goals. And right now, the number one goal is to try to keep people safe. But longer term, I think the whole idea of secrecy, the idea that the government can run these facilities or send people to private prisons and not tell anyone what's going on, is part of what we have to chip away at. We have to get people to not accept that. And I think another thing that we're hoping will be a long-term benefit relates to the policies of mass incarceration, as well as our immigration policies, which result in so many people being in detention in the first place. And so one thing that we're hoping is that when communities realize that there was no problem in terms of public safety with having vulnerable people released from facilities, if elderly people are released into the community, it's not like crime is going to spike. And I think that if people get used to the idea that we don't need to be incarcerating so many people, I think then we can really start to attack the premises of our carceral state and the idea that what we need to deal with all of our problems is more police and more incarceration.
Well, you've touched upon, of course, what has been front and center the last several weeks now in the United States. Of course, the rest of the world is also watching because when you talk about mass incarceration, it's inextricably tied to issues of racial justice and also policing, which came, of course, to the forefront of national attention with the May 25th killing of George Floyd, Black man in Minneapolis. And there's been protests for weeks in cities across the country, tens of thousands of people who've marched in the streets. What has been the ACLU's focus? Because you, of course, as an organization, have already done, as you were just alluding to, done a lot of work around these very issues with respect to policing and mass incarceration.
Right. Well, I think that you might say, first of all, that the whole, since the protests, we've had a third bucket of work. A lot of ACLU lawyers have had to respond to the grim irony that the way the police have been policing demonstrations about police brutality is to be brutal. In 98 cities, they've been using tear gas, which in addition to being harmful, increases the risk of people getting infected. People cough, their lungs are damaged. So we've had a number of ACLU affiliates that have brought lawsuits about policing of the protest itself in DC, in Minneapolis, where they brought a lawsuit on behalf of journalists who were being attacked for trying to cover the protests and trying to tell people what was actually going on, trying to show people. So there's been that, the work about the protest and making sure that people know their rights while protesting. And then, so that's, one additional bucket. So the other thing is that, as you said, we were already doing the work of trying to reduce mass incarceration. And we have what we call a smart justice program, where we've been trying to get people to look at criminal justice system policies from stop and frisk to arrest to bail to sentencing that have racially disproportionate impacts and that are not really have very little to do with public safety. So in addition to everything else, we're now trying to build on the momentum of the protests to try to do what's possible. And I want to say, in talking about what's on our to-do list right now, I think there are like 3 different categories of what we're working on, which include the quote, defunding of the police that people talk about. There are immediate reforms that we think we can accomplish, which I'm happy to talk about police accountability and conduct. Then there's decriminalization of just trying to have not so many people encounter the police. But on defunding, I think I want to start by saying that that's a word that is misunderstood a lot, and that makes people nervous.
I was going to actually ask you to kind of give people a better sense of what it really means, because it's become this rallying cry among a lot of the protesters and civil rights advocates. But, of course, it's been politicized, and Republicans are turning it into, this kind of way to draw contrast, saying, well, the left is, pushing this radical proposal. But what does it really mean to defund the police?
Well, what it means, first of all, let me say, I think that the people who are afraid of defunding the police are the people who are fortunate enough to be in a position where the police make them feel safe. And I think one thing that the protests are teaching us is that not everyone feels safer when the police are around. Some people feel more threatened. And I think a lot of people are coming to terms with the costs of having so much policing and having policing and criminal justice be our answer to everything. So the basic idea of defunding is, instead of just reform the police by doing things like telling them don't use chokeholds and don't break into Breonna Taylor's home in the middle of the night when she hasn't done anything wrong and then you end up shooting her, things like that. But I think the idea is that those reforms are not enough. Yeah, and those reforms are being proposed all over the place right now. So let me tell you, in 2015, the ACLU did a report on the Minneapolis Police Department, which showed clearly that the Minneapolis Police Department was highly racist. They were arresting people almost over 8 times as often for minor offenses. And so the police department did adopt some reforms. They were doing bias training, and hey, it didn't work. It's not enough. And so I think what we mean by defunding is we mean examining policing from scratch and trying to reimagine where we actually want our response to be policing, and where we could be doing things that would actually make people safer. Like, instead of a quarter of the people who police end up arresting are people who have mental health issues and who are acting strangely. So if we had real mental health services to deal with those people, or if we dealt with homelessness or with drug addiction in ways other than having the police have a major footprint all over the place, if we didn't have police in the schools, if we dealt with our problems some other way, number one, we would be reducing the opportunities for the police to be effecting what I think almost inevitably is sometimes arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. And number two, and I think this is really important, is we could use the money in better ways. The city of Los Angeles spends almost a third of its city budget on policing. They've just agreed to reduce that by some. But the idea of defunding is maybe we could use that money in better ways that would actually keep us safer if we had programs and crisis centers to help people who are mentally ill or homeless or who have drug problems.
Yeah, and one of the other things that has come to people's attention is this question of bail funds. And you've seen, obviously, because of the number of protesters who've been arrested, efforts by those who support the protests to contribute to these bail funds. And I think a lot of people don't really understand, you know, what that issue is really about. And so I was hoping you could just talk about the ways in which there, of course, are people who are disproportionately affected by being arrested and then having to post bail, and how that ties into the protests.
Right. So bail funds are great. Again, it's a kind of a Band-Aid solution. People have to pay bail. Well, maybe we as a community could chip in and help them not be incarcerated when we don't think it's fair. And by the way, the policing of the protests has also been discriminatory. In Minneapolis, more people of color were arrested for protesting than white people. But our idea, we've just been attacking bail altogether. What do we need cash bail for? So here's another, I think, myth that people have in mind about the criminal justice system, that it's all about protecting us from violence. Well, according to FBI reports, out of how many arrests? Out of about 10, I figure that I wrote down for myself, but it was only 5% of all arrests that had anything to do with violence. 5%. All the rest of the arrests are for things like selling loose cigarettes on which the tax has not been paid, like Eric Garner, or being suspected of spending a $20 bill, like George Floyd. So that is the primary model that we're talking about. Should those people be locked up unless they can afford bail to bail themselves out? No. So to me, the problem isn't who pays the bail. We've been attacking the need for bail altogether, and one of the things that we've been doing is urging people to vote for district attorneys and prosecutors who will do what they can to change the policy of requiring cash bail. So I think what we're saying, the defunding idea, is just a word, and what it really means is strike the root of the problem instead of putting Band-Aids.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think there's been obviously a lot of unrest over the past few weeks, and it's, if there's any good in it, there's a reckoning that's unlike any before. You know, President Obama just a few weeks ago was talking about how, you know, if you compare this to the civil rights movement in the 60s, one thing that is different is you have a much more cross-sectional group of people who are out there on the streets. There's so much more diversity, and especially among young people, I think there is a lot more of a desire to address these issues. But you know, for a lot of people, between the pandemic and the protests, it's been a pretty depressing time. So, you know, there was a positive decision by the Supreme Court with respect to LGBT rights. Can you just quickly kind of break down what that meant?
Okay, on June 15th, the Supreme Court held in a case involving a man named Gerald Bostick, who was a child welfare worker in Georgia, who was fired when he joined a gay softball league. The ACLU had two clients, Amy Stevens, who was a funeral director in suburban Detroit, who was fired when she wrote her employer a really very touching letter explaining to him why she was going to be living her life as a woman, and Don Zarda, a skydiving instructor who was fired for being gay. So what the court held is that a statute, Title VII, which applies to employers with more than 15 employees, prohibits employment discrimination on the basis of sex as well as race. And what the Supreme Court held is that sex includes sexual identity and sexual orientation. So what Justice Neil Gorsuch said, who was not one of the most liberal members of the court, but he said, if you are fired, if Amy Stevens is fired because she wants to wear a dress, and a woman would not be, you know, a born woman, a cis woman would not be fired for wearing a dress, that is sex discrimination. So I think what people need to know is that this is not a constitutional ruling, it's just the interpretation of a statute. But the same logic would apply to other statutes that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex. I think the other thing I want to say in terms of the good news is that 70% of Americans think that this is fair, and Congress should have actually enacted an explicit law saying this years ago. There's an Equality Act that the House has passed, and one thing we're working to do is to get the Senate to pass it too, so that we can fill out the protections.
Well, I think, you know, we'll end on a positive note, and we really appreciate talking to you. If you were just say in one sentence what, you know, you think people should do moving forward if they want to help, what would it be?
I think my one sentence is voting. The election in November is highly threatened. We've been seeing what it's like to vote during a pandemic, and it is not easy. So we're working in more than 30 states to try to make access to the vote easier. What everybody should do is find out what your state needs to do to enable everyone to vote safely in the fall. Tell people how to register, check whether their names have been purged from the voting rolls, and vote like your rights depend on it.
Susan, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to all of you who tuned in. You're watching Collision from Home.
Now, all week here at Collision from Home, startups have been battling it out to earn their place in our highly anticipated pitch final. Well, the time has finally come to find out who our winner of this year's competition is. We're going to join them now with our host, Casey Lau, right here on Channel 1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the announcement of the winner of Pitch at Collision from Home 2020. Earlier, we saw pitch finalists Sim, Glucoactive, and Ori compete against each other here on Channel 1. Their pitches were judged by Prashant Chandrasekhar from Stack Overflow, Stefan Hauser from Hyundai Cradle, Silicon Valley, John Tat from Toronto Dominion Bank, and Eric Hippo from Lera Hippo Ventures. The votes have been counted, so let's jump on a call with our finalists to announce the winner. Hi, guys. Congratulations on making it to the finals at Collision from Home. Before we announce the winner, John from Toronto Dominion Bank, can you give us your overall feedback on all three pitches?
I thought all of the entrants were quite innovative. I mean, they all had a unique take on the particular space that they're operating in. I mean, Sim, obviously offering a workflow automation component. I think certainly lots of opportunities in the market. It's a niche space, being compliance-based. I think they'll face competitors against low-code workflow solutions from Microsoft and other organizations. So I think that will be a development place for them. Glucoactive, I think that's a great solution. Certainly the pain-free option and the convenience of not having to deal with pricking your thumb and dealing with blood is certainly a huge benefit for them. From a revenue perspective and partnership model, it looks like they're well established and maybe a bit more mature than the others. And then finally, Ori, having the learning development space and having the flexibility of using mobile devices and using real-time feedback from an AI model is really innovative. And I think it gives some depth to the product that allows them to develop as time progresses. Really, all really cool.
Okay, here we go. The moment you've been waiting for. The winner of Pitch at Collision from Home is Glucoactive. Robert, congratulations. Tell us, how are you feeling right now as the winner of Pitch at Collision from Home?
That's really great. This is something we was expecting for since very long time, because we believe this technology can rule the world. And yeah, we believe that we are doing something really important, and it is very nice that you guys saw this.
All right, great. Thank you to all the startups and all the judges for making Pitch at Collision from Home so exciting.
Well, Twitter's where people go to talk about what's happening in the world right now. In recent months, they've seen record app downloads, and in the first quarter of 2020, they reported a 24% increase in monetizable daily active users, their highest reported year-over-year growth rate to date. Joining us now to discuss how Twitter is empowering public conversations, it's CTO Parag Agrawal.
Parag, hello, how are you? Good to see you here.
I'm doing well. It's good to see you again.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. Well, let's get right into it. So, first question I want to ask you. You have said publicly that Twitter has some biases. For example, it wants to be biased towards a good tweet. What is a good tweet?
Good question. We don't have a definition of a good tweet. We do, however, have a definition for a bad tweet. A bad tweet is a tweet that violates our terms of service, which we can objectively evaluate. We use a large number of agents, as well as a bunch of machine learning, to proactively identify potentially bad tweets, to prioritize them for review, and then to take appropriate action on them.
But you also must have factors. In fact, I believe you have up to 10,000 factors that determine the quality of a tweet, that determine whether I am more or less likely to see it. There's some that I know, right? If lots of people retweet it, if lots of people fave it, if lots of people comment, if people I know comment, if people I know comment and retweet and favorite, all that stuff. What else, and what is the cutting edge that you're figuring out now that can help improve the quality of the algorithm so that it is more likely to surface stuff that I want to see and that meets all the other metrics you're trying to achieve?
You're very right. We look at a lot of signals in prioritizing what you see. It's important to think of that as not a tweet as being good or bad, but to think about what tweet is most relevant to an individual in a certain context. Different signals, different algorithms manifest in different ways depending on whether you're in your home timeline or in search or somewhere else within the app. Different contexts call for different relevance algorithms. That being said, you are correct in noting that there's a large amount of signals that go into it. These include actions people take on tweets, whether they be likes or retweets or clicks, or whether they be actions like blocks or mutes or reporting certain tweets. Based on a bunch of these actions, we build models that try to determine relevance and whether a piece of content in a certain context improves health before surfacing it. You talked about state of the art. The signals that the algorithms use rely on the graph, whether it be the follow graph or the engagement graph or historical patterns of engagement. Also rely on the content of the tweet itself and what we understand about it. You asked about like state of the art and cutting edge. This is a problem that's sort of a fascinating problem for research across the industry. Tweets are interesting in that they have very little content. And so we currently use algorithms that use the graph and content and are constantly working on figuring out how to combine the best of the signal that is achievable from these two disparate class of algorithms. We spend a lot of time thinking about how to make these algorithms way more real time. So Twitter is a super real time platform. So there's a large amount of cutting edge research that goes into understanding really quickly what needs to be surfaced in what circumstance instead of waiting like 6 hours or a day.
So you said something, well, you said about 13 interesting things, but I want to start with two words you said a little bit ago, which is improves health, which seems like a little bit like a proxy for good, right? I mean, there must be things about conversations that you consider healthy, actions that people take on the platform that you consider healthy, right? For example, if I see a tweet and you know that it makes me more likely to return to Twitter 3 days later, then probably it is a good and healthy tweet. What else do you mean by improves health?
Improvement of health, when we talk about the word health, we talk about health of the public conversation. We think of a healthy public conversation as one that has diverse points of views, that is civil, that helps people be more and better informed, that helps people learn from the platform, want to use it more, want to engage with others more in constructive conversation. Those are all sort of the high level ways of thinking about health. When we build features, we think about a problem that we're trying to solve. We think about, if we solve this problem well, what would we observe in terms of user reaction, user behavior, to know that we appropriately solved the problem. And then we'd have some confidence that we improved the health. Let me take an example to make this concrete. Let's think of the conversation page where you like click into a tweet and you see a bunch of replies underneath it. We currently prioritize what order you see those tweets in. We divide up these tweets into a few different sections wherein you have to click into see more, and then you have to click into seeing like potentially offensive tweets. Now, a measure when we improve our models or improve our ranking of this area, what we want to see is people reporting fewer tweets in areas that we determine to be high quality. People blocking fewer people as a result of seeing those tweets. And people wanting to engage with more of the tweets that we prioritize for them. If as a result of a ranking change, we observe in line with our expectations, we believe we have improved the health of that conversation.
So one thing I wonder when I listen to you and when I think about the platform is that the tools you have for showing affirmation are fairly light. Very easy to retweet. It's very easy to like. I do it 100 times a day. The tools you have for showing the opposite, blocking, muting, reporting, are very hard. I do them once a month. So how are you able to build an efficient system where the tools for affirmation are easy to use and the tools for condemnation are hard to use?
That is a good question. The way I think about it from machine learning perspective is there's certain signals that are very sparse that we get only for a small number of times that someone should exercise that tool or might see something unhealthy. There's only a small fraction of time that people exercise that tool. While for other tools they get exercised way more often, right? That presents a challenge in terms of sort of the algorithms we build. The good news is the product isn't static. And in fact, we've been continuously building increasing amounts of ways for people to provide feedback on content that they see, which allows us to get better. So that's sort of how we navigate this. But you are correct in noting that sparser signals are harder to use for modeling purposes and extrapolating from.
It's definitely the case that you're adding signals. I feel like every 15 minutes I check back in and you guys have launched something. Let's talk a little bit about the current moment, right? So we're in the midst of two of the biggest stories of our lives. We have a global pandemic that has made us all terrified. Search engine information has locked us all in our homes. We have protests that have made us desperate to find out exactly what has happened at that moment. Both of those things lead people to Twitter, right? We're at home. We want information. We're riled up. So presumably tons of people have joined Twitter. Is that correct? That in the last 3 months, presumably you've seen a surge in new users?
We have seen a surge of usage.
So one of the interesting things about the surge of new users is that new users don't understand the platform. They have different norms, different ways of acting, and many of them look like bots. So you have two challenges. How do you identify the ones who are real, and how do you make sure the platform works for them? Explain the way you've thought about that since March.
It's a good question. I do want to touch a little bit upon you mentioning the current events and how we've seen a surge of users. It's important to understand and put that in perspective. We think of our mission as a company to serve the public conversation. Over the last many months, they've sort of gone to reaffirm our belief in the importance of the public conversation for us as a people. Beyond that, we've also sort of become clear that we have an important role to play in serving the public conversation as Twitter as a service. The surge in usage presents sort of fascinating challenges for us, especially in the context of the pandemic, because we had a surge of usage along with a disrupted supply chain for hardware components, along with the impacted global workforce. And I'm proud of the team for keeping the service up and running through these sort of challenging times in a moment where people were most interested and eager to use it. Coming to your discussion around, I think, fake accounts and how we think about that. Fake accounts have existed for a long time. They keep evolving their behaviors over time as we respond to them. Before we jump into sort of how we think about them today, important to think about, like, there's a few different categories that we can categorize these fake bad actors into, right? One is the traditional thing that people talk about. These are like bots that are completely automated. A second category to note that we see quite often is these are bots with humans in the loop that are able to sort of turn around remediations we have that try to verify if you're human. Thirdly, there are entirely human-powered accounts that are attempting to manipulate the conversation at all times. And lastly, there's a category where these are real accounts that get compromised and then get used in as bad actors, but they originated as real accounts at some point. As you think about sort of all of these, any attempt to manipulate the conversation actually employs some combination of all four of these potentially to do so. Our efforts historically have continued to ramp up in this. We suspend millions of accounts every month before anyone on Twitter ever sees them, or before they're able to tweet, get into your timeline, get in search. they get suspended. Additionally, we take many millions of accounts every week that we challenge to determine if they are human. Beyond these, the interesting thing to note about
Let's pause there for a second. Explain how you do that. How do you challenge if they're human?
Oh, so we have a large amount of algorithms that are proactively monitoring behaviors of various accounts over time, detecting patterns, which we see when we look at accounts not as a single account, but as aggregates of large amount of accounts. And we see anomalies which can't be explained by normal usage.
I see. So you're like, you just point your AI algorithms looking for anomalies, and you assume that the anomalies are more likely to be fake accounts than non-fake accounts.
Right. So sometimes they are algorithms that we have built over time which catch repeated similar patterns. Sometimes they lead to investigations that was like, oh, this is an anomalous set of data. There's something to investigate here that we then go after. The core thing to note is when you look at aggregates, you can see patterns more so than when you look at individual accounts. And that's a common theme to be able to sort of understand this space. I do want to note a very interesting challenge in this space. You mentioned like there's a bunch of accounts and new users with no profile pictures and limited tweets tend to look like bots, right? The interesting thing to note is there's a lot of accounts that look fake but are actually real. Who just chose not to have a picture and chose a certain behavior of engagement. But also important to note that the most dangerous fake accounts actually don't look fake on the surface.
Right, right. It's the ones who everybody thinks are real. That's what you actually have to find.
And they're the ones that inflict the most harm, right? So an interesting category of that is sort of state-backed manipulation attempts. So we see a pattern where we find over time these fairly sophisticated campaigns to manipulate the conversation and are able to attribute them to some state as being sort of the primary force behind them. When we do identify them, we make a public disclosure. We actually release the entire data set, often like many terabytes, so that external researchers can look into that, learn more about patterns that we might not have even seen, and make us smarter going forward to be able to detect them better.
Well, let's hope that you, this is work that I would like you to complete and have be perfect by, I don't know, roughly November.
I think we need to be complete yesterday.
I know that, but just with our election coming up, and I know you have elections across the world, but I feel like we're going to have a particularly contested one in the United States in just a few months. So Parag, you've one of the many things that Twitter has done over the last 6 months is you've rolled out a whole bunch of product changes where you've labeled things. First, you labeled manipulated media. Now you label information that is false about, for example, coronavirus or other important topics like the elections. And I've noticed that you label, you don't necessarily take it down, which presumably helps you steer around some of the thornier issues involving free speech. But explain to me a little bit about the labeling strategy, and then explain to me a little bit about how you identify the material you label.
Great question. I think getting to how we think about misleading information and how we think about mitigating the potential harm from it. The most important thing I'd like to impress is our approach to misinformation is guided in a few principles. And one of the primary goals there is to avoid and mitigate harm. As a result of that, we don't attempt to go after all misinformation or address all misinformation on the platform, and instead prioritize and focus our effort where there is the highest likelihood of harm. In doing so, our approach is to show diverse perspectives and to avoid content removal as a concept. And that sort of leads to our strategy to label content so that people can find additional context around a piece of content, as well as additional conversation, and reach their own determinations. So we don't make an attempt to determine the likelihood of something being true or false. And instead, we try to allow people to discover the conversation more easily around a piece of content so that they can make their own determinations. In terms of how we go about doing that, sorry, go on.
That was exactly what I was going to ask you. I was going to say, how do you go about doing that?
We currently use a combination of human evaluations, but also algorithmic labeling. Over the last few months, we labeled over thousands of tweets globally in many languages based on the COVID policy, mostly algorithmically. Our interpretation, our implementation on the manipulated media policy is machines amplifying humans, wherein a single human judgment leads to labeling of a large number of tweets when we can determine they were all manipulated in the same way.
I see. So you collect signals suggesting that there's a potential problem with a bunch of tweets. You put them in a bucket. They're evaluated by humans. The ones that are problematic, you then break apart and identify what the constituent parts are or where the same tweets and misinformation may exist on the rest of the platform, and then you use computers to knock those away or to add labels to them.
That's a rough approximation. I think it differs across manipulated media and the COVID topic. In one case, it's media, where the amplification is, are these sets of media similar or the same? In the other case, it's text, so it's based much more on, are they sharing words or patterns in language? I will note that our efforts are primitive and early, and so you're likely to see us miss content that we should be labeling, and also see some false positives where we label content that need not be labeled.
Parag, one of the things that people talk a lot about, particularly as the political season gets more heated here in the United States, is the question of filter bubbles and how a platform that's as important as Twitter can make sure that it's constantly showing people new information from new people and not just sending them deeper and deeper into the same holes. How do you think about the value of doing that? And to the extent you do it, how do you do it?
There's a lot of value in doing it, both to society and to public conversation, which is our mission. There's also value for us as people to get informed about diverse perspectives. In terms of sort of how we think about doing it, we think about doing it through product surfaces like Explore that allows you to go broader, but we also, that's sort of a motivator for us sort of moving in the direction of following topics instead of just following people. By following topics, you're choosing and able to get a diverse set of perspectives related to that topic instead of just hear the set of voices that you chose to hear. Mm-hmm. And we believe a future, more topical way of sort of using Twitter is likely to expose people to a broader range of perspectives, broader set of viewpoints, and help people sort of not be in filter bubbles.
So when you think about a healthy conversation, is a conversation that has people with different follower bases and different viewpoints, whether it's different views on politics or different views on K-pop, having a diverse audience is a healthier conversation?
Exactly right. So when you, it's both a diverse audience and a diverse set of speakers that you hear from. Instead of you choosing to follow me, you follow a topic which exposes you to multiple voices and not just mine. And those multiple voices are likely to bring a diverse set of viewpoints and let you explore multiple sides to the topic or the conversation that you're part of.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Parag. I'm going to go over to Twitter, follow some topics, and amplify some people who disagree with me about free jazz. I'll see you later.
Our final guest at Collision from Home needs little introduction. As the Prime Minister of Canada, he has been at the forefront of a world that has changed more in the past 4 months than we could have ever imagined. Here to discuss how the experiences of 2020 will shape the future and how the world can begin to heal, please give a huge welcome to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Good morning and welcome to Collision. My name is Gillian Tett. I'm the editor-at-large of the Americas for the Financial Times, and I am delighted and honored to be talking this morning with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, a man who needs absolutely no introduction to this audience. So good morning, Prime Minister Trudeau, and I should say congratulations on your beard.
Okay. There's a lot of people growing longer hair and beards through COVID, but I have to point out, I made the decision at Christmas to face 2020 with a beard. Little did I know it would be as challenging as it has been, but it seems sort of apt.
Absolutely. Well, these are times of great resilience in every sense. But can you start by telling the audience, please, who come from around the world and who may not be familiar with the minutiae of Canada, exactly what is the situation right now in your battle against COVID-19? And what have you learned in the last few months that you would like to tell the rest of the world in terms of Canada's experience?
Well, when things hit in mid-March, we turned to the scientists, the experts, the public health professionals to figure out what it is that we needed to do. And we decided that we needed to shut down the economy like other people were doing around the world. But we also knew that if we were going to force people to stay home and not go out and collect paychecks, we needed to support them. So we brought in quite quickly an emergency response benefit that gives people $500 a week. And we have about 8 million people on that $2,000 a month since almost mid-March. That has allowed people to be comfortable in staying at home and not feeling like they have to go out. And what that has led to is us having been able to get the coronavirus pandemic somewhat under control. We got a lot of hits in our, and unfortunately, a lot of deaths in our old age facilities. But in general, we've been able to flatten the curve, keep our health system from getting overwhelmed. That benefit was an immediate support to get people into the right mode of hunkering down at home. But then we brought in a 75% wage subsidy, which means that companies are rehiring people, giving them 75% from the government, often topping them up to their full salary, so that even if they're not working because the company is either closed or the small business is waiting or the restaurant's only doing takeout, people are keeping their link to their jobs, so that we're hopeful that as we start reopening carefully over the summer, more and more people are going to get on that wage subsidy, and we're going to have that slow, careful, but gradual reopening of the economy that people want. So when we compare to sort of Northern Europe and the United States and others, we're doing better. It's still a challenge. We're around 100,000 cases, but we've got the trajectory we want, and we're continuing to feel optimistic about it.
Right. Well, I'm sitting here in New York, and I'm often hearing people joking around me when they look at events the last few months, they'd like to go and escape to Canada. Is the border open?
No. One of the first things we did was close down the borders internationally, and then a few days later, we closed down the border with the United States. We needed to do it in a coordinated way because obviously the trade that flows back and forth between Canada and the US and medical supplies and agriculture and essential goods and services is extremely important. But we got a strong agreement with the US administration that non-essential travel has stopped. People aren't crossing the border, but goods and food is continuing to flow for the benefit of our economies. We've extended that border closure until July 21st. But it may continue beyond that. It really depends on what the trajectory of the cases are in Canada and in the United States and elsewhere around the world.
Right. Tell us, as part of your corona fighting measures, to what degree have you relied on technology and apps for the tracing part? Because, we're talking to a tech-heavy crowd. There's been tremendous controversy about the apps in places like the UK. The US, interestingly, has gone as much down the route of using human tracers as tech. Where does Canada stand in terms of the ability to actually harness the power of tech to try and improve the tracing and the detection process?
Well, we knew that, first of all, science and data and technology was going to be key to getting us through this. So we created a lot of space to listen to our experts, listen to science. Obviously, there's politics, political decisions that go into it, but having them grounded in what the best recommendations of our experts were was essential the whole way through. Then in terms of technology, we've been really adjusting to Zoom calls, adjusting to a lot more digital investments, digital focus on the way things are done. Online shopping has been really important. Shopify, a Canadian company, has been doing really big things over the past while, including helping out with the app, which I'll talk to in a moment. But a lot of the things that we've been doing over the past few years, being a world leader in the artificial intelligence ecosystem, for example, moving forward on superclusters around plant-based proteins, around ocean technologies, around supply chains, around a range of things, has been a little bit re-energized by this. In terms of drawing in scientists, drawing in technology companies and workers, we've seen tremendous benefit from turning towards science. I mean, something we brought in a few years ago, the Global Skills Strategy, which allows high-skilled workers to come in 2 weeks, has created an element and an ability to do tech extremely well and rely on it in Canada, which is key. On manufacturing and innovation, we've actually had local companies switch over very aggressively to producing things that we need during this. So whether it's Bauer, that's a hockey gear company, making face masks, which is totally appropriate. Stanfields and Canada Goose, which are clothing companies, making gowns. We have Nobel Prize winning scientist Art McDonald, who leaned in to create an off-the-shelf parts built ventilator that will be great if we hit a second wave, but also really useful around the world. So we've been investing in technological innovation and support to try and drive our response to COVID. So even as, like every country, we're having to import massive amounts of PPE because we didn't have enough from the beginning, we're now getting to a place where we're close to self-sufficient on that and able to turn around and share with the world, particularly the developing world.
So what about apps?
And apps have been an early conversation. We're very interested in sort of the Singapore, Australia model when it was launched around what they did. But in conversations with some of their leaders and their technological folks, I saw that an app that works in the foreground of the phone just doesn't work. The privacy concerns are huge. Concerns around location services and geolocation has driven down acceptation of the technology. So we actually just launched last week and announced we're going with an exposure notification app that will sit on the Google and Apple API through Bluetooth handshakes that will basically just, all it does is tell you if you've been in proximity to the phone of someone who has subsequently tested positive. So there are no identifiers. It goes to a national database of the anonymized codes for the phones that will simply give you an alert to say you might have been exposed, you should call in. Or if you do test positive, you can plug into your phone the code that says that you've tested positive so that others are alerted. It's absolutely privacy secure. It's super simple. You put it on your phone and you forget about it. And we're hoping for a very large take up. But we learned from what people were doing around the world that minimal, simple, download and forget about it for free, and it notifies you and you get to decide to call public health. But it's an extra tool to help with the contact tracing we're doing right now and will continue to do.
Sometimes it pays to have second or third mover advantage in that respect.
Indeed. Well, and we were really lucky because Shopify and BlackBerry and some of Canada's great technology companies really stepped up to get it done right. So Shopify sort of built the code, and BlackBerry ensured the security around the codes and around the systems. So we can really turn to Canadians and say, this is a tool that you can trust that is going to help.
Right, right. Can I ask more broadly? In the last few months, we've seen under the Trump administration a lot of very hostile language towards immigration. Just in the last 24, 48 hours, it seems like we're going to have another tightening potentially, although the logistics of that are still very unclear from the Trump administration. Are you seeing an increase in tech migration going north, where either immigrants are coming to Canada rather than America in the first place to work in tech and develop tech, or you're seeing actually existing operations heading north?
Yes, we've seen that over the past years, actually, where because of some of the decisions that the American administration has taken around immigration, around high skilled work visas, we've actually seen scientists, tech startups, programmers, computer design folks coming to Canada in large numbers. We've really boosted. We already had real leadership around AI with people like Jeffrey Hinton and Joshua Benjo and others. But what we've seen is an increase in people realizing that Canada continues to be incredibly welcoming towards immigration, particularly tech immigration and high-value immigration. We know, and this is where I disagree a little bit with the American president, I believe that as you bring in high-quality people to do high-quality jobs, you create more jobs for Canadians. You create opportunities in the economy, you create growth that is beneficial. And that's why we're basically saying, sure, you don't want to go to the States? Come to us, we'll take you. We created this global skills, global talent approach, global skill strategy that means if you want to bring someone in to work in your company at a certain high-tech job or a high-value job, we'll give you a visa in 2 weeks to get them to come in. Because we know that when you bring in a senior programmer or a senior manager for your company, you're going to hire lots of great Canadians who are out of schools. We got massive numbers of STEM graduates. We got international students who are continuing to welcome. These are the things that we know being open to the world, drawing on the world, both gives us the talent here, but helps us with connections to the world in a global marketplace. So, regardless of what happens in the United States, Canada continues to be, welcoming and excited about people coming to Canada, about people investing in Canada, about creating startups and ecosystems in Canada. This is a great place where we continue to have full access to the U.S. market. So you get the best of everything in Canada.
Right. On that note, I have to ask you about Huawei. Where are we with Huawei? And just how bad is the new digital Iron Curtain, to quote Hank Paulson, the former Treasury Secretary, between the US and China, and how is that hurting Canada right now?
Well, obviously, in many ways, we are squeezed between the world's two largest economies, between the U.S. and China in a trade war or in significant disagreements. Does put pressure on Canada, like it does on many countries around the world. Around Huawei, our national intelligence services and our information agencies are digging in, continue to work with partners around the world to see what exactly the right path is. We understand the need for a competitive ecosystem to get the juices flowing for our IT systems and for 5G. But we also have real concerns around the way China has been behaving. So we're going to make sure we get that balance right.
Right. In terms of the COVID-19 battle, the US administration has said it's going to withdraw from the WHO. What is Canada doing? Are you staying inside the WHO, and are you hoping to step up and show more leadership to fill that vacuum?
It is very clear that in a global crisis, none of us can succeed unless all of us succeed in eliminating COVID-19. There is a need for global collaboration, participation, partnership on vaccines, on health measures, on treatment drugs, on understanding the shape and the flow of this pandemic, which is why we continue to and will continue to support the WHO. Obviously, there are questions about how it can be improved, how it needs to answer certain questions that people have had around how it engaged with China early on. But it is really important that we turn to multilateralism to work ourselves through this. We are tremendously connected as a world, interconnected. We need to make sure that trade continues to flow, that supply chains continue to be robust and resilient because we're so interdependent. We need to be making sure that it's done properly around and following the rules. But the WHO is a multilateral institution that has served extremely well, that is extremely important. It's the best gig we have out there in terms of world public health. Can it be improved? Must it be improved? Absolutely. But that's work that we should be doing, not sort of walking away from. So Canada will continue to be a strong proponent of multilateral institutions and engagement.
Right. We haven't got a lot more time, but I've got a couple more questions if I can. Firstly, given, as you said at the beginning, the importance of science that's been shown through this whole corona crisis, and people are listening to scientists, people are almost hero worshipping scientists at the moment. To what degree would you expect that to be extrapolated to the climate change arena in the coming year? Do you think what's happened in the last few months is going to undermine the climate change fight or actually accelerate it? And if so, how does that play into something like Canada's own issues around the pipelines?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, quite frankly, this crisis is going to accelerate our actions around the climate crisis. I mean, we're facing what is hopefully a very short-term but massive crisis right now. The climate crisis is slightly longer term, even though we're seeing very real consequences from it now. We need to step up. We need to listen to science, which is why we've moved forward on protecting our oceans. We've moved forward on banning plastics. There's a lot of things we're doing. There's more to do. But one of the reflections I have is around our world's resistance to change. And that sense that, no, change is scary and we have to resist it. We have to be careful about it. Well, right now we were just minding our own business as a planet for the past few years. And suddenly change landed on us without any of us asking for it. And what that has created is an openness and an opportunity, I think, for people to say, okay, you know what? We do need to rethink our systems. We do need to be stronger and more resilient. And yes, to pandemics, absolutely. So we get through the next waves and don't have a future pandemic 10 years from now hit us nearly as hard. But it also means we have to rethink our systems, including around climate change. And making shifts happen now during this crisis, well, there's an opportunity to it. There's an openness as we reopen, as we rebuild, how we build back better, how we build back greener. These are the things we need to be talking about right now. Now, Canada is and continues to be an energy-producing country with significant fossil fuels. But we know we need to transform that energy mix that the world relies on. We've committed to get to net zero by 2050. But while, for the next years that we're still relying on fossil fuels, Canada should be leveraging that need for fossil fuels into investments in the green economy. So as we're building a pipeline to diversify our markets, so we're not just selling to the United States our oil, to instead selling it to Asia as well, to get better prices for it, we've committed that any profits from the pipeline will go into that green transformation of our economy. So we know that leveraging what we have right now as a reliance on fossil fuels into that future of net zero, of innovation, of a different energy mix, we have an energy industry that is ready and is going to be a key part of that technological and scientific transformation.
Right. Well, last question is, as you look to the future, all countries right now are raising a big debt burden as part of their response. I mean, Canada is spending heavily to support people through this crisis. And in places like Europe, one way to potentially tackle that fiscal gap is going to be by putting more taxes on digital companies. We've seen a big transatlantic split on that issue. Where does Canada stand about the need to tax tech? Are you as ever caught in the middle, or do you have your own clear-cut policy? In which degree, how do you think that's going to help potentially plug the fiscal gap going forward?
Well, first of all, recognizing that Canada went into this crisis with a far better fiscal position than any other G7 country, than many other countries in the world. We have an extremely low debt to GDP ratio. That meant that all the investments we're making to support families, to support businesses, to make it through this crisis are going to lead us in a fine position moving forward. We're not worried about having to raise massive amounts of money through taxes. We know that as the economy gets back to more normal with low interest rates, we're going to be able to handle the increased debt burden without asking citizens to cough up some of more of their money or companies. But the issue you bring up is one of fairness. We need to make sure that people are paying their fair share of taxes. And that's why we've had significant concerns around advertising revenue generated from Canadian sources that go into big tech coffers and things like that. We're very much looking, along with Europe, at ways of making sure that the tech giants are paying their fair share of taxes, but we're not looking at it as a necessary way to generate revenue to get through. It's just a question of tax fairness. Everyone should be paying their fair share, and the tech giants haven't been doing that in the past. So we're going to continue to work with the global community on making sure that things are a bit fairer, but not to stifle innovation and not to prevent us from continuing to lead the way on so many digital innovations.
Right. So you're with the Europeans then on that one rather than
a little closer to the Europeans than with the US administration on their approach, yes.
Right. And very, very lastly, when you look to the future, are you looking for a V, a U, a W, a square root sign, an L, a Nike push, or all of the above? You're not sure yet?
Not sure yet. Obviously, whether we get a second wave is going to be a huge impact on that. I think as a Canadian, I guess we look at a bit of a hockey stick, right? Where the recovery will be slower than the shutdown was. But we know that the fundamentals of the economy were strong before we shut it down. We focused on supporting people and businesses through these months of total shutdown so we could get the curve to be totally flat. And now we're just going to have to be really, really vigilant as we reopen, that we use technology, contact tracing, massive testing, things like an immunity task force that's looking at serological testing, where we're really investing in some of the top scientists to do that in Canada, so that we can climb out of it in a steady way that's going to continue to show Canada's leadership on trade, on innovation, on technology, on immigration, and on so many other ways in the world. So I'm really happy to be able to share some of this with Collision today and welcome you all virtually back to Canada for this second year.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and best of luck with your hockey stick in every sense. So thank you.
Thank you, Jillian.
And that brings the curtain down on what has been an incredible 3 days here at Collision from Home. From myself, Sunil Sharma, and the entire Collision team, thank you all for joining us. And we hope that the connections that you've made over the last 3 days lead to bigger and better things over the coming weeks, months, and years. So it's bye for now, but remember, Collision returns to Toronto next June, and we cannot wait to welcome you along. So until then, see you soon.